Hey, y'all. Welcome in. I'll give it a few minutes because I'm probably a minute early, actually. And I didn't schedule this one in advance. All right, let's see what happens here when anybody comes in. We'll see who drops a comment first. Hey, Moonlight. How are you? Why is it not showing me comments? Oh, there they are. Okay. I was like, please tell me it's not going to do this. Hey, Solo. Hey, Sally. Hey, Wilma, L, Rebecca. How is everybody today? Is it Monday for everybody? A shitty Monday? I was talking to somebody and I was like, oh, I guess I kind of did tell everybody just to F off yesterday, didn't I? And they were like, yeah, you did. Oh, oops. How's everybody? Hey, Mrs. Rosie. Hey, Chatty. Hey, Shopaholic. Hey, Amethyst. So, we are going to discuss a little bit of what we talked about in yesterday's stream, what happened last night, and what that means for the bigger picture. But I want to break it back because my question to everybody is, what does Michelle have to do with where all this money has gone that Molly has helped collect for a fundraiser that was built off of lies? How does Michelle fit into that? Oh, wait, she doesn't. She never has. That's what people are not understanding. I went back and I do have, and I will do a video on it, screenshots of Michelle being on panel when she sent her first donation, what she said about that, her first donation, what she said about that donation. And then she, after being embarrassed on Molly's live, jumped on the other side and was like, oh, no, I'm going to ask for a refund. That is called a distraction. I think some people have noticed that nonsense has said from start. If they start requesting refunds at the end, there was a few of them that they started to really hone in on and talk about. Michelle was one of them. In reality, that has always been a fucking distraction. Absolutely nothing but a distraction. And then Michelle posed it to my understanding, other people that she was going to help. She was going to do all this, that, and the other thing. She never had any intention on doing that. I mean, if you've watched how this played, she is only trying to get back in Molly's good graces. In my opinion, again, this is my opinion only, based on what's actually played out. That this has nothing to do. Everybody's focused on Michelle. Where's the money? Where'd all the money go? Why is there not any court orders filed? Can anybody answer me? Molly, you say you will answer any question. People will never come at you and give you an opportunity to defend yourself based on the facts. I'm giving you the opportunity. Let's see those facts. Let's see your proof. Let's talk about what fucking matters instead of your goddamn intentional distractions. For once and only, talk about the facts. Oh, wait, you can't. Huh. Can't do that. This has always been a distraction. And I'm sorry, I have been super respectful to Michelle, her condition, everything. I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. First of all, I would never stand by somebody that talks the way she does, says the things that she does, wishes the things on anybody. I don't care if they are my worst enemy. First of all, I don't exude energy like that into anybody, especially strangers on the internet. But here's the thing. If they wanted this handled, Michelle should have never went to the points that she did with Molly. She wants Molly's attention. That's it. She wants attention from all of this. It's inflating that for her. There it is. Contessa cusses. Yeah. I'm just sick of it, y'all. Tell me you guys aren't. Tell me what you think. Yeah. How do they not see it, Solo? That's what I'm sitting here going, what the hell? And she's not irrelevant. Like, I would never say that about another human being. And I know that's not what you mean, but she is absolutely irrelevant when it comes to this situation. 100% I agree with you. She is absolutely irrelevant when it comes to the Marvon McRae story and or the facts in this story. 100%. I'm sick of them all. Me too. And isn't it funny that we go live yesterday and I just said, this is my opinion. It's all a setup and it's all going to fall out and we're going to all watch how it falls. Well, I didn't expect it to happen that fast. Let's be honest. I wasn't expecting last night to happen. And again, I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I don't really know how it all broke down still with, I think she had just started throwing blame at anybody, but that's what they intended. They intended to get her to do that. They were intending to try and position themselves within the Dono girls, in my opinion, again, to try and discredit them. In my opinion, they were using Michelle to do that. Absolutely. And distract. Michelle and Molly are the exact same. Yeah. I don't know why anybody is like, and I hate to say that, but they're both, I mean, y'all, I have a way smaller channel than Michelle. We all know that. And I could care less. But she sits there and like, how many followers do I have now? Do you realize that those people are watching because they like to watch people fail? Most of those people are watching because they know what's going to happen. And that's, I'm not being mean by saying that. That's just unfortunately the truth of nature. Oh, Marcy. Oh, do you really want me to go there? I think it's absolutely disgusting. It's disturbing. But hey, she doesn't have any problem profiting off of victims and deceased children. So why not profit off of children of her followers, right? It's just another money-making opportunity. I absolutely hate to say that, but it's the truth. And this has all been an instant mess because everybody fed into it. Everybody was so excited because they were like, yes. And all along I've been sitting here over here going, why is anybody even mixing Michelle into the Marvon story? She came up trying to help them create a false narrative. She's never had good intent with this. She was a part of that group that helped create a false narrative. They had a falling out, and then it just became a perfect opportunity, in my opinion. Facebook Messenger is great. I do have email. It's the same. It's in my, I think my about section or whatever it's called on YouTube. Yeah, the children's channel thing is absolutely disgusting. It's a disgusting distraction. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand why people have given this life the way they have. Granted, she needed called out, but poof. I thought so too, Solo. And isn't it funny that some of the people that are still closest to her are in her Patreon? They're still her Patreons. That's what people I think have been missing. And when we've been saying it, I think people think we're just assuming this. These people are all from Molly's camp that surrounded themselves with Michelle. Not all of them, because then Michelle branched into the Dono girls and then she got support from them. So that's a totally different group of girls. But a lot of those original ones that Michelle stuck to were Molly's Patreons, and she was doing it in attempts to hurt Molly. And Molly, in the meantime, in my opinion, once again, is sitting there going, it's so insane. Sleepyhead. It is so much. Oh, you're okay. You're okay. It's so much. And watching all of the mods, like I was so proud of some of those mods for standing up and leaving. I don't know who Z Unfiltered is. Never had a clue. But I tell you what, I wanted to high five her for standing up for her beliefs and saying nope and walking. Props to her. Absolutely. Yeah, I have little kids, but I would never. I'm sorry. That's just weird to me. It's just odd. I mean, and I guess we all have everybody has their private lives. I don't really care, but when you have a public channel that you're doing the BBC calls on, and then because she cross promotes on all of her channels. So if you're cross promoting a children's channel mixed in with that, yeah, there's a conflict for me, and I just can't get over that. Navy, high five. That's what I'm thinking too. It has felt a little fake all along. It's been fake all along. I guarantee we're gonna watch them now claim that we're all victimizing Michelle, and Michelle's the victim, and then they're gonna accept her back in their camp. And remember, there's a whole nother piece of this too. There's other things that have happened in the midst of all of this, which you guys will probably find out soon. But this is why I continue to tell you guys, and I know it doesn't make sense because you guys don't see my inbox and what goes on there, which trust me, someday maybe I'll just black out everybody's names and show you guys all the stuff. Some of them are amazing. No, I wouldn't show some of the stories. Um, but some of it's just insanity, pure created bullshit. Like they legit create the insanest stories about anything, try to involve random people into it that I'm sitting here going, I don't even know who the fuck that is. And I just walk away because they're trying to get us creators to grab onto those pieces as a way to discredit people. That's what they do. But it just gets to be a lot of fun trying to weed through all of it. Yeah, absolutely. I don't even know for sure if who they say she is correct, but according to what they say, she's a 70-something-year-old woman. You tell me that all of that is being done by this woman. You tell me that every single piece of this is being done by that person. I'm not quite half that age. Well, I am over half that age. But this is a lot for me to do, and at the level that they were operating, I just don't see it. I can't. I will never. You'll never convince me that there's not something more going on there. Never. And I usually try to follow my gut instinct. And I have been saying this about this situation that it seemed like an intentional setup all along. Right. Right. Oh, I'm never talking about her again. My Patreons have begged me not to do the drama. Doesn't have content for a couple days, reposts old videos of Dre, gets called out for all of the bullshit lies once again. What does she do? Go back to covering Michelle. Every time. It's a repeat cycle. Nope, sleepyhead, you're right. She's not the only one. She's absolutely not the only one. There's so many people that are doing this. It's gross. I don't know. It just seems like we're going through this whole cycle of, but back to the basics. Why will she not talk about the money? Why will she not give an update of what's going on with Letitia? Why will she not speak on behalf of Letitia in the investigation or the reports that were filed against Letitia? Why will she not provide answers for anything? Oh, no, you're good. You're good, sleepyhead. You're totally good. You can yell at me all you want to. All you want. Literally. Anybody can yell at me. It doesn't faze me really. It really, you guys, I'm kind of twisted. I get worked up about little things like people getting hurt. And the other thing is, here's my thing. You are intentionally, we have all heard her self-diagnose herself, explain her diagnosis, things like that numerous times. Her mental illness is absolutely legit. It's very obvious. But these are channels who are going after somebody who is completely unstable. We have seen that they're not stable, right? She's just not. And that, again, is nothing against her or her mental health. This is stating facts. but you are continuing to go at her over and over and over again. And then instead of handling it the legal way and trying to shut it down, it's just getting entertained. So at that point, you lose your victim card and you become part of the chess game that they're playing because you've taken yourself out of handling it the right way and you've given them exactly what they wanted. And they knew that was what happened. So while you have people feeling sorry for the mental health and what could potentially happen and how they're messing with this, they know because they're holding that card, right? So they push her away when they want a reaction and they pull her back in to subside that. Does that make sense? That push pull. Narcissistic behaviors. I think a lot of people have them. Do I have a fetish? No. Not really. Was that for me? Were you asking me that? Sorry, I don't know why you guys always get me on this. Right. So I agree. I absolutely agree. And then at some point in time, there becomes responsibility that people have to start taking for their actions and their words. And like I said yesterday, I don't condone that type of behavior from, 10 to 15-year-old children, let alone from a grown ass adult. Not going to do it. You won't see it happen. And let's be honest, they have just as good of excuses when it comes to diagnoses and stuff like that. Like I could absolutely say, "Oh, I understand. It's just this." But all that does is encourage them to go to that emotion first and react in that way instead of teaching them to process properly and handle it while thinking through. And that's really hard when you have people with certain mental illnesses anyways, because that natural like fight or flight is so much more intensified. So, nope. 100% missing puzzle pieces. You guys, if you haven't checked them out again, I, I need to learn how to do this double dropping links. I just need to make it like a notepad of all the links I drop. Missing puzzle pieces, please go check them out. You guys, they have a bunch of videos and I absolutely love the reasons that they're doing this. They have 100% the right reasons for everything that they're doing. Yep, people in her corner. And we're not going to change a lot of that. Like, so I'm just trying to get it back to like, this has never been something like I keep hearing people say, well, she is a part of that. No, she's not. She never has been. She interjected herself there. None of us sought her out. Let's be very clear. And I'm not speaking for the donor girls, but I have had like, I've talked to them some very limited, updates on what was happening with that. And I did see that Danielle, from the Dono Girls, did give an update. She will not be giving further updates because it is in the process of being handled by authorities, thankfully. So I guess that will just go as it is. But, Michelle interjected herself and weaseled her way into that group. And now people think that that's how she kind of came about. But no, that's not what happened. Yeah. Yeah. The caters. Yep. Does she really, Tamara? Tamara, is that right? Is it Tamara or is it Tamara? Is it Tamara or Tamara? Oh, I bet it's Tamara. If I mute you guys, it's because my dog might go, "Hey, Flava." I was hoping one of you guys would pop in. Yeah, she's not a part of the Dono Girls. She weaseled her way. The Dono Girls were already started, and that's what people I think are missing. Like that was already going, and we all were already seeing that things were happening. Michelle was an after the fact. So how they've worked her into all that, I'm not really sure. Yeah, she was blocked from the group earlier on. See, I don't know if I've ever talked to Michelle. I might have talked to Michelle and checked on her one time after the first initial thing, but then I didn't talk to her anymore after that. I don't know. It's interesting. There's a lot of it that will never make sense to me. But it's absolutely just another one of the intentional distractions. Is it real Flava? Is it the real one? Oh, that was Flava, can I ask you a question? Do you know Valentina? Like, did you guys get to know her too? And is there any possibility that somebody else is helping Valentina run her account? Is that possible? Is is that a possibility? Like, Michelle thinks she's giving Valentina her information solely, but could that information be getting to somebody else is what I'm asking, I guess. Hey, Eric, we are talking about Michelle and how they've used that as a distraction to cover up what's actually going on with the donations, the questions, like the things that really matter right now. We've been still covering this Marvon story. Her Patreons are still sending money. They're still making it out that Letitia's a victim. They're still running with all of the same things. Nothing has changed in that, except for now that the heat is on and they can't answer for a lot of what's happening. We're seeing all these other sideline drama things like Michelle, and they keep saying that Michelle, was part of the Marvon, asked for a refund stuff. No, that was way after the fact. Michelle has nothing to do with this story, except for Michelle putting herself in there. Flava, it's okay. Everything falls back into place. That's the thing is I keep telling people, like, trust no one, keep your nose down, just keep moving. And as long as you're sticking to the facts, everything will fall in the right places. There will be drama. They'll try to catch people up in it. They do these things intentionally, and it's really hard when you're in the heat of it and you're really passionate about something to not get caught up in that too. It's really hard. Okay. Flava, I was just wondering. That's what I get from it too. I've never had a conversation with her, but that's really interesting to me that you've never had a conversation with her. You two seem to be the two that were the closest mods to Michelle, if I was listening to what Michelle was saying. So the fact that you two are completely separate, that is very telling. But that's exactly why, we got to keep asking the questions. We need to keep putting the heat on. I am glad people are calling Molly out for all this other stuff and things like that. But where is the money? What was the money spent on? Why are there no court filings? Why have we been lied to nonstop? Justin, why aren't you taking any accountability? Elle, why aren't you taking any accountability? Where's the story now? What has changed in this story that you guys created that all of a sudden brought the story to an end in ways for you? What's different today than it was on July 6th when you got involved? Anybody? Oh, Eric, I agree. I agree. Hey, everybody coming in. The truth never changes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, she's irrelevant, and I said this earlier too, I don't know if you were here, but, like, I don't call her like an irrelevant person because everybody's relevant in some sort of way, but she's irrelevant when it comes to the story, and that's what they've tried to position her in, but they've done that because Michelle has been participating, and that was, thank goodness, the people around me, and because of my own beliefs, I shut that down right from the get-go. And the reason for that isn't because of her. Again, it's because I cannot entertain that kind of stuff. I cannot be a part of it. I never even subscribed to her channel, none of that stuff, just because I can't watch that. I can't watch somebody refuse to take advice from people who actually have her best interest and continue to listen to people that are intentionally trying to hurt them. Elle won't talk unless she has to. I'm telling you, she does know something, and it was enough that she backed away. Yeah. But that's my problem is if you fuck up, own it. If you were given bad information, own it. If you ran off emotion, own it. taking accountability and telling the truth is always going to look better than running away like a mouse that is looking for its cheese that somebody else stole. In my opinion, you will never, because I can't go back to people like that. You show me who you are by doing stuff like that. And I'm sorry, that's a one and done. You've had so much opportunity. And we're not even saying come out and own every little piece of it. Come out and at least be honest with yourself. And that's the problem. They can't even be honest with themselves. So they can't be honest with their followers. 12:30 a.m. Flava, I'm really sorry. I'm sure it is. That's why I really like, and when I tell people that I just keep my head down and try to keep moving, yeah, I'm trying to figure out what all these side pieces mean and how they fit into everything. But I have not, and this is 100% honest, I have never looked at Michelle's past. I've never watched one of Penelope's videos on Michelle's divorce. I've never participated in any of that stuff or looked into any of it, because to me, it has never mattered. And it's, again, not that she doesn't matter. It's because she doesn't fit in my focus. That's weird. Oh, okay. So 9:30 p.m. now. So that would be 3 hours. Oh, okay. And again, everybody's going to go watch her. They do. They like the train wreck. They want to see what all happens. Hey, you're fine. Don't be. It's easy to do it. It's easy. And that's, trust me, I've done it too. Like, it's easy to get caught up in this stuff. Oh, sleepyhead, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. That's I'm sorry. Let's the dust settle. See, and that's what I'm so sick and tired of seeing happen, because why are we just, okay, let's let her just continue on. We've got to figure out a way to put pressure and get this out there on a bigger scale so she gets more uncomfortable. So, what do you guys think, suggestion wise? Where should we go? Do we go back to the basics, and do I make another video that just hits fact after fact after fact? We are going to do part 2 of the timeline too with the Tessas when the Tessas are available. They both work way too much. I need to handle that and maybe dox their bosses so they don't have jobs anymore, so they can just play on the internet with me all day. I'm just joking too. I'm totally joking. I would never do that, but I need my Tessas and they have jobs. What the heck? What's up with that shit? Is it Michelle really going live? I thought she was hacked. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, just keep it moving. Like, Flava, don't let it get you down no matter what. Don't let it get you down. Take it for what it is. Please don't go back. But no matter what, just keep it moving. Like, you guys have such a good basis and you have such a good start. If you just keep on that train, it'll all fall into place. If anybody wants to come up, they can too. Flava, if you want to talk, I don't know if you are at work too, but if anybody wants a link, I can give you guys one. I just didn't put it up today. I don't know why. I figured nobody wanted to come in and talk. Yeah, that's what I keep. What do we do? Like, should we just do a very back to basics? What's this say? Take this job and shove it. Oh, you know what song I got stuck in my head that I almost sang you guys the other day was, I can't even do it. Copenhagen makes me feel so good. I don't know why. Don't ask. This is what happens though. I put a little dip in my mouth, go spitting and slobbering all around the house. Yeah, that's the shit that I get stuck in my head. Or when I was just a baby, my mama told me, son. Who's that? Anybody know? This is what happens. Flava, that's what I'm trying to figure out too. Like, exactly how do we get this Johnny Cash? Okay, so here's backstory. My oldest, my oldest daughter used to walk around when she was like 4 or 5 with steel-toed cowboy boots on. She's still to this day, that's her favorite shoe is shit kickers. Wait, I'm a true country girl, like born and bred farm girl. And she got that from her mama. But she used to walk around with her little steel-toed cowboy boots and sing or tell everybody, "Hello, my name is Johnny Cash." And then she would bust into that because she thought that the Johnny Cash movie, Walk the Line, that was her favorite movie. She absolutely loved it. We would burnt through 3 CDs of it. But then she watched Ladder 49, and it was the same actor, Joaquin Phoenix, and she was so upset because she was like, "Oh, Johnny Cash was a firefighter." And then, "Oh, Johnny Cash died in a fire." And I'm like, "Oh, no, 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 no. No." But yep, Eric, that is for sure. Absolutely. But now you guys get a little bit of like where these stupid songs stick in my head and how random they actually get. It's bad. Yeah. And she's still her mama's girl. She was all upset because Loretta Lynn. Sorry, I'm gonna catch up on the weakest links. Perhaps we can ask why. There was an individual who was part of the MGL and Justin Streams who pulled away completely. Would that be L, or am I thinking of somebody else? Oh no. Oh no. Sorry guys, I'm outside and somebody just started a power tool. I'll do an update. I want to do an update video and just, well, I guess I'll wait until we find out more here. But I wanted to do just an update video and put the flyer in a video, but I don't want to mix it in with any of this stuff. I just feel awkward about that. So if I do anything in regards to that, it will be specifically just for getting the information out to the public. But good question, Sally. There's so many questions, right? We all have all these questions. What are we going to do? Welsh, great. You're going to do one? Please send me the link or get with me in my inbox and shoot it to me. You guys, I try to keep up on people's stuff and share what I can. Sometimes I forgot. I did it to the panel the other night, and I'm so sorry. I forgot. Oh, yeah. Where is Goose? Goose. Is your goose cooked? Somebody cooked the goose? Oh, no, Navy, I would love it. Hold on. Let me share the link. Absolutely. Anybody's welcome. I just wanted to ask that question. Why are we, I mean, I know that this is like problematic and it's causing a lot of people stress and it needs to be talked about, but in regards to the refunds and stuff, she has nothing to do with any of it. She doesn't affect anything with that whatsoever. Here, there's the link. I'm finally figuring out a little bit easier ways to drop these. Can I pin it? Pin. There. Okay. Hold on. Let me go back up. Let me read your guys' comments. Sorry. You guys know I suck at reading comments. Oh, whoops. Gotta start at the back. Yeah. Where did L go? I have the same question. Mm-hmm. Hey, Navy.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, doing pretty good. Just trying to get my headphones to connect.
Do I need to put mine in? How do I take this away? hide. Oh, there it goes. Can you hear me, Navy?
Yes, I can.
Do I need to put mine in for you?
No, you're good. You're good. This is
Okay.
just going through my phone, so I was getting them connected to my phone.
You're good. What do you think of all this? He's connected.
Okay.
There
Well,
it is.
so like I said before, the whole thing that always kind of struck me odd about the whole Molly Michelle thing in the beginning, and this is before the whole channel thing, was that it was awful convenient that during all this, all these questions are being asked, all of a sudden there's this huge drama that happens, right?
Yep.
And people are, are showing each other, they're flashing each other and yelling at each other. And the thing was, if you consider someone such a big threat, like Molly thought Michelle was, or Michelle thinks Molly is, right? You wouldn't go on each other's channels.
I think that's weird too.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense unless it's some Jerry Springer scripted stuff.
There's no way after what supposedly was done, right, that you would get me ever in. Oh, there goes the dog. Oh. They've got to get attention however they can. If I step out the door, they got to get attention.
Sounds like Molly and Michelle.
That's exactly who it is. See, exactly. I opened the door, but oh, he's going to do that until I go in there. Hold on. Sorry. He's a pain in the butt, I swear. Okay, so there's no way you would get me to go up on panel with somebody that supposedly has done the things that were done to her and then sit there and be all like chummy. And then, I guess she says, well, I played her, I didn't, whatever. No, you didn't. You played right into the game that you guys were playing.
Yep. No, 100%.
There's no way that anybody, and Molly would not have let her back on panel if there wasn't an intention of continuing the drama. Didn't hashtag Where's Walter tell her to advise her that that should be her last live in regards to that person?
I mean, you would think, but I think the thing is, though, I think Molly, when this whole thing started happening with the police report for Letitia, I think Molly got scared and was like, I need to do something to get people to forget about this. And they won't ask any more questions about receipts or what's going on with the police report or anything. And so she's like, what's the best way to do this? Well, I love reality TV because that's what I've been wanting to do like my entire life. So let's create some reality TV drama.
That's, if you look at the time frame of it too, it's spot on when it started. It's spot on.
Yeah, and what does it remind you of? This back and forth, flashing each other on each other's channels, all this kind of stuff. Remind you like the Housewives of Atlanta or whatever it is, wherever they're always arguing and fighting. There's like a ton of memes out there about this like overly done dramatic fights, public fights.
I was thinking single white female. That's all that came to my head with the two of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, not yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the same thing. Like it's about reality TV. And we talked about that a little bit yesterday. She made a lot of mention about having a documentary or a Netflix thing off of this story. And that has always seemed very weird to me that she wanted a Netflix series or a documentary. But it seems like there's all of these things that they do on reality TV that she kind of uses to like off of reality, like what you said, the Real Housewives, it almost mimics it.
Yeah, and like her entire shtick kind of mimics it, like the way she's yelling at these people that wanted refunds and just it's all just overdone.
Oh yeah, completely overdone.
I think it's funny how she likes to act tough, but I like to make the joke that the only hood Molly's from is victimhood.
I've never heard you say that, but that is so perfect. That is very true. Oh, they're all going off about how much they love your voice.
Oh, y'all making me blush.
It's the Southern accent thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing is you are a very respectful. Always, you are super respectful, so everybody just loves it. But they love your voice for sure. But I think you're right. How did Michelle meet Uni? Do you know how that all happened, or how did she get did she go over to Uni's and start sending
Yes.
him money?
It wasn't money at first. It was kind of like what happens with any Uni stuff, like how we found out what, whatever's happening with Michelle's channel is that Uni was talking about Molly, and somebody brought in that Molly had doxed one person who had asked for a refund, right? And at the time, we didn't know who it was. And then Michelle comes into the live stream and was like, "Oh, it's me, it's me." And so I think I was on live with him. I was like, "Well, apparently this Michelle Sabate person said she was the one that Molly had doxed live." And that's when I started getting flooded with emails about like anything and everything that was happening. And she started going kind of crazy in the live chat. So she was banned for a little bit, but Uni unbans everybody, right? But you gotta like calm down. And she was just flipping out at the time. And so that's how they met. Yeah.
She was sending super chats to
Yep.
get her like her comments read too. I noticed that and I was like, this is really interesting because in everything that I had uncovered up to that point, she has nothing to do with anything. Like she came in on their panel trying to support their narrative. She was a part of them. So then when the flip happened with the donation, like she sat, and I have these clips and I'll put them in a video, but she sat on panel with them, went through that rope demonstration. Then people, it was a big panel, but multiple people were like fighting with her. And then things just went south. And then all of a sudden, she sent that donation and said, use it for whatever. In fact, I have the memo of what she even said with it, but she says, use it for whatever. And then she gets mad because of what's going on with them and requests a refund from Letitia way after the fact. Like we're talking about refunds that happened a month earlier and she's just now jumping in. I was like, this is so confusing.
Well, and the one thing we never could understand was because she came over screaming and yelling about how horrible Molly was and all this kind of stuff and how, she did this to me and I'm threatened, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. And then she keeps going back on her panel because we'd be like streaming about something else. And somebody come in and be like, Michelle's on Molly's panel again. And we're like, why?
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
She would come over here. Like, I think it was Flava that I messaged or one of the other girls and said, is she okay? Checking on her, and making sure she was okay after the first initial thing. And they were like, yeah. And I think me and her exchanged one message. I'll have to look. I'm not sure if there was more than one or if there was even one. I never went back to it because it wasn't part of the focus. So I just wanted to make sure that she was okay. But then I kept hearing things about, she was going to do something with her donation. And I was like, but this is counterproductive. In my opinion, it hurts our mission and the truth of the story, because we've never focused on donations that came from Molly's side and were intentionally done. And with the whole spin of you can spend it on whatever you want. And then them getting mad at Molly and ask, like, I would never think that that's okay. I think that's BS to do to anybody. Like what Michelle did to Letitia, I don't even agree with. That's some straight up shady shit. But that none of us over here that have been focusing on the facts, Uni, anybody like that, we all try to stay away from stuff like that. But she was hell bent on making herself the main part of the story, in my opinion.
Agreed. No, I agree 100%. And it was kind of like, and I was reading the live chat while you were talking to, yeah, she does crave this attention. And so it also makes sense. It's kind of like her and Molly are the same mindset. Like they have to, in order to get his attention, they have to go so overboard that like you can't refuse not to look at them. Right? It's crazy.
It's insane. Can I ask you a question? Like, how long have you been a part of the YouTube stuff?
So honestly, I always watched YouTube on and off over the years, but I didn't really get involved in stuff until the flat earth debunking community was around. So I jumped over there and was in that community for a little bit. That's how I met Uni, honestly, is that I was in there and then one of the
wait, y'all are flat earthers?
No, debunkers.
Oh, okay.
No.
I was gonna say, oh God, we're gonna have so many good talks now.
No. I am definitely not a flat earther. But okay. So I mean, there's a documentary that came out called Behind the Curve, right? Discussing like scientists and flat earthers talking to each other, and the idea that someone actually believes the earth is flat in this day and age, which is psycho to me.
Yeah.
But
agreed.
anyway, so I got into those communities and I started, hanging out with those creators and stuff like that. And then one of them introduced me to Uni. And so I ended up getting in his Discord, and he was really the first one. He's like the second channel I'd gone on at that time, and but ever since then we just kind of stuck together. Then everything happened with the flat debunking community with their fraud raisers and stuff, and it was just yeah, it's been a crazy 3 years.
Is this your first? Well, I guess it wouldn't be your first run-in because MGL. Well, no, Uni and Katie had issues before. Is this the first time Uni and MGL have kind of collided?
Yeah, no, 100%. So we talked a little bit about her during the which case was it? What's the one where she went to the people's house? It was the
Summer Wells.
Summer Wells, yeah. So I think because Uni will do like true crime stuff every now and like he'll touch on it. And one of the things that got brought up was Molly Golightly going out to this woman's house, right? And so he briefly touched on it, but there was never any real interaction until this. And I think it was because of the fraud raiser. Oh, I call it a fraud raiser. It's what we call it. So any kind of fundraiser that looks super, suspicious with no transparency and things like that. And the thing was, Uni has a reputation for taking down people like QAnon and other fraud raisers that have existed throughout multiple communities. So I think it kind of spooked him a little bit that he was talking about it.
Yeah, it seems like she's really bent on Uni. That's why I was wondering if there was a backstory there, if anything, because she is hell bent on Uni. She won't come over here, but she will go toe to toe with him. And I always wonder why that is.
Well, so I think the thing is that like there's a difference, I guess, with people not liking you and others like calling you out like directly and saying it. Like you need to sit there and say, well, I'm not sure it's a scam, and I'll say, no, it's a scam. They're scam artists, right? And I think that I don't know if that has something to do with it, or she thinks that. I think part of it when Uni went on there, I think Molly thinks that when she talks to men, she can turn on crocodile tears, and they're all of a sudden gonna feel bad for her and leave her alone, right?
Yeah,
She likes to intimidate women, and she likes to try to cry and do all this kind of stuff to get men to leave her alone. So
I wondered about that if it was positioning like trying to get a man to quote unquote major quote unquote, because this has never happened, but attack her, or to try to say that, look at how this man is talking to me or speaking about me.
yeah.
But she's got a man that sits right next to her all the time that does the same stuff. So I don't. Is this Uni's partner? Are you considered Uni's partner?
No, I would at most maybe a co-host, because it 100% is his channel. There is no partnership or anything else going on. He's just nice enough to let me up from time to time to chat.
Uni just comes on, or not Uni. Navy comes on to make all the ladies swoon with his voice. Navy keeps the crowd cultivated with his Southern accent. Let's be honest, ladies. Come on. Uni's chat sometime. I would love to see Uni do a poll. Who's just here to hear Navy's voice? Just joking. Poor Uni's
Y'all
like,
are so funny.
It's just insanity, though, to me. The whole thing, like how Michelle worked her way in, and then, that's a whole different community of people too that I have no clue of, the drama community or the Krama community, like they call themselves, or I don't even know what some of these people, what communities they align with, but there's a lot of history with a lot of these channels.
And well, I'm starting because I have friends that I've talked to, online friends that have been part of the true crime community, and I hear horror stories about what these people do to each other. Like it's like I thought like some of the other like craziness we covered in the last couple of years was bad. No, this takes the cake.
Okay, I have to ask you because they asked, are you married?
I am not married, no.
Oh, ladies. You should have said yes. Uni, I got an idea for a fundraiser for you. Auction Navy off. Poor Navy.
Get auctioned off for vape juice and Red Bulls.
For Uni's fund.
Right.
Helping out the community in every little way you can. No, it's just insanity. I literally sit here and I try to process how all of this happens, and I'm still stuck on, why aren't we talking about, like, why won't she talk about what's going on with Letitia now? It was all this like insane story that just needed to be pushed and talked about for hours on end. And nothing has, like, we all know that nothing has changed
Right.
except for their story. So what caused the break in their story? I want them to address that. Like, why did it go from an everyday, all day push the same thing to now all of a sudden they're not? What changed?
Well, and the thing is, like, I think, has anyone heard from Letitia?
The last I saw anything of her was the day she was going in, I think it was Tia's, and then there was, I want to say, I don't remember if it was Nini Marie, EKC, one of those other channels, the smaller, Molly's little cronies. That's what I like to call them. Her little attack chihuahuas. She was over on those channels, but that's really odd to me because she's not been in Molly's chat, to my understanding. Can anybody correct us on that? Has anybody seen Letitia in the last week? I think that post that you guys went over that was on my Facebook page where she like flipped out on a lot of people and flipped people off. That's the last I have personally seen from her on any of my Facebook stuff. Hey, Nanya. Uh-oh, they're really going in here. I'm not reading some of these. I don't know what they're doing.
I do apologize for distracting your live chat.
You're good. You're totally good. My numbers grew massively as soon as you came on here.
And I've always wanted to think about this too, right? So Molly had wanted to get into that justice for Justin, the dude in Texas. That was a couple years ago, right?
Oh, that different one. Okay.
I think it was that whichever one it was that she was trying to jump onto next to get away from the whole Marvon thing. And somebody had contacted the family and told them not to talk to her. And she flipped out on a live about how he wasn't going to get justice because she wasn't going to be involved.
Yep.
I think that was another inspiration to keep this whole Michelle thing going.
Yeah. So
justice for Jake. Okay. Yeah.
That's really interesting that you brought that up. Let's talk about that for a minute, because I think people don't realize that either. But she picked out Roseanne, who might be in here, but Roseanne was the comment that she attacked, right? And went nuts over on that live stream. I broke that live stream down even. And there's another part of it too that we'll go into. It was multiple lives that she did that. But what's really interesting to me about that whole situation is there is and had been so many other people messaging, making comments, warning the family for a long time. Why did she pick that one? What set her off about that one comment? Because that comment compared to some of the other ones that I've seen were nothing in comparison. So that again seems very intentional to me. Why would she pick out that one comment?
No clue. Yeah.
It just doesn't fit, if that makes sense. Like that, everything is she doesn't, and I have never said she's dumb. Like,
right.
She's manipulative. Right. She uses her brains for evil and manipulation, in my opinion, instead of good. But she is very calculated with things she does. And if you pay attention, she doesn't just pick something out for no reason. So what's behind it?
Well, someone was saying that Revival says Roseanne is pretty and thin. That could that be it?
She's what?
Pretty and thin.
I don't think so.
Maybe it's because Roseanne is Roseanne the one that stopped being a Patreon?
I don't think Roseanne was a patron. I don't know. See, I don't know a lot of their backstory. She's probably told me, but I can't remember exactly if she was a Patreon. I don't think so. I'm trying to remember. I think me and her first discussed the people that were hating on Katie, is how, I don't know what part of the community she came from either, or if she had past history with Molly and that's why Molly attacked at her, because there were so many other comments. So she was a supporter of hers. Okay. A supporter. Okay. But not a Patreon. Okay.
Okay.
There's so many things. Like, why would she pick that one comment? Why do they keep doing things to certain people because it's safe, in my opinion. Like, she thinks it's safe. And I honestly think there's definitely intentions behind everything she's doing.
And so I think that's a problem with some of these people is because, especially people that are supremely narcissistic, right? Which she is, right? Like, she's just like, you hear her talk and it's like the whole thing she said about her son's friends, like finding her attractive and all this kind of weird, like Pornhub stuff.
Wait,
Just,
what?
yeah,
She said that?
That all her son's friends like wanted to, what did she say? Bang her, I think was the word.
Oh my God.
But they're super narcissistic, and the problem is they can still be cunning and manipulative and be very narcissistic, but then they forget what they say on a live stream. Or they forget that they yelled at somebody, or forget that they threatened somebody on a live stream, and all of a sudden now that video is resurfacing, right? And so that's why Molly deletes stuff. Like her whole bashing Uni's service as a soldier. All of a sudden that video disappeared.
Yeah, that made me mad. So mad, because I don't care what you like. There's just lines you don't have to go to, like, at all whatsoever. I come from a family of Navy sailors, and like, I just could never, even if it was, again, one of my worst enemies, there's just things that you don't need to do. And she does them all. But again, it just shows that how unstable she is, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I was wondering, like, I don't mean to sound like really mean about this, but I wonder if, the whole hashtag where is Walter is because Walter's like, yes, please go fucking live stream.
Yeah, could be.
You know what I mean?
It seems like it's a way of keeping himself out of it, because we know she doesn't take his advice. Like she said, and again, it's a clip I have that she says, Walter advises that this is the last video I do on this woman. And then that's all her content has been. So she doesn't even take his advice, and he's supposed to be the voice of reason. So in reality, he's just another part of the entertainment. He's just another distraction.
I mean, according to her, like, he's a Navy lawyer and or he's a naval officer, a lawyer, Superman, Batman, and all these combined together, right? So
I'm going to send you a message about that, because I found out that, okay. I'm going to send you a message on that.
All right.
You'll crack up about it, because I learned some things that I'm just like, why would you go online and put somebody, even your spouse's business, all out there for everybody? Like, that's, I guess she's an oversharer, maybe.
Well, the thing she did to her kid drives me insane. You heard about that, right? The whole reading of the note.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Why in God's green earth would you ever do it to your child?
A distraction. Because, and I think sometimes she goes, okay, she actually, I really thinks, okay, I have to take this up a notch, because the only thing that's going to get us, over this hump would be to do. And then I think some of it is just plain not thinking. Like, she doesn't think before she acts.
Yeah.
She's very impulsive.
Well, I'm just wondering if someone's going to find that stream of Michelle's where his mother goes on there and flashes everybody and then pretends like she's at a, some kind of pole dancing show, right? And that's not going to look good for him. And the kids, no.
Then she made the comment, and I do have this clip too, that, if my son goes to an Ivy League school, I'm afraid that the professors will basically, and I'm paraphrasing, but indoctrinate him to question his gender. This is not how she said it. I am being very more politically correct on what she said.
Yeah.
But, and I could care less what people's political beliefs are, because there's good people on all sides of the aisles, in my opinion. That doesn't define a person. But to even say that, knowing that your friends, she's bragged about her friend or her son's friends watching her. What if one of those kids is in the moment of questioning their identity and their gender, and then here they see this quote unquote public figure saying that about their friend, and how she doesn't, that's going to push somebody, that could potentially push somebody even further into their insecurities, she doesn't think before she speaks.
Yeah. And because it's not about anybody else but her. It's kind of like I don't like to make this reference all the time, but if you ever go into Walmart, right? People push carts in Walmart as if they are the only person in the entire store. They will run into you. They will get mad at you because, they stopped and you almost bumped into them because they are the only people there. That's the way Molly sees the world.
Yeah. Yeah. It has to be. And I think that's part of the reason for this new channel that she's creating also is a distraction because again, people are going to be fixated on the fact that she's creating a channel to do with anything with kids and they're going to continue to talk about it. But what does it do? It gets her name in the algorithm. It gets more people going over and subbing, watching everything she does. Who benefits off of all of these intentional distractions? She
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, and I think it's a real possibility she could get into some trouble this time for the shit she was pulling with Letitia, and so who knows?
I hope. Go ahead.
Me
Sorry.
too. No. I was like, yeah, no, me too, like 100%. And Uni said like he's putting together stuff to send to YouTube, and he's working on it now. And so about Molly and several of the others that I have blatantly violated TOS.
That's my thing is I wish there was a way. Like I wish we could get a group of us together, like strong creators who know the facts or even individuals that YouTube would actually even I wish we could get a conference call with somebody. I know it's impossible, but these are major issues. Like there needs to be something and it's not just Molly. Unfortunately, I'm seeing that there's a lot more out here that do similar things, but she is creating major issues and using and abusing her platform in every way, shape, or form, from what I'm understanding.
Yeah, I mean, from threatening to dox people, like that is against TOS to dox somebody and to threaten to dox people. Just the way she sends people after other channels, just all this stuff. It's just.
I have a clip for you if he need. I don't know if you got it already, but I don't know if it was earlier today or last night that she said that she is 100% paying somebody to watch everything Uni does, and she's paying them to record every single thing he does. I do have that clip.
Which is funny because you don't have to record it. Uni doesn't delete anything. In fact, he'll show you on the channel where it's at.
Right. But that's what she said. So if you guys need that, I do have that too.
Perfect. Yeah, that'd be great. I'll take everything. I'll let him sort through what he wants, but yeah, might as well.
I have hours and hours and hours. Like I have 3-4 hour live streams of hers that I haven't even gone back and looked at because there's just so much content to get through. But I'll get through some of that and look and see what else is in there that he might want and send it over to you. Because that's the thing is, we're talking about all of this stuff, but something has to move. Like this cannot just keep getting brushed under the rug, in my opinion.
No, I agree 100% because people are getting hurt. Like this is it's not like a joke. Like this is happening. I get emails. Yeah, I get emails from people that are scared that don't want to come on the internet anymore because of this, and it's.
Well, yeah, people are afraid, and then here's the other thing: like people that have believed her up until a certain point, if they've gotten close or joined her Patreon or anything, they feel stuck between a rock and a hard place. I've had a couple of them come out and say, I don't know what to do because if I leave, they notice, everybody starts asking questions, and then I'll become a target. And I'm like, what do you tell people? Because we've seen it happen time and time again. You can't tell them, no, that's not going to happen because I don't know what their history is with her, what they've said, what they've been a part of. And because everything she does, she banks and collects information and turns around and uses it on a person when she's done, in my opinion.
Yeah. And we've seen, she's not the first creator we've seen do this. And that's the scary thing is because old Silverfish does the same stuff.
I don't even know who that is.
Steve McRae.
Oh, that's, I've heard him called so many different things. I've avoided that at all costs. I said what I had to say there about, Erica. And that's another thing. People really legit are taking information from a source that is not valuable and completely fabricates everything else, who is dangerous. And they're using that information to continue to attack people. And they expect to have credibility after that. And I sit there and just look at them like, what?
Yeah.
Your source isn't credible.
Yeah. And also I call him Street Piggy. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Mm.
Like AZ's talked about him and stuff like that. Roadhog.
I don't think I know who that is. I think
Oh
I've
yeah,
heard his
do
name
not go over
mentioned.
there. It's gross, vile, just vileness.
You know what I do? This is gonna be really entertaining, but if I don't watch animal videos when I'm off, I'll catch the drama some. I like a little bit of
Mhm.
it. I watch a little bit of true crime, but I'm finding out I don't like a lot of the true crime creators I once thought I did because they're all sensationalizers and kind of the same as Molly. Just some of them aren't on the scale or aren't as obvious, I should say. So
Yeah.
it becomes disappointing. So I have found all these like Korean street food vendors that make candy and cakes. I love watching that. They don't even really have any noise, but I just love watching it. That's what I watch on YouTube.
Well,
It's
that's what people talk like. Twitter is a cesspool, right? But I go on there and I retweet stuff all the time. It's not because I love watching like some of these like street graffiti artists and
oh yeah.
some of these sculptures and stuff that pop up on there that they talk about. Like yeah, and I had to do the same thing. I had to have a palate cleanser,
Mm-hmm.
otherwise you
Yep.
just go crazy.
Nunya asked if you would drop Uni's email or yours.
Yeah, I dropped mine because Uni doesn't check his email or his
Perfect.
DMs. So
Yeah, Navy's really good at information. Like I've always sent everything to Navy. That's who I send it to. Yeah.
and I'll have another one. I can't remember the email right now. We have Cherie Miller is another one of the mods and admins in the Discord, and she puts out an email address as well, so we can handle it. Because unlike some of these people on YouTube, I have a job, so
Sorry
to
for
work.
everybody's ears. Yeah, unlike everybody else that's well, I don't. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I do have a crazy life, but
That's a job.
oh, it's a lot. Yeah,
It's 24/7. Like
it is.
it's the toughest job out there.
But it's so rewarding too at the same time. But thankfully, like I do have some free time. And I do this stuff. But when I do have some downtime, I try to disconnect from this in ways like we talk about a lot of other stories, a lot of other cases, things like that. We do talk about the drama and stuff, but I really try to disconnect as much as possible because this is not good for the mental health at a certain point.
No, no, and that's how people get obsessed and they get they put like blinders on and that's how you end up hating somebody you've never met, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
I mean, some of the people that go after KJ, don't get me wrong, like I get it. Like her and I are not friends. In fact, she's kicked me off her channel twice after inviting me on. And she blocks and unblocks me on Twitter all the time. But, I would never say that I would hate her, It's just
That's the
crazy.
thing is that word is used a lot. And, and I understand people have their issues with, the way certain creators do stuff. Everybody's got their own style. It's really funny to me because people really do have strong opinions of what other people do on their channels.
Mm-hmm.
Really strong opinions.
Yeah.
But it's, yeah, I just don't, I don't
Well,
get it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
There is a line, and it's not that, even that fine of a line between criticism and just hatred, right?
Yeah.
You can criticize somebody. You can criticize the same person for years on end as long as you're being critical of what they're doing, not some personal aspect where I don't like the fact that her forehead's so big or, her chin or this, that, and the third. When you start getting in that realm, then you're getting into you're getting into the hate. And also when you refuse to see any other side but this side where the person you don't like is in the wrong, right?
Yeah.
And that's where you cross over from being someone who is just giving good criticism. Hey, maybe you shouldn't do this, or this is not the best way to do this. To, I just want to mean girl this person, and I don't care about the truth.
The mean girl. Yeah. It's easier. But that's the thing is it's easier to go be a mean girl than it is to be a decent human being for a lot of these people. It's easier to
Lazy.
go along with the group.
It's lazy. It's
Yep.
just lazy, especially when you're getting clicks and views out the wazoo because there's a whole group of people out there that feel the exact same way. And so you're like, oh, well, I might as well just, go full on hater mode because I'm getting 200 to 300 more views per live stream than I was before when I was just kind of being more critical about it.
Right. Absolutely. You think about it. These guys pull 800, 900 viewers easily because it's a shit show. if we stick to the facts, we're lucky to get 120 like over here, which I mean, I'm grateful for that 100%, but it just shows you what people choose to direct their time and energy towards too. They don't.
No, yeah, 100%. Well, and the thing is too is that you kind of realize like if you're a stay-at-home mom taking care of kids, or you have a job, or I don't know, friends outside of YouTube, which there are people that are stuck at home, and I get that. So this is not directed toward any of them, but you can definitely tell with some of these creators that they don't have anyone outside of the internet,
Mhm.
right? And so that's how they have so much time to dedicate to, focusing on. Like there's a one of the women out there that doesn't. There's a cater. We call them caters, right?
Yeah.
Spent, and we'll talk about this, how they dedicate their life to recording every one of her Instagram lives. I'm like, what is wrong with you?
That's so weird to me. I've gotten to meet a lot of them. Very lovely.
Yeah, right, yeah. Just
They're huge nonsense fans, let's just be honest. They love Cuntessa so much. Because they legit would not like, and I did not have any intention of going back and forth with them, and I tried to get them to understand, look, you guys are on a completely different field. Like, we're not playing the same game here even. You
Yeah.
guys are talking about shit that I could care less about. I'm talking about facts. And because I would not overlook all of that stuff and throw that all to the wayside and go along with the narrative that they wanted to spin, and they still are continuing to spin, that she's at fault for all of this.
Yeah.
And it was, okay, we're going to attack her and get her to shut up because we think she's doing bidding for her. No, I've never had, like, we've had conversation now, but I just exposed my own messages that I was calling her names. Like,
Mm-hmm.
this is what people are not getting. Like, there has been a whole process of this behind here. And when they refuse to see what's right in front of them, they're the ones that look like the fools in the end.
Yep. Agreed.
You can only walk, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. That saying fits this so much.
Well, and if you try to get them to drink and they don't want to, you end up drowning the horse. I mean, it's just
right.
It just never gets in. It's never going to get in because, and that's when you start seeing that either somebody's got like really just kind of like a psychosis to it. But I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to diagnose anyone. But it's either a psychosis or there's an ulterior motive for refusing to see any of the actual evidence that's out there. And we ran into this a lot with the whole, like I call him Silverfish, right? Because I don't like using his name. Cringy McLobster roll, whatever, right? Because he would sit there and say something like, well, I never said that. And literally somebody like Menace to Sobriety or Nate the Lawyer or Uni or somebody would just go on Twitter and just drop the clip. No words, no commentary, just here's the clip of you saying exactly what you said you did not say. And people just ignore it. So, or they try to run some kind of narrative and add some kind of context that never existed. And so, it was kind of the same thing with Michelle and Uni and that whole bet because of what Michelle did with the whole gun thing, right?
Explain that, because that I do not understand what happened there and how that broke down. If you have time to explain that.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So Michelle had gone on one of Molly's live streams, right? And she was trying to show her the credit card, I guess it was, with like her, like some of the information blocked out or whatever. And in doing so, pushed it up on a table right next to a gun that she had on the table. And was tapping it and touching the gun and all this kind of stuff. And so Molly took it as a threat, which whatever. But Uni was saying you shouldn't have done that. Like that was wrong. You shouldn't have done that. That could imply something like you're completely wrong. And you did it on purpose. That's what it looks like. It looks like you did it on purpose to show the gun in the live stream. And so Michelle comes out and claims that no, this didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll bet you $5,000 that you can't prove that I did this, right? Or that I showed it that way. And so Uni goes, okay. And then she bumped it up to 10 grand. And Uni goes, okay. And he drops the clip in his community tab and says, and puts it out to everybody, puts it out on Twitter, come look at my community tab. I'll accept my $10,000 in a cashier's check, or some joke he made about how he would accept the bet, right? The reward. And she comes back and claims that he clipped the video to make it look that way. That
he altered it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. To make it look like a way to make her look bad. And it wasn't, because I remember seeing the live. I saw it. And
I think I have it, the video. I think I have it from Molly's side, actually. I'll look. Wow. But
And
what
I'm an avid gun owner. Here's the deal. Anytime I'm live streaming, and I don't really show my face anywhere, but the thing is, if I was live streaming, you're not going to see a weapon around unless we're having a discussion about weapons, which YouTube hates. So,
but Molly went and got hers the other night because she supposedly heard a couple taps on her window. The dog didn't bark. She didn't get up to look and see if it was a tree or the wind or one of the kids or anything. But she continues to live stream. She gets up and goes, I'm assuming, to wherever her room is or wherever they keep them, and then comes back and it's all this production. So again, like it seems so intentionally that they're doing this with weapons on their streams. Shock value? Is
I
that
don't know. Maybe what she heard tapping on the window was her guilty conscience.
could be, that could be, but it just seems like that would never be something like if let's say me and you are fighting, right? We're going back and forth at it on
Yep.
the internet. Your chances are in a completely different state than I am. But the first thing that I'm not going to do is go get a gun, stick it on the counter, or pew pew. I'll probably get flagged for that, but I don't care. I'm not going to go sit one on the counter and then, you know, as everything's unfolding and people are calling the cops, make sure that my camera sees that sitting on the counter, because in my head, well, again, I'm not in that head, but that just intentionally incites people to make phone calls and continue the BS.
And especially if you're in a contentious like conversation with somebody where you're yelling at each other back and forth and calling each other names or whatever, like that's the last thing you want on there, because I can understand where that would be like an intention, like, oh look, by the way, pew pew.
Yeah.
Right.
So weird. It just seems so weird because, again, thank goodness I can't get in their heads. Yeah, she did do the tapping on the window thing. I've got the whole video of that. That was, I just sat and like, see, I'm used to dealing with people like this on Facebook that have done similar things like this, that do this stuff, but usually they're pretty obvious and they don't put lipstick on and try to make themselves look any different. She comes off a little bit more polished than some of the ones that I'm used to dealing with, I guess is what I would like to say about it. But the manipulation, the games, all of it's the exact same. Every single bit of it. When you break it down, all of them maneuver. It might be different because of the situation or what they're doing, but they all have the same circle that they spin.
Yeah, it's the same playbook. It's just variations on the same plays. Because there's only so many ways you can do it. That's the thing. Is like it's not something that you have to be inventive in order to do. And that's why a lot of people do it, because it's lazy. Right.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. And especially for people who don't have enough wherewithal to actually create content. Yeah. That's why drama is so easy, is because if you took true crime the way others have broken it down and actually break down, what's going on in videos and things like that and have actual content, that's fine. But if you don't have the mental capacity to do that, as I don't think Molly or Michelle does, right? Then what's easy is that, well, I can scream and yell. Anybody can, right? I can throw a temper tantrum like a child. Super simple.
That's true. Yeah, they don't really make videos or anything. That's one thing I thought. I came to YouTube and instantly did videos because I thought that's what YouTube was about. Of course, my videos in the beginning are horrendous.
Everybody says that. Everybody says it,
It's just a process, though. You learn as you go. The voice changer for me was like horrible, but I was testing the waters on things too and seeing what was going to happen. Granted, I'd never expected it to go to this point ever, but I've never understood the whole thing of YouTube just allowing them to continue and continue and continue breaking terms of service over and over and over again when they're not even really creating content. They're just using the app to stream and profit off of their followers. Like it seems so easy to see, but I guess I don't know.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like people find it very easy to blind themselves to the truth of what's happening, because
it's an illusion.
Well, and it's like, well, I mean, the best way to describe it is like reality TV. Why do people watch reality TV, right? Because either there's something that you're missing in your life. I mean, that's why we watch all this stuff. Like when we watch like superhero movies or anything, is because there's some aspect that, that our life doesn't have at that moment. And that gives us like, either a break or, some kind of like excitement going on, right? That we don't have normally because most of our lives are boring. We go to work, we come home. I mean, it's great to have the kids and stuff, but it's like the daily routine becomes just very much mundane to an extent.
Yeah.
And so there's nothing wrong with that, but when you allow it to go too far is when you get into like the dangerous territory or the obsessive territory, right?
I think the piece of it for me too is they're basically magicians, right? So
Yeah.
it's basically like going and seeing David Copperfield, any of those people. You know that what they're doing, there's something behind it, right? There's more to it than what you're seeing.
Yes.
But
Yes.
the brain has a way of telling you, nope, this is what it is. There's all sorts of like actual processes that people go through when watching magic tricks or how they learn to pass this stuff off. It's basically the same thing, just flipped for what they're doing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
like
go ahead, sorry.
no, go ahead. That's all it is. It's like a magic trick.
Well, and part of what it is too, one thing I've found, like when we've been, going after these, is we've gone after people trying to do GoFundMe's for, I'm homeless, and it turns out they weren't. They were spending like 10 grand on DoorDash. People faking cancer, people faking lawsuits, people just all this kind of stuff, right? And part of what I've seen with some of these people that follow these people is that they are so afraid to admit that they were wrong, that this person duped them, and that they need to apologize because not only did they support this person who scammed people for their money, but they went out on Twitter and everywhere else and demonized others for questioning it.
Yeah.
And so for them, it's just easier to stay, dedicated to this lie than it is to sit there and say, you know what? Yeah, they duped me. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I have no problems doing it. And I'll say that all the time. I've said it on live on Unistream. I've said it on Twitter and everywhere else. If I was wrong about something, I was wrong. Sorry. But
right.
Some people just can't let it go.
There's a lot of them that can't. There's a lot of them that cannot take accountability for actions. And I understand that these people have a channel and they've worked hard for whatever, and they feel that they're going to take a hit by doing this. To me, it builds character and it builds trust with your following to take accountability for shit. And because right now, if I was in any of their followings, I'll be the first to tell you, I'd be looking at them like, you're really going to sit here and continue to act like none of this just happened and you weren't a part of it. Like, to me, that says a lot. To me, their actions and how they're trying to just skirt on past it says more about their character all day long than if they came out, apologized, said, I was wrong, or even they could say, these are the facts that we do know. I don't know any more than that. I'm sorry. I was misinformed. Also, like, there's so many ways that they could handle this that wouldn't be horrible for them, that they could own it and move on, but they're choosing not to. I don't know.
Right. And Catherine says her Patreons are desperate to belong to something. And I kind of get that. Like, I understand like the need to belong to something, but YouTube is so vast, you know? And even in the small little niche that, we're talking about now with these like, communities and stuff that we talk about, this is a minuscule part of the wholeness of YouTube. So you can definitely move on and find somewhere else to go. People have done that with Uni, right? We have people from all multiple communities that have joined the Discord, that have come up watching shows and stuff like that. And because they, felt disenfranchised by the places they were, but yet they were able to come and move somewhere else. And so, like we have so many variations of people on that fan Discord. It's amazing.
That's great. I love that people are kind of coming from all ends. I'm over here trying to figure out what community I'm trying to get away from. That's my only trying to figure out what community I'm accidentally dipping my toe in. On certain days, I'm like, okay, where did I end up here today? And how did I get here? And please get me the fuck out. That's more what nonsense has been trying to do the entire time, because I can't figure out. It's a whole new world. This is insanity. And you go from, you look at one and you're like, oh, that's terrible. But then you find the next one and they're even worse. It's not.
Well, and one of the things too, and this is kind of a sad point, is a lot of people get on YouTube and they forget that it's the internet, right?
Mhm.
And they make friends and they divulge personal information to people, or they have like their real names and their, which I don't recommend anyone ever go on YouTube and have your real name on there unless you're, prepared, because depending on where you step, somebody's going to take it, right?
Yep.
And but they get in there and then they end up making these friendships, or what they think are friendships, only to have this person turn on them because of clicks and views and donos, right?
Yep.
And oh, it makes me sad. But there's a lot, like I have a lot of like online YouTube friends that are actual friends and stuff like that, because we're not really content creators. We just hang around with the same content creator. And but even then, I've seen craziness happen. I wish people would just remember that this is the internet, right?
Yep.
It's not your neighbor next door. It's not Jobo down at the VFW. This is the internet. And sometimes it goes real life, and you can talk to each other in real life and switch numbers and stuff. But 9 times out of 10, you got to remember that there is a separation, because you have never really met these people.
That's one thing that I've had. I guess I don't trust anybody really. I just kind of have that blanket thing. I'm pretty open with people that I talk to quite a bit. Like I try to be open as I can. I've been lucky. I've actually made friends from the internet that I've met in person, and we are still amazing friends at this point in time.
That's awesome.
I have a couple other ones that I talk to every single day. They know everything about my life, but they moved from internet friends to like real life. These people are a part of my life, but that took years. That took years, and I've been through heartache, docs, like everything you can think of had done. I've
Yeah.
been through. So people come out here and they're looking for something to belong to, connect to, friendships. The pandemic, a lot of people felt isolated through that.
Oh
And
yeah.
unfortunately, they're buying relationships too. And those relationships are so toxic. It's sad.
And
Like,
that's crazy. That's what I heard Molly does. Like her mods have to be like a $50 Patreon or something like that.
yeah,
Become a
they're paying
patron.
for wrenches and a phone conversation. And that to me is so sad, because it just shows the lack of connection that people are able to have. And I get that some people have anxiety. So in life, or in real life, connections and stuff are harder for them because their anxiety prevents them from going out and meeting new people. I get that. But that also puts that person in a very dangerous position, because they're desperate for that connection, and they're willing to overlook a lot of dangerous things, in my opinion, that they're potentially a part of.
No, I agree 100%. And well, and part of like people don't, sometimes they overlook it, and sometimes they just don't realize, I think, that, there are people out there willing to take it really far, you
Yeah.
know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
And, oh,
have you gone through the whole thing of being drugged through everything? Do they leave you guys alone pretty well, or do
so they
they?
leave me alone pretty well. But then again, I'm not like super active on Twitter and things. That seems to be like the one place where they, like really want to attack people, like drag people through is Twitter. But for the most part, I've gotten left alone. But people in the community, no, not so much. Like Menace to Sobriety is one where he's been attacking like the lobster cult and all this kind of stuff. And so they'll come at him. They make claims against him and all this kind of stuff. They make claims against Uni. In fact, one of the first people to recently, within the last couple of years, to go after his service was Steve McCrae. Someone
Mm,
who is a fellow vet, right, decides that he's on a vet bash, and we've never questioned his service, period.
yeah, there's just
And
lines.
yeah, and then all of a sudden it gets brought up again. It gets brought up. It's um, like a broken record. Like every like 6 months to a year, people will bring that up, or they'll bring up some other craziness about him that is not true. And then you have people like Molly jumping on it and be like, "I'm going to do this," and then all this kind of stuff. And then you have people like LB, they did the same thing. She had a stream where she was bashing, Uni service and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, you've never heard that come from Uni's channel ever toward anyone. And you won't, because there's no reason to. These people do enough messed up stuff on YouTube and Twitter that you don't even need to talk about service. You don't need to talk about any of that kind of stuff, because
Right.
we have the clips for everything. Every time they've harassed somebody or bashed somebody, or I don't know, just lied on people. Like it's all there. Like there is a cornucopia, you know.
It's so weird. I think I missed so much of this because my experience with YouTube before was I'd come watch a video and then move on. I never really understood the depths of these communities, and I just came for a video and that was it. There was another person that I would watch, but would stream sometimes. And unfortunately, similar things happened to her. She's in active addiction and mental health. And the internet got a hold of her story and threw money at her, only making situations worse. And then trolls. I mean, it was horrible. It's nowhere close to what totally different kind of in ways, but similar, like very unstable people being thrown money at that just promote their crazy behaviors to only intensify. And the person at the end of the day that gets hurt is actually them, but unfortunately they're too sick to see it. That is a very similar situation to what is kind of happening in ways here too. But that was the extent of my like community involvement, I guess, on YouTube. So I never realized the background or the history of all of these channels and people. I have a hard time keeping up, making content, doing stuff on Facebook, trying to check messages, trying to keep track of who's doing what, who's saying what. Like, that's so much work in itself. I don't know how these people get into this much drama.
Agreed. And
I don't have enough time in the day. I mean, I could.
When you're talking about people, like the people we ran into where people are like tweeting out, God, what was it? Something like 30 messages a minute or something like that on Twitter, just like constantly, like, thousands of messages a week, right? And that's how obsessed these people get.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of like, you sound like, oh, there's no way, right? Then you go back and you take a look at their analytics, and especially if you do like the Wayback Machine and things like that, which captures all the stuff because people like to delete things. It's absolutely amazing and horrid to watch how obsessed these people get, and the fact that they are literally tied to their phones, tied to their computers, and all they sit there and they wait on Twitter for someone to say something, and he's like, hit the answer back, right? And it's really pathetic. Like, it's kind of sad. Like, it makes you feel like kind of like sad for them. You're just like, wow, like you really have no life.
And I get a bunch of, like, I get some amazing messages too. I will say that I think it's just, I feel very blessed because I get random nasty ones. Usually I post them. Some of them I just laugh and move on, but the majority of mine are followers that have something they've connected with, that I've said something. Most of them are pretty positive. I do get the ones, there's been a few, but a lot of them I've blasted, that will just go and go and go. Erica was one of those, and continue to spin and spin and spin. And I sit there and I go, at the end of the day, how does this benefit them? It doesn't, because they're doing this for the benefit of somebody else too. She isn't really gaining anything out of this besides attention from these bigger creators. And at the end of the day, those creators don't really give these people attention for doing all this either. Maybe in their inbox, but not publicly. They don't. I mean, they do what, I just can't understand what is fulfilling in doing this for them. I don't get it. Maybe feeling like they're a part of something. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. But there's some depths to some of these paths. Oh, his headphones are connected, I think.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
You're good. You're totally good. I'm trying. Oh, there's so many comments that I have no idea. Oh, wait. Somebody's claiming I got you. Am I making money again? Please tell me I started making money.
Wait, you got what?
I don't know. I don't know if somebody is saying that I'm making money off of this stuff or not, but I was just reading Nunya's comment. She said, nonsense has got you, since they claim she's making so much money on her non-monetized pages. They run with that over and over and again. Can they not see that I'm not monetized? I've never really figured that out, but can't people tell that I'm not monetized? Is that something public can see?
Not the way you can see it as a like your content as a content creator. No. But
Oh,
I think
so
they can
they
see
don't
that you
know.
can't. The one thing they can't tell is you can't send like super chats and things like that. So
True, but I guess some people have them shut off though too, and they're still monetized, right?
yes, yeah, they have the ability to be monetized, but they choose not to be. Yeah.
Okay, so that could send some people in confusion. I thought it was something that they could publicly see that I wasn't monetized, but that makes a little bit more sense. But no, I'm not monetized anybody. Her bail money and crowbar is the discussion. Okay. She wants a crowbar instead of a wrench. See, and that's the thing to me too. Is that something like how did uni select? How do you guys pick your mods? What happens there? That is so weird to me. Can you explain this to me?
I mean, in order to explain how people get modded and admin and all this kind of stuff, you'd have to understand how Uni's mind works. So let me get back to you, right? Like I literally was because he's got a production Discord and like a fan Discord, and so he spends most of the time in the fan Discord with everybody coming in. But I was literally in the production Discord and walked in one day and was a mod. Like I had no clue why. He didn't ask me. And the next day I walked in and I was an admin. And so the mods that he does on the live stream, a lot of times it depends on back when he used to stream like super late and early into the morning, a bunch of us, in the Western world were asleep. So he would end up modding people that were in the chat just to help them out, right? But yeah, no, the way he does it, like in the fan Discord, we kind of have we'll have like admin and mod meetings to kind of do it, but every now and then he'll just mod somebody. So
Do you guys have here's my thing. This is what I've always stuck to. So I don't have admins or mods on my Facebook page, nothing. I do all of my content on my own. Granted, people do send me clips and stuff, but everything that I've put together is mine. I've done it all myself. I don't have anybody else in my messages. And the reason for that is because I can't verify that what people send me in the inbox or things that people are sending is only seen by me if I add mods and admins because I have access to all that stuff. So let's say somebody sends me something personal and then they get doxxed. I have to take accountability for that because no matter what, at the end of the day, it would have came from my page. And these are people that I would have trusted to put in that. So since I don't trust anybody, I don't have any Facebook admins or mods. But I've always wondered how that works on YouTube because the wrench conversation always comes up so much. And I forced Amethyst and Nanya to have wrenches just like they don't really get a choice. I just started making them. I'm like, here you go. But then it seems like there's something more with it. Like a lot of people, if you have a wrench on a channel, I think people feel more comfort with it maybe or something that they're part of something.
Yeah, and people take it as like a what's a good way to put it? Like they take it as like a status symbol to an extent sometimes too,
okay.
right?
That's what I've been seeing too. Like a lot of people are like, oh, I need a wrench or I've got a wrench, or where's my wrench? And I'm always like, what the fuck? Give me
Yeah, but I mean, I've had people do this. It's kind of like let me name drop, right? Well, I have a wrench on like 37 channels, and I'm like, that makes you like the worst mod in history. Congratulations. There's no way you're modding 37 channels. Like, there's no way to do that.
Oh, can we talk about panel hoppers for a moment? I luckily have not gotten this yet, but there is one channel that I've been seeing recently pop up on every stream that for some reason pops up on my feed of suggested videos. And I cannot stand how she hops up on channels. She literally will sit there and talk about or interject her opinion constantly on things that she isn't knowledgeable of. And instead of popping up to give her opinion on something and then pop down, she just sits there. Does that happen a lot too? That's weird. Is there etiquette with YouTube?
Well, there definitely is, and a lot of it has to be determined by the content creator, right? So Uni has a rule that he won't let anyone up that he hasn't talked to in Discord before. For the most part, unless he knows they're another creator and he goes and watches them to make sure that they understand what they can and cannot say on YouTube, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah, because a lot of people want to get up there and it's fine. In fact, what he started doing is the Twitter live space. And he has the same rule with that as well, is that he's not going to let you up unless he's gotten to see you a couple times just to make sure that people aren't going to jump up and do craziness. But yeah, no, there is an etiquette. And 9 times out of 10, the etiquette is that you don't talk over each other, right? If you don't know what you're talking about, then don't go up there. I guess I don't.
Nunya, I'm not talking about you, actually.
That's
Nunya
funny.
says, I feel attacked. No, Nunya's been busy, so I have to mess. She doesn't even know who I'm talking about, I'm sure. But it seems like it seems like a thing of, and I don't know, again, because I'm new, I didn't know if it was a way of like trying to promote to me, it seems like self-promotion. Like they're trying to build their channel off of hopping on a creator that has more subs than they do or something and trying to interject themselves there. That's what I get from this person. But at the same time, she is, my understanding, a newer creator, and she's jumping on and sensationalizing the shit out of things. And it just makes me so like furious, because I'm like, oh, here we go. Another one of these ones in the creating.
Yep.
You can watch them build. It's crazy. I like some of the panels too. Some of the panels are great. I try to hop off as fast as possible on other people's pages. I don't know. It's weird to me.
Right, and I do the same thing. Like if I'm done talking or whatever, or it delves into a topic I have no idea on, unless I have a question, like I'm not gonna stick around. I'll stay in the live chat, but there's no reason to stay. And so I do actually have a question. So I got bits and pieces of what happened on Michelle's channel the other night, but apparently I got told that she handed off her passwords and somebody shared them with somebody, on some of her mods, and they took over her channel.
So last night, and this is, anybody in the comments can correct us too, because I know that a lot of these people probably watched every bit of it. From what I caught is things were going kind of south already.
Okay.
She came on fired up. She was already in a mood. Then something like, she was being called out by people in, I think they're the drama community. I might be wrong about where they belong, but they were calling her out on her poor behavior, attacking sick people, so on and so forth. So she was being called out. And then all of a sudden, like her mods, she started talking about politics, I think, what initially started, and being pretty offensive in ways to other people with other views. And so one of her mods said, I'm done. I stand with my people. I'm going to take off and leave. Another mod kind of went with that direction. And then there was a whole bunch of other stuff that happened. And then I popped back in to finding Michelle blaming Flava for blocking people. And at the same time, she's yelling and saying that I gave Flava my email and my password, and I gave it to other people too, but it's all Flava's fault. And then she's telling her other admin, Valentina, that she needs to give a wrench to somebody. And the Valentina chick mods the wrong Flava account, which somebody had duped Flava's account. So they mod the fake Flava account. So both accounts are modded. The one is going rogue and blocking people still. They block the real, or they take the wrench from the real Flava, if I'm right. And then Michelle was like, they're trying to do this, they're trying to do that, like freaking out. And she kept blaming Flava for it, when in reality, we all were watching all of it like break down in the chat of them hijacking her page, is what I was seeing.
Wow.
Flava, is that right?
That's just, wow, that's crazy.
That's why it's got to be set up. There's got to be somebody behind it was all too convenient, because I came live yesterday, called it a setup. Yeah. Other people were saying, that something wasn't sitting right here. And then the way it all has panned out since then, it's just it's very obvious. And maybe it's obvious because we're on this side of it. I don't know. But it's just very obvious.
I don't know, but like Conrad pointed out a good point. That's why Uni mods all the creators that come into his live stream, is so people can't duplicate their accounts, right? Like he looks at them and knows who they are, so he mods them. It's not because he wants them to do any mod action. It's also because it keeps people from timing them out that just don't like people. Gotcha. So you can't time out. Yeah, you can't time out. A wrench. So not that happens, but yeah, Nini's talked about this a couple times. He's like, because recently there has been a content creator that was mad at him because he gave a wrench to another creator that they didn't like. And he's
Okay.
like, I give a wrench to every creator. Even KJ had one at one time until she started getting a little crazy, and then she got it removed. Right?
That makes sense. I get that. I just learned that people usually have their cameras on and like flash each other something, you know, their fingers, their hands, their faces. And I'm like, oh, my camera is taped. So I've never even done that when I've popped on any face.
Oh, I've been on one where someone that they porn bombed it or
That's
prawn bombed it.
That's what I've heard people do that too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's weird to me, all of it. That makes a lot of sense though. I figured there was more to it with some people of why they mod certain people. And again, this is not against anybody. Maybe one of these days you'll all wake up with wrenches when I get in a mood, and then you can all start blocking each other and having a free for all. That would be freaking hysterical.
Well, I wanted to give a high five to Flavor because I heard there was a rogue mod that banned over 100 people, and that takes some effort.
Yeah, that's not an easy thing to do, is it?
That's not like athletic. That's some athletic endurance banning people right there.
That's called the exercise. Well, you guys can't see me, but I'm doing the little thumb or finger thing where they pick their nose. Exercise. That's strong fingers on that block button, I tell you what. Nate the lawyer really isn't a mod. I don't know who Nate the lawyer is. I have to tell you guys that. I'm going to sound like a dumb butt, but I really don't know who that is.
Nate the lawyer is just he's a lawyer from New York, and he does like legal breakdowns of different lawsuits and stuff like that. And he got real big because he covered the U.S. women's lawsuit against the U.S. like soccer organization because of pay and all this kind of stuff. And recently, God, what's the guy's name? The guy that was like doing the bot sentinel for Amber Heard. Him and Nate have gone after each other, and Nate is suing him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So what's his name? Boozy? Yeah.
I'll have to look at him up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Boozy. Yeah, the channel's called Nate the Lawyer. If you like really good breakdowns that aren't super long, Nate does a great job. He's part of the whole Lawtube, like him and like Rakita and all those guys. And he's doing very successful. He's doing a really great job at it. But then he just got wrapped up in this whole thing with Boozy and Bot Sentinel. And he's actually so one of the things I'll say about this is that we are always talking about like how you can have a fundraiser with transparency. So Nate has done one to help pay for the lawsuit, right? And to see if people wanted to help. So he said, all right, if you want to help, you can send it here. It's like it's an account that's going to be solo by itself that goes straight to paying, and I'm going to show you receipts. The first thing he did was have a stream where he came on and said, okay, I'm going to show you guys where the first $5,000 of the money you donated is gone. He's got like 30 grand so far, or 30 plus. And he said, okay, the first $5,000 went to here, here, and here. And here are the receipts. Here's my lawyer. Because one of the things that was so funny about the whole Molly thing is like, well, we can't tell you who the lawyer is for Letitia because it's doxing the lawyer. What?
What
is that? That don't even make sense. We even doxing. He's the lawyer. If this goes anywhere in public, you can't dox a lawyer. And the one thing Nate did was like, hey, here's my lawyer. Here's his webpage in New York. He's one of the best lawyers. And his lawyer jumped in the live chat.
Oh, right on.
And so that was one of the big things that like stuck out as like a red flag when we were looking at this fundraiser is that they're like, well, we can't tell you who the lawyer is that she picked up because it'll dox him. Nope, sorry. Don't work like that.
I've heard about him now that you've explained a little bit more. I've heard this mentioned, but I don't. I've never watched Nate the Lawyer. I'm gonna have to go check him out. I wish that
definitely.
Have you guys talked to him about this? And maybe you don't want to talk about this on stream either, but I just wonder what somebody in the legal profession would even say about this story, like it's been done, and what avenues this could potentially go down.
I know. So the thing is, Nate obviously has like his channel is like, God, right next to, I want to say like 300,000 subs.
Oh, he's huge. Okay.
Yeah. And so, but then here's the thing. I love Nate because Nate will still jump into the discords, right? Like our discords and stuff, because we've been following him for a long time. And people like in the live chat, like Spackle and stuff have known him for years. He still jumps in and chats with people. Like he'll still like when he gets time, because he's got a family too. He's got kids, he's got a wife, and he actually has a profession. I think he's pretty much made YouTube his main profession right now, but he still does stuff outside of YouTube. And so, but he still takes time to jump in and say hi to us and see what's going on. And if people have questions, he'll answer them. Like, he's a really great guy.
See that I'm gonna have to go over there and just check him out because it's hard to find. I'm really noticing that it is hard to find good creators with integrity and, just and I don't have to agree with somebody on everything. Like, I am totally okay with absolutely picking and choosing what I like out of certain content creators and the rest of it just leaving it as it is. You're not going to like everything about everybody, but I'm finding it, and it's probably just because of what's suggested because of where I'm at currently. But I am not finding much. I'm finding more of the tragedy vultures than anything else. And it becomes really disheartening because you're like, this can't be what everybody has decided is the right thing to do. And it just feels overwhelming.
Well, one thing I always liked about Nate's perspective on things is that he'll make a video and say, okay, I'm going to give you the law, right? This is what the law says. This is what the case has done. These are the papers that were filed. But in the end, I'm leaving it up to you whether or not you think this was, a good decision, bad decision, a good lawsuit, bad lawsuit, right? Like, he doesn't tell you this is what I think. Now, every now and then when he comes in, I'll be like, Nate, like, off the books or whatever, hypothetically, like, what do you think about this as far as it being good or bad? But on his channel, he pretty much says, no, this is what it looks like. This is what the judge says, and this is why he said it. But in the end, I'm going to leave it up to you to decide what you think about it, right? I'm not going to tell you what to think about it. And so it's just a really good channel.
That's great. I'm going to go check it out for sure because that needs to be more content like that. I love that though too, that he, this is the law, and because that's where speculation goes way too far out here is what I'm seeing, and people start using their speculation and trying to twist and turn a lot of the laws in these stories, and it's like, wait, that can't even be possible though, can it? Like I just sit and go, huh?
Well, and then you'll have people that come out, and we've seen this, multiple times. They'll come out and their excuse, like somebody will come out and say, well, I think this person's going to lose because of, this, that, and the third. And they'll come out and say, well, you just don't understand the law, but yet don't explain, okay, so if I don't understand it and you understand it so well, prove me wrong, right?
Right. And that's where a lot of them won't, though. They'll just, oh, no, you're wrong. Yeah. But they won't give you any other context because they have nothing to base that on. They just run with it because somebody else heard it.
Yeah.
Or said it.
Yep.
Oh, or they did a video on LB. Well,
sorry, go ahead.
Nate did a video on LB.
I don't know. I have to go check.
I have to check that out. Go ahead.
Was it recent, Conrad?
That'd be interesting.
No, Emily D. Baker is another great one to check out. She's awesome. She lives in Tennessee now, but she was a lawyer from, I want to say, Los Angeles, and she was a DA. And Nate was a DA as well. Nate has been a cop, a DA, and just like a personal lawyer. And so he has a great, like, well-rounded aspect. And so does Emily D. Baker. She's a great channel to watch.
Somebody called me Emily one day, and I got to laughing because whoever it was like trying to insult me off of it. And then the next comment was like, that's absolutely not even possible because Emily is way smarter than this person. And I'm sitting over here at the time, like, who the hell is this person even? So I had to go like search who they were talking about. And I'm like, they're comparing me to some huge YouTube lawyer. Get out of here. Like, they have really ran with shit.
And the funny thing was, Emily has been around for 10 years, right? She just only recently, within the last couple of years, got real big. She had a podcast for the longest time. And then I want to say it was partially, it had a lot to do with the whole Toddy KJ lawsuit. I think that's when I found her, was when she was covering the whole Toddy KJ lawsuit thing. And she just grew from there. Of course, she's done, Depp Heard trial, just everything going on, and plus other things. And so she's a really great channel to watch as well.
I'll have to check her out more in depth because I just glanced at it and figured out what she was. And then I was like, you guys are out here just throwing stuff anywhere, like claiming I'm anybody. Some of the names I've been called have been hysterical. Because some of these
KJ, obviously because of the voice changer, you must be Katie. I remember that.
Yeah, that was Katie. I'm still Katie to a lot of them.
Well, Well, I can say right now, 100%, having talked to both of you, you are not Katie.
Yeah, no, never. And I can understand, like I broke it down and said, I can understand similarities here, here, and here, or things like that. We're also, I think a lot of us are in similar age groups. So the generation, the lingo, stuff like that is similar on some stuff. So I can understand pieces of it, but then they've called me blow hard Betty. They've called me um, they've called me Emily. They've called me you. They've called me Justin. They've called me Elle.
Wow.
Anybody and everybody. I mean, just the most random people though too that I'm like, I've never heard of anything about this person, or it's funny.
That
That's
is
my quip.
well, and that's part of the obsession that we talk about, right? Like, so anybody who disagrees with them or agrees with the person they don't like maybe just even in like a small aspect, like, yeah, I don't like the majority of what this person does, but in this right here, you're wrong. Like they were okay with this, or it's fair use, or whatever. They're like, well, that can't be a real person. That must be a sock account.
Yeah.
And you're like, what?
Is there a way to tell a real profile from an alt on YouTube?
So the only thing you can do, like your mods had this ability, and YouTube brought it back, is that you can actually, whenever they scroll over the person's name in the live chat, there's like the three little dots on the right side. They can
Mhm.
click on them dots and should be able to now go to their channel to see if it's a new channel, an old channel, if it's got videos, if it doesn't. And so that's what we used to do. And then YouTube took it away for a while, but I'm pretty sure they brought it back.
But that still doesn't prove if it's a real account or not, right? Because I even have an old account from like 5 years ago that I've never used that's sitting there. Granted, it's my name, but there's no viewers on it or anything. And I would just have to change my name on it, right? And then
Yeah.
is there
Well,
any way
it's
you
for
can tell?
randos. For randos, it's going to be hard because some people are new to YouTube or whatever. They hear about it and they become new, and their channel's going to be new. A lot of it is for like if they come in under, depending on what they say, like how their verbiage is and things like that. If it's like a brand new channel, you can probably think it's probably a sock account. Especially if they have like these fake accounts that take, like, say for example, there was like another nonsense or none of your business that came in and was like talking like completely opposite of the way you normally do, right? Click on it and be like, oh, this account was created yesterday. Got it.
Wow.
Sock account, right?
Yeah, I'm waiting for that to happen. I've been waiting. There's a lot of Nunyas that have popped up after that are like spelt a little bit different or something. And I catch those and I'm like, hey, you got buddies. But I yet have
Yeah.
seen another well, there will be. I'm sure there's a few out there. But that's fine. They can do whatever. I mean, they're just gonna be, if they're gonna go talk shit to somebody in their channel, they're gonna bring that person over here and I'll just tell them that they're silly too.
Yeah, no, 100%. And that's part of it, is because they want attention, right?
Yeah.
So, don't feed the strays.
Exactly. Don't feed the trolls. Somebody said, Julie goes, you are not Katie. I know this because I am. I think that made a lot of them mad too, because instead of us getting really offended by them, calling me Katie or anybody, like they were throwing it at everybody and you must be Katie's mod. So everybody started doing those little check-in things. And a lot of people even changed their profile pictures that today I'm marked safe from being Katie, or
Yeah.
from Molly doxing me, or like they did all of that. So instead of getting a reaction and pissing everybody off, everybody made a joke out of it and ran with it the other way. And I think that only infuriated them more.
Well, and it's funny because when you look at this grand scheme of things, like most of us, if they try to like tack or whatever, we're just kind of like, okay, right? And they're the ones that get really mad. They're the ones that take everything personally all the time.
Yeah.
You're attacking me. Well, no, I just said that you were wrong. It's not an attack. Calm down.
It's so weird. And I don't like, it's so hard for me to put Katie in the realm that some of these people would even care, because some of them act like they are in the true crime or anything genre. And then Katie's content is mostly reality TV and stuff like that. And they're just not even similar in what they like, anything. So it seems really weird to me that they're so obsessed with it. I don't know.
Yeah, and like I said, the obsession makes no sense to me either, because I don't think I could ever be that obsessed with somebody I've never met.
Yeah,
And
I didn't like her to the point that some of these people don't like. Granted, some of these people might have personal experiences with her, and they may have some place where that comes from. So I'm not going to discredit their feelings completely, but it seems very, very twisted and not logical when they're asking you to overlook the logic right in front of you and believe what they're saying just off of zero basis. Like that becomes an obsession and not based on what the creator has done. It just becomes about being obsessed with no matter what this person does, we're going to twist it and blame them. That discredits them in so many ways. It's not helpful for their cause, in my opinion.
Well, and there's two aspects of this that I've seen, because we've been covering like the KJ stuff since. So the way we got started into that was the whole. I don't know if you like talk about Silverfish and all this kind of stuff, and the whole NSS channel thing, was how we got into the KJ stuff, because that's what led to Silverfish attacking her for 2 years, right? And so we got into the whole KJ stuff, and the one thing I learned about the Caters throughout the years is that it's like two things. There's a jealousy of her being so popular, right? And two, some point in time, she didn't acknowledge them for whatever reason. And I'm not talking about the people that criticize Katie and the ones that are sitting there saying, like, I disagree with the way you pursued this story. I'm talking about the ones that, like I said, record all her Instagrams, make fun of her looks, all this kind of stuff. It comes down to either she made you upset because she didn't respond to something, that you said, or she didn't like what you said or whatever, or there's like an actual jealousy over the fact that she has grown a lot. You know what I mean? That's where a lot of the hate comes from.
It seems so displaced too. It seems so randomly displaced.
And it is. It's just kind of like, why her? Like, I mean, someone who has, I mean, I can understand like not liking the method someone uses in order to do things, but you're taking it as if like she had done this personally to you. And it wasn't towards you. It wasn't toward anyone around you, anyone you even know, right? I can understand like if she had gone on some, we'll take the Marvon case, right? So she's on the Marvon case. If you're upset with her because like that's your family and you're mad at her for this, okay, yeah, I can understand being mad at her over this. But when you're living in bumfuck nowhere and you have no connection to this case whatsoever, you just don't like the methods in which she did things, like it's just weird to get that fucking invested.
It's weird because they want to criticize her for all of this stuff, right? But then people doing the exact same thing. Like to me, what they're calling her out for, we're watching other people do currently, and they excuse that, but want to criticize her, and she's completely out of the story. That's where I get so lost too.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't, there's nothing about it that fits that she is to blame for this. Like, you can blame her for things she said. And I mean, she's taken accountability for stuff she said and things she shouldn't have said and facts she didn't have and stuff like that. But she at least owned part of it. These other creators aren't owning any of it. And they're still focused on making it a Katie thing.
Yeah. Yep. No, 100%. And like, it's like the whole thing with, what's a good recent one? So the Todd Chrisley lawsuit against Katie, right? So recently that lawsuit has been mediated, right? It no longer exists. They've agreed not to talk about each other. There's I'm assuming an NDA signed, and everyone's they got mad at Union because Union came out and said, well, KJ won. Like, I mean, like she didn't win because like legally, yes, in a mediation, no one wins. It's split 50-50. You agree upon the terms and you go your separate ways, right? But the thing is that what Todd and all these others that were supporting them, the Caters supporting them, they wanted her wiped off social media, right? Erased from social media. And that didn't happen.
That's what they were hoping the Todd lawsuit would accomplish too.
Any lawsuit that comes after KJ, they want whoever it is sooner to like take her channels, like get all her stuff suspended and everything. And it never happens. And
so then it's like they get intensified for the next one and amp it up even more. There's messages and the Erica stuff that was sent to me. Erica told me, and granted, I don't know, most of what she said was not true, but and I heard it from more than just Erica. Of course, it could have been Erica and her 18 alts, but and that's not a joke. I have to say that because it's really not a joke. It could be, but multiple people sent me messages stating that a group of people were trying to get together and help Letitia, give Letitia money to actually go after and sue Katie. Like they were trying to encourage her to, for I don't know. And that's where the civil lawsuits and the civil lawyers were getting brought into this too, was in regards to a lawsuit against Katie. And that threw me because I was like, but I've got text messages that shoot all of that down, like every single bit of it. And my understanding is Letitia kept saying no, she wasn't going to do that. So at least, I mean, that's what I was being told. Again, who knows what's true, but I just find that to be so odd that they were. And then I do have screenshots again from Erica, and they're in that text messages that it's Letitia's husband in Katie's comments, kind of almost, I wouldn't say it's a threat, but paraphrasing it, I would have taken it as we might be going a legal route of some way, shape, or form. And that just seems to be kind of fitting in that. So again, are they trying to use anything to make another lawsuit against her in hopes of getting her taken off the internet? Seems kind of something suspect.
Well, and honestly, at this point, with some of the things I've seen now, I can't comment on like the 7M Shin stuff because that's a little bit outside of what, we were looking at. But like with Todd, because obviously Todd Chrisley was, in a bit of legal trouble during the time that the whole KJ thing popped up, right? Because she was reporting on him. And he has these other legal issues that he's having to, I'm assuming, trying to get a retrial for and stuff like that when it deals with his federal crimes that were levied against him. So it was another distraction, right? Other people that have tried to sue her, and I think in the future are using it as a way to make money because there's enough people that don't like her that they're willing to throw a couple thousand, upwards of like, $5,000 to $6,000 to somebody, for some lawsuit that may never happen. So it's a good way to make money, sue KJ, because you're going to get people supporting you.
Yeah, see that true crime dime. It actually, no, it was about Katie. They were trying it 100%. There is information floating out there. And we've got text messages from Letitia and Wynette and stuff too that back that up too. There's more to this than people are realizing. There was a whole group of anti-Katie's when they thought that Katie was in control of my channel. Well, a lot of them still think that, and that I'm Katie somehow. I don't even have a clue, but we'll just go with it. But they still are on that. Like they are so hell-bent on watching that fall that they will overlook everything else. So, yeah. I mean, but here's my thing. I have never came at Molly trying to silence her, take her channel. Like I just want the facts. I want her to tell the truth. That's it.
Yeah.
I could care less if she has a channel because I can block. I mean, we have the power of doing that, but telling the truth because she is hurting families. Her behavior is dangerous. If you guys want to talk about somebody else's behavior being dangerous, why can't we talk about this other person? Why are you trying to silence us from talking about somebody that's just like what you're talking about? That makes no sense. If you're going to stand in your beliefs, stand firm in them across the board.
Yeah.
Not just what fits your narrative.
Well, it's like nowadays, like everyone on YouTube has become so litigious, right? That they're just like looking to sue everybody. Well, oh, you defamed me. Like defamation is the new like buzzword, right? And it's crazy.
Yeah, the lawsuits. Yes, it's been Uni that she's been trying to say all along that she was going after. She keeps calling him. What does she call him? Katie's pansy.
Yeah.
Patsy.
Yeah, Katie's Patsy. Yeah, which is hilarious because obviously she's never watched the interaction between them two.
Yeah, so. She obviously hasn't heard what Uni says himself.
Yeah. Yeah, and he repeats it. And Katie gets mad at him for saying it. It's so funny.
I just don't get it. Like they're not even understanding that they lose their whole fight when they refuse to see that we're doing the exact same thing that they're fighting for. It's just another person that is exactly the same is what they're claiming. Like if they're honestly in this for the reasons that they say they are because of things that have happened, like they claim, again, I'm not claiming this because I don't know, but if they're saying that she's done all of these things, we're proving that this other one is doing all of these things.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the difference?
Well,
I-
and the thing too, I think with the accusations is that all these people, especially when you have this like great obsession, right? Is you'll naturally build an echo chamber.
yeah.
Okay. And the funny thing is, the Uni fam has been accused of being an echo chamber and all this kind of stuff. Well, jump in the Discord. Uni puts the link out there. Feel free to jump in and watch us all argue with each other. Like I've argued with Uni more times than I can count. And he's like, and he'll say it on stream. He's like, I know Navy, you don't agree with me on this, but you know,
I've
I'm
heard
like,
him do
yeah,
that.
you know,
I've
it's
heard him do
true.
that.
But they sit in Discords and or Google Hangouts or whatever with an echo chamber that they just all kind of like it's like a circle jerk of
Yep.
motivating each other, right?
Well, and I get that over here some too. Like people are like, yeah, go nonsense, which I love it at times because I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna chew somebody's
Yeah.
ass today. Yes, let's go team. Like sometimes it's fun. But at the same time, I don't want people just to agree with me. I want people to make their opinions based off facts because it's so much better. And then you have open dialogue. Like my chat, I love watching people interact when I can catch up on chats because they don't agree. And then they talk about why they don't agree. And usually one or the other says, oh, I missed that part, or they
Mm-hmm.
learned something new. But it's also based on adults being willing to learn and change their opinions based off of facts,
Yeah.
and other people who are just closed off and will never change their opinions. Ooh, somebody's got squeaky breaks out here.
Well, the funny thing is, the Holy Spackle's in live chat right now, and her and I have had multiple discussions where we don't agree on pretty much anything, but we have great adult discussions about it, and we're great friends because of it. Because we can disagree on religion and politics and everything, but we don't yell at each other, and we don't live in an echo chamber.
Oh man, I can never talk about religion on here. That is something I will someday, but that is something for me that is just, and I'm not atheist or anything like that. I just was raised in a cultish, I guess you would
Yeah.
call it, very much so. And
Oh
I
yeah.
have a lot of trauma due to religion. So religion was something that I was always strongly, strongly interested in. And I'm always, I guess I would say, interested in learning more people's beliefs and understanding more people's beliefs. But those conversations can be deep and triggering for a lot of people too.
Well, and part of it is, and that's the reason why you have to enter into discussions about these things because, like sex, money, religion, like, all this kind of stuff are these like very like, high emotional topics. Okay.
Yeah.
And so that's when you have to be smart about who you enter into a discussion with, because I've had discussions with people about very touchy topics where I knew the moment it got there, I was like, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I know where it's going to lead. Right. And
Yeah.
it's not going to lead to me or you having any kind of productive discussion. It's going to lead to name calling. And then I'm just gonna be like, well, whatever. And I'm going to bounce. So, but the one thing is, and one thing I love about the people I've met since I've known Uni is that there are people who are adults. I guess it's a good way to put it, just adult about it, where you can have civil discussions and disagree. And maybe you don't walk away with, changing anybody's mind, but that's not really the point. The point was that you're able to have this civil discourse.
Yeah. That's huge. And I think communication, we're seeing a breakdown in communication. People are getting more as technology advances, it shuts off more one-on-one interaction, I think, or human interaction. So
Yeah.
people's communication skills are also starting to fail, I think, some. And through the internet, you can't tell tone, you can't tell context on a lot of things. Like there's a
Yeah.
lot of open-ended ways that are left for interpretation. And if you are not very clear, it can be turned and twisted many different directions. And so like for politics, you can have the best intentions of broaching a conversation and trying to be inclusive to everybody and say one wrong thing and leave it open-ended, and people will take it and go every single direction but what you intended
Yeah.
it for.
Well, and that's the thing. So you come in and you just say, "Oh, I'm going to discuss this," right? And you have to be kind of specific because the problem is when you come in broad, that's that's when the issues come up, because they're like, oh, well, you mean this overarching? No, what I meant was, let me define what I'm talking about, right? So based on this specific political topic or this specific religious aspect, because these topics are so in depth that there's no way you can just talk about politics, right? There's no way you can just talk about religion.
Right.
You have to talk about specific aspects of each one, and otherwise the conversation is going to get lost.
Yep.
People are going to misunderstand, and so you have to be very careful by how you broach these subjects.
Yeah. Or if you're like nonsense, you just say, fuck everybody. I'm staying out of all of it. The thing is like, I love conversations like that because there's always something you can take away from them, no matter what opinion you go in with. You don't have to change your opinion, but you can always learn from these conversations, no matter which way they go. There's always a teaching moment in everything with it. I love the creators that have no filter and just say what they say, and they are 100% politically incorrect at all times, and they'll never be anything more than that, because that shows that that's just who they are. Like, exactly that's who they are. The ones that I get a little iffy around are the ones that are like the Molly, all of that stuff, is they tell you one thing, and then they do another, and you think you're supporting this, but in reality, they're not even sure of where they land with things. So it changes from moment to moment. So you don't really know what you're supporting. I'd rather
move the goalposts. They constantly move the goalposts.
Exactly. Exactly. I'd rather watch somebody that's completely just, I mean, granted, I don't watch them, but I'd watch the train wreck of them being who they genuinely are and standing firm in their beliefs, no matter what that is, versus somebody that constantly switches it up to manipulate a situation. Does that make any sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. And the thing is, like, when they start doing that, that's when you have to start looking for the motivation behind that, right? Because 9 times out of 10, there's an ulterior motive for changing the narrative in such a way that you're not allowed to keep up, and it makes, like, they keep trying to make it look like you don't know what you're talking about.
That's what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Perfect example. Yep, that's exactly. And they've been throwing all those topics in there too. If you think about it lately, those have been conversation pieces that they've brought up, and all of this stuff is those very triggering conversations.
Yeah.
And it's a way to also control your followers too, because it makes people uncomfortable, and it will kind of silence certain people and kind of put people back in line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It kind of puts people back in line and reminds people that that is the person that runs the show, and you are just there to follow their lead.
Yeah. Well, they also have things called secret evidence, right? That's what I love looking at the Molly stuff and some of the other things that we've seen. Well, I have the evidence, but I have to send it to you. Well, if it's transparency on something you're doing, why not show everybody?
I don't get that either. Or they will be selective about what they show you to. That's something that's irritated me all along with this.
That's not transparency. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not transparency. If you are selectively going through, like when I did those messages, I was like, okay, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to go through, and it's going to be a screen recording from start to finish, including dates, everything that was said, everything. I don't care who it makes look like an ass. We're talking about transparency. If we're going to be transparent, you're going to see it all. And that's what I provide. And then I made sure that I was able to link, if you're transparent, it really is not that hard.
In fact, it's easier to be transparent because you don't have to keep up with the lie. If you're transparent and honest about things, it's so much easier. But that's how you know that. And when this whole thing started with Molly and Letitia, like, Uni and I and the Uni fam, like, started looking at this and going, yeah, no, I smell the red flags from here. Just based on what they're doing, based on their reactions to things and stuff like that, and I get that we've exposed ourselves to these type of people for a long time doing these kind of things. And like you said, like, the pattern repeats itself. Like, there is no new way to scam, right? And so we just started seeing it. And that's why I understand why others, like, came out and said, well, I don't know if it's really a scam or not. And we're like, I get it. Like, I understand. This is my opinion on it, but it's just because of my experience. But as things have progressed, I see people starting to be like, oh, that don't look right.
It 100% does not look right. That's, and that's the thing too. Like, I was careful of what I called it at first, because everything was evolving so much. Like, I would start thinking, okay, this fits here. And then I would sit on it for a while and just try to process it, which was a blessing and a curse at the same time. Like I was sitting on stuff because I couldn't figure out how it fit in or where it fit or who was doing it. So I would end up sitting on stuff. And then thankfully I had, because another piece would come out and I'm like, oh shit, this is the piece of this that was missing. And then I would present it. But it's been like that all along. It's been working backwards.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, one of the things too that we kind of look at is that as people come out, especially when you and I were looking at the whole Molly Golightly stuff with Letitia, is that we're like, we get that you don't understand where we're coming from, and I understand it, but just be patient. Watch it evolve, and as it starts to evolve, you're going to see that even someone who has never been exposed to a fraudulent GoFundMe or a fraudulent, fundraiser is going to start being like, yeah, no, I'm a normal person. That's pretty logical, and that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, and it does fall into that place, and that's why I think, because most people with common sense or logic now are seeing these videos be done, and they're like, oh yeah, like that's easy to detect. Like we can see it because now more stuff has fallen in line. But the further we go with that, the further they try the distractions too. It's just been very interesting to watch it all play out.
The distractions are another one of the red flags, right? So all of a sudden, when people start questioning things and you lose your temper and start accusing people or threatening to dox people, and then the next day, it's like time for something completely different. Oh, really? Why? Why is it time for something completely different? Did you mess up? Did you make a boo-boo? Right?
Yeah, and that's, the family, if you think about it, and this is what I'm stuck on, and I've been stuck on it, is we saw this urgency. They came to social media with this need to see Marvon for legal assistance, for, travel expenses. There was such an urgency. They went and visited. They still continued with the urgency. Keep going, keep pushing. Granted, we were all sitting here going, exactly what are they pushing for? We don't know. Where's this money going? Then they came out, said that there was a court order. It was all taken care of. Basically, the legal was involved. They still kept pushing and saying, she needs to see her son. All she wants to do is see her son, which she'd already been there. But then it came to an abrupt, and there was no change in anything. Granted, they started a story off a poem that he was moved home.
Right.
And then sent back to a nursing home, which there's no proof or fact base to. But that was basically the end of it. And then it was like, oh, we can't get updates. Oh, we don't know where he's at. Oh, it was a quick stop. So we know that their story has not changed. They've gone with the same narrative. So the only other thing that explains why the quick shift in them is because, oops, we're getting caught in our boo-boos.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
That's the thing. So a lot of people came over when Uni started covering this, and what I wish, and I hope people are seeing it now that they didn't see before, is that this had nothing to do with Marvon. And what do I mean? What I meant was that it had to do with a YouTuber doing another fraudulent fundraiser. Okay.
What?
And it wasn't about like trying to whether or not Dre was a bad person or what really happened to Marvon and all this kind of stuff. That was not part of it at all, right? Uni covered it a little bit because it was a hot topic. So he was like, hey, there's this new thing going on, this new aspect that happened in the true crime community with Dre and Marvon, but he barely even touched it. It wasn't until the fundraiser started coming that they're like, oh, this looks like a fraudulent fundraiser. Let's take a look at it. It had nothing to do with justice for Marvon or anything, but people kept coming in the chats being like, well, what about Marvon? Or you're just doing this because you're feeding off Marvon? No, they had to do with the fact that if they hadn't run that fundraiser, Nini would never have talked about it again, ever. Never have talked about Molly probably or anything else. Maybe as a problematic YouTuber, but not, gone into it the way we did. We literally just looked at it from that one aspect alone, right?
Yeah. And there's a lot to that aspect if you look at it from that way, and in many hands. The one thing that the creators keep saying is they have nothing to do with this, but that's not true, because if you look at it from a fundraiser perspective, they accepted money on behalf of this person. and then they forwarded that money to Letitia.
And how sketchy is that? Like, I mean,
Yeah, and
I'm sorry.
you can't do that and then say you don't have nothing to do with this. What?
Yeah. Well, and even if, so here's the thing, even if you are a content creator who, let's say, for example, that Letitia had just a Cash App and that was it, right? And you went out there and you promoted it, right? And then you find out later on that she lied about why she was using the money. Okay. Wouldn't you feel obligated as a content creator to come back to your fans and be like, listen, guys, I'm sorry, but she was a liar. I didn't see it coming. Like, I apologize. You can ask for refunds and all this kind of stuff, but I have found information that she has not done with the money what she said she was going to do. Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's really not that hard. Yeah, maybe you have to eat crow for a little bit, but the thing is, though, is that being a good person trying to help somebody and then eating crow later on is not that big of a deal compared to being a scammer and continuing the scam.
I have been stuck there on why they take the road, because they're making choices. These big creators, we talked about that a little bit yesterday too, about how, you know, again, the big creators, circling back to it, isn't going to do a whole lot of good, but it would. It still is showing transparency to their followers, that they give a shit about their followers.
Yeah.
And that, hey, I'm sorry, I encouraged you to donate or support this because this is the information I was given at the time. This is what my opinions were. This is why there's so many ways that they can do this that makes them look like good human beings for taking accountability for encouraging something that they were misled on. It's not that hard, but they refuse to do it. And therefore, their credibility, in my opinion, is shit.
Yeah, no, and then you start questioning why. Why would they double down? Why would they keep this going when it's pretty blatantly obvious that it did not go where it needed to go? Either show transparency and correct the record, right? Which you can do, and they'll be like, okay, no, I understand. Like, I get it. Like, you messed up, but like, I'm not going to stop talking to you because, you know, you had a little hiccup. We all had those. But when you double down and start attacking people, then you're like, what is really going on here?
Yeah. And they not only double down, they triple down, quadruple down. Yeah. They have just gone and gone and gone the further we go, because they have to. They have nowhere else to go but to the drama or a distraction, because they're backed into a wall with the facts, in my opinion.
And now all the links are coming together, right?
Yep.
You start seeing like all the connections, why things happen at a certain time, why everyone's like, oh, this is crazy, this is happening. And you're like, oh, no, now it makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think the more people start to see them play their cards, I guess, is how it goes, the more I hope come to light and say, oh, thankfully, there's a lot that will continue to push this because it's just fun and entertaining for them, which is fine. Yeah. There's always those ones that will continue to do that. But the more I hope more come around.
Well, and the thing is that what you'll see is that it's so funny to watch them try to explain the lies. Right?
Their excuses with more lies to cover their lies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they know one thing, because like I said, they're not dumb, but the one thing they do know is that they had to have a distraction because they can no longer answer these questions. So they're going to have to go to something else. And a lot of times when it comes to like Molly and Michelle and all this kind of stuff, as long as it's drama, then a lot of the fans just want to see drama, which is fine. Like, I understand drama is drama. Like, we have an entire section of, cinematic, aspects and books and stuff dedicated to drama. So I get it, but it doesn't excuse the skeezy behavior.
Not at all. Yeah. And I think there's such a, people don't expect anything more out of certain creators too. I think there's, there's a level of like, this is just what they're going to get. They're kind of used to it. This is what they expect, and unfortunately they don't have any higher expectations of those certain people, but that's a reflection of who that creator is, because they've shown time and time again, this is just who they are. So I think certain people just start accepting that and being like, oh yeah, I know it's all a bunch of bullshit, but I'm still going to entertain it because I get a laugh out of it, or whatever the case may be. So there'll always be those people that, just accept it for what it is and keep it moving. But they are legit lying, and they can't even remember the last lie they told. So they're twisting a new lie because they can't remember the last lie, and to cover the last lie I mean, it's so compounded now. It's
so
weird.
yeah, and that's one of the reasons. Like honestly, that's one of the reasons why I left the Flat Earth debunking community when I was watching like all these content creators, because it turned from something being an actual debate about science and math and all this kind of stuff to a dumpster fire of people yelling at each other, right? They brought the drama, right? And I was like, I remember sitting on a stream one night and I saw who the guest was going to be. I was like, oh no, this is a dumpster fire. I'm going to go somewhere else, because I knew exactly what I was going to say. Like I could probably quote it verbatim.
Yep.
And I was like, no, I'm done. I'm going to go find something else to listen to or watch or whatever. And that's one thing I liked about Uni and watching him, is that he'll do different stuff. Like he'll be on like a topic for a while, but then he'll switch off onto something else, or he'll do a gaming stream and we'll talk about like, Rings of Power or, House of the Dragon or something different, right?
Switch it up.
And yeah, so it's not like constant every day, the exact same thing on and on. So
It gets it's hard to stick on that. I've been struggling with it too. That's why today I was just like, we're jumping into a complete new realm, and that's what everybody's focused on. So you address it and you're like, okay, this is what it is. This is what it isn't. And how they try to even twist this piece of it into part of the story doesn't make sense. But then you try to debunk all of what they're doing, and you're sit there just going, oh my gosh, we're going down this rabbit hole again. Like,
yeah.
Why are we back to square every day? It seems like we're starting over. It's like 50 first dates with Molly Golightly over and over again.
51st
scams. Not first. 50 continued scams.
So that's what I'm hearing. So I didn't know Molly prior to, like the Summer Wells stuff. And I only known about her like a little bit, that she was this like crazy person. But as we've gotten into this, I see people come to the live chat. They're like, this isn't the first time Molly's done this. Like, this isn't the first time. And then we have other people coming in and be like, oh, she's done so much good for so many people. And I'm like, really? Okay. I don't know. But
I've been getting the same thing. Like, and people, to me too, it's hard because people will say, oh, she's done this, this, and this. And I'm like, okay, if this has all happened before, why is there not legal stuff going on? Like, why does it continue to get let to this level? And then I go back to, because half of these people start out supporting her and they end up in the mud with her, and she gets shit on these people. So then when she turns and does something really evil, and again, this is just my opinion, but it makes them less likely to follow through with stuff, because they know she's got a power card on them, basically, that they're kind of screwed because either they participated in or, something that she's done. And then here we are, and she just keeps, I don't know, it's like a recycle bin.
Well, it's the same thing with threatening to dox people that donated money. So you have these people who donated their hard-earned money, people who may have gone without something extra that month or whatever, because they were being, you and I talked about this before when we were on panel about the heartstrings and all this kind of stuff, right? And how it's different from like Uni saying, donate to my PayPal or my Cash App because I'm going to buy Red Bulls and vape, right? They're like, this is a mother who wants to see their kids. And so someone's going to be willing to go without, something extra that month to be like, they're in a worse situation than I am. So I'm going to get this money. And then to threaten those people when they find out it's not true with doxing, that's a power, right? It's the same thing when people have certain secret evidence where the only way you can see it is if you basically dox yourself in order to see that evidence.
Yeah. There's a lot, like, it's really complicated how all of this goes. And I understand people are saying that's why we're so frustrated. It's been years with no consequences. That's what I wish we could come to a conclusion on, or figure out something of how do we actually get these things to stop? Like, how is it possible to stop people like this? It's just,
honestly, just keep reporting on them until something happens, really. Unfortunately, with YouTube the way it is, like I said, Uni's putting this stuff together, and that's one thing I wish people, when Uni first started covering Molly and Letitia and all this kind of stuff, people were coming in and they were upset about things. granted, and I understand it. Like, I'm not against it, but you have to understand, Uni's new to this. Like, so he hasn't been around for years watching the same stuff, and he's getting acclimated, and I'm getting acclimated to, you know, who she is and what she does and how she does things. And so we were brand new, right? And unfortunately, y'all have had to suffer this for a long time, and we're just now kind of like piecing it together. But we had to piece it together on our own, because otherwise, there's no way to make a cohesive argument if we're just taking what people tell us. We have to go and verify and look and make sure that, you know, what we're getting is correct information, because you don't want to go out there and misrepresent something, right?
Yeah. Well, and that's been hard for me because I had, you know, I've been around for years. I've
Yeah.
been around for years, but not on YouTube. So Facebook, I can play. Like, I can play the games over there, which has been, thank God I knew some of the backstories of how this stuff happens. I've been around, I've watched a lot of it go down. And so I had some awareness. Granted, I'm not skilled by any means. I just had awareness on how some of this goes down and what to watch for and be careful of. So I was really trying that realm, but then I come to YouTube, and that's a whole nother ballgame. I told somebody, I was like, I think I'm going to make a video and put it on YouTube, just because I feel like that's where their playground is, and I need to go to their playground to be heard, to get facts out. Me putting them on Facebook was doing no good, because again, I had a channel with like 200 people on it. It was nothing. And so I started making YouTube videos, and at first people were just like, oh, well, here we go. Somebody's always got to start some shit and say some other things. And I'm like, okay, you know, and I expected that. I knew that was going to happen. And I was like, just keep your head down, because the last exposure I did was a lady who had breast cancer, but she came on Facebook and told everybody she had stage 4 terminal, and it was a lot. I mean, there's a lot to that story, but she was able to get way over $10,000 in 3 weeks. And
Wow.
it was intense and it was fast, but we were able to shut it down. Like, shut it down. I did have contact with authorities there. I did send a ton of information. I don't know the process of their investigation or what will happen, if anything will come out of it. But no matter what, at the end of the day, it stopped her. She does have alts on Facebook, but people are well aware of who they are, you know, and the word is still out there. Her information is still up, but it stopped.
Bro,
This,
that's awesome.
yeah, thank God it did stop. I don't know if, you know, I hope that there's something that happens with legal charges or something in the future. They always say that these investigations can take years, so I'm trying to be patient and not bother them, but they actually reached out to me. I initially contacted them, told them I had a bunch of information, and then they followed up with me once they deemed that it was something that they did want to look into. And I had made the mistake on that one of asking people if they donated to either put it on a post or message me in the inbox.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I started getting every single message, and they were sending receipts. So not only were they telling me they donated, the only way they would do that and be counted in everything was if they sent me their receipt. There was over $10,000 in receipts sent to me in the matter of 3-4 days. It was
Wow.
disgusting, the amount. And then the more people started to talk about it openly on like public forums, the more people started to come around, and some were still holding on, sending her money, telling us we were liars, you know, how dare you attack somebody with cancer, you know. And I was like, look, this is nothing to do with her previously having cancer. This is not, but it's not the same story. But it took people a long time to come around, and there's still people that she slides in the inbox of, I'm still sure of, that she works over, and that will continue to happen. But that had a resolve to it, right? That we were able to accomplish something by stopping it in our tracks. But that was one person, and she was able to get, granted, she had help from her husband and her other people involved too, but she was one person that got over $10,000 from the communities I'm familiar with on Facebook in 3 weeks.
Yeah. I saw it happen in less than, like, around about the same time, when one of the first ones that we busted and shown to be a fraudulent fundraiser. It was the same thing. It was like 10 grand. And this person had lied about it wasn't cancer at that point. That was another one that came up. But it was I'm getting evicted. My landlord's at this, that, and the third. I have to pay all this money because to get out of the lease. And it turns out that none, and I mean absolutely none of it was true.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. And the person, this is the best part. The person ends up admitting it on a live stream after Uni and the others in the community have done all this work and shown the proof, right? Based on what this person said, based on the records that are publicly available, and comes on there and says, well, they would have said it earlier if Uni hadn't been harassing them.
What?
Oh, no, 100%. Yep. On a live stream. Yep.
Of course. Yep. It's always got to be somebody else's fault.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
That was the thing too. She tried playing that one with us also, like she really tried that victim card because at one point in time she did have cancer. It was just years ago, but she came in through another, what the internet quote unquote has been an e-bagger scammer. I like to consider her a dry bagger from hell, CMC. So I don't know if you're familiar with that at all, but she's been around for like 7-8 years.
Okay.
So what happens with that often, or what we've been seeing is, and this is how I even started my page, was people would use her, who is a train wreck on social media. She is absolutely a train wreck. She takes advantage of everything and anything. She has done a lot of horrible things, but the same thing, they keep it going because it's drama. It's never been shut down. They almost had her completely shut down. And then all of these other people came into the story, amped it back up, tried to say that they were going to do a protest on her, who the people that were creating the protest, the couple, the main couple, had horrible intentions. Everything was just a mess. So we started to expose that because they were trying to use the awareness avenue of, oh, we're bringing an awareness to the scammer and all this other shit, as they're lying to the same people and re-victimizing them. So they did that, and that's why my page first popped up. And then Heather did the same exact thing, came in through CMC, claimed that CMC attacked her on a live stream. And there's a community of people that already hate CMC, watch everything she does, know what she does, know exactly how she is. And she has done things like this to people before. So this lady had watched all of this unfold for years, figured out her angle, and played it out flawlessly in a way. Granted, we caught on, but she was able to, right under their noses, people that run awareness pages that have been skilled in this, because we get so caught up in the certain, oh, she's so terrible. We just believe anything anybody says because we've seen her do it all for so long, which I don't blame them for feeling that way. But at the same time, when you see the same repetitive behaviors over and over again, that's how a lot of these little snakes weasel their way in. They sit and watch these other scammers and they learn from what they're doing. It's insane. The drive.
And they community hop. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen them, they community hop, right?
I actually have had a lot of that happening currently, of people that I know from different communities on Facebook and where they came from and shit they've been involved with. And now they're over here involved on certain places. And I'm like, you've been a shit stir for years. And here they are in another community.
Yeah. And that's one of the things, you put the videos out there or we hear about it, and it's not something you necessarily focus on, but you sit there and say, listen, I have all the evidence. Let me just re-put it out there. And, obviously people are adults, make your own decision, right? But if you want both sides and you want the evidence, here it is. And that's all you can do. Honestly, that's really all you can do. And, like when it comes to YouTube and things like that, you can report people if you choose to, right? If you think this is something you need to do, report them, for the things that they do, and hopefully YouTube will take care of it. But the one thing I've seen that has actually probably had the best effect is that you talk about it and they end up losing Patreons, they end up losing subs, and you'll never know about it because it just kind of quietly disappears in the background, right?
Yeah.
But you can tell by their reactions on lives and things like that. Like, there's certain people we've talked about and have shown to be, frauds, that or start begging for people to start start begging for people to join the Patreon. And we're like, yeah, that's because everyone's leaving you.
Mm-hmm.
And our work here is done. Right?
Yep.
So
I hope that we can, get it to slow down the more we talk about it and continue to talk about it. Oh, I don't know what I missed up here. Sorry, you guys. Is there something you guys want me to remove in the comments? Oh,
Melissa.
Did you see that they've been given updates about Quentin in the comments? I haven't checked any of it and verified.
I saw it, but I don't know what Quentin is, so I wasn't sure.
Quentin Simon was a 20-month-old missing child from Georgia who went missing on the 5th, and there's been all sorts of stuff going on there. But they did a press conference earlier today, and at the time he was still listed as a missing person. But I'm thinking there's updates. The only reason why I'm not reading those comments out loud, you guys, is I feel that's disrespectful to mix that into what we're talking about here, especially with the language I've used and stuff like that. I don't want to mix that in, but I will try to post something on my Facebook with the updates. So sad. It's terrible. Yeah, it's another very sad story. I haven't seen any updates myself, but I've been seeing comments talking about stuff. Last I knew, verbally, the police department had said he was still listed as a missing person, but I'm assuming something has changed. Wait, Bullhorn Betty is headed to Atlanta? Are you serious?
Why does that not surprise me?
Why do they do that? What? I mean,
they want the attention. I mean that's what's. I guess it's like we hope there's like a deeper meaning, like something like more context given to it. But no, it's just attention. It literally is only attention and money.
And that's just so sad to me, because there is no, what are you going to do as a content creator on YouTube? I mean, I get if you're going to offer support, money, if you're cooking for the volunteers that are out searching, if there's something like that tangible, right, that you're needed for or volunteering for, I can understand trying to participate in that, but it's not. They're trying to make content off of a tragedy for a YouTube channel to do what? Get awareness out there on that this is a growing issue in our world, that children are going missing and being murdered every day. Like, I don't get it. You don't have to go there to accomplish that.
No, you don't. And literally, you run the risk of impeding an investigation more than helping by doing that, because you're going to insert yourself in a place you don't belong.
I asked Amethyst today, I said, because again, I'm new to like all the YouTube stuff. And I said, is it common for the FBI and the police department to, like, I'm not used to seeing all these families come out and give statements on YouTube or social media or live streaming these things in the midst of, they're still looking for their loved one. I'm not used to that. Jalissa Flentes family, they have been incredible. Like, I think they have been amazing. That is one family that I can say has taken and ran with trying to do everything they can to find their loved one. So, but they have done it in a very respectful, fact-driven way. But then there's a lot of the families that come out here on social media and entertain social media. And I was asking her, I said, isn't it something that like FBI and the police would suggest that the family stays away from social media, doesn't give all of that? And she said, yeah, a lot of times they have a team, or, they offer support and stuff. And I'm like, because it's just confusing to me. The babysitter in that case, I don't know, again, like the Quentin Simon case that they're talking about, the babysitter got a text that morning at 5:29. There's a lot of odd things that happened, but the babysitter has been coming on live stream talking about how the grandma of the missing child came into her home, threatening her, like entertaining social media. And I would think that they would have told her to go to the FBI, the police department, handle it, because the child's still missing, all of that stuff. It's odd to me. And I don't know if it's just because of the growing social media presence in these cases, but a lot of it seems to be more harmful than good, because it just opens up so many more doors of speculation. And I know police can't make anybody stop talking, but I'm like, what the hell?
And that's a double-edged sword when it comes to things like YouTube and Twitter and all aspects of social media, is that you can do a lot of good, but in and of itself, these platforms are amoral, right? So the problem is that you can do a lot of good, but people can do a lot of bad in the same instance.
Right.
And but the good thing is like that's the good thing about channels like yours and like Unis and others and like down the rabbit hole and all this kind of stuff is that what helps combat that is this someone coming out and saying no, they're wrong, right? Let me use these hashtags to let you guys know that there is another side to the story, and that for me was probably the best thing about YouTube is that for the most part, and YouTube's often I have my disagreements with how to do things, but for the most part, when stuff like this happens, people like you and others can come out and say, listen, they're doing this, be the Molly Golightly's or the Bettys or the whatevers, and let me show you what they're really doing, right?
Yeah.
So y'all are doing awesome work doing this.
I don't even know what I'm doing, Uni. Or not Uni, Navy. See, I can't even call you the right name. At least I didn't call you baby this time. Jeez Louise.
That was funny. That was funny.
I don't like that because it autocorrects it too. And I'm like, oh, well, who cares? But I still, I'm just doing what feels right, telling the truth, like talking about things that people don't want to talk about or they're a little uncomfortable talking about, because at the end of the day, we're all just human beings expressing our opinions. My opinion's no more important than anybody else's out here, but I was somehow given this platform in it, so I'm going to try to do something good with it.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, now the rumor is going to start that Navy is Uni.
Lord mercy.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. We don't sound nothing alike.
Yeah, and you guys are always on streams together.
Yeah.
But Katie and I were in a stream together too, and they said that it was me being Katie talking to myself. They still said that. So it's possible. You probably are, Uni. Rachel, can you confirm? We need Rachel. It's nonsense. I just don't get that though. They did a press conference earlier today, and now, things have changed, but she's already on her way there. Who's paying for her to get there? Does anybody know?
According to what the live chat was saying, she was asking for money for the trip.
Oh my gosh. God. It's dangerous. This is hurting these cases. The families deserve grief, to be able to go through the process or whatever is happening. You got to let these people breathe. I don't know. I wish police would stop or start stepping up and charging some of these people that are crossing boundaries.
Well, the problem you run into is, especially in the U.S., is the aspect of the First Amendment, right?
Freedom of
speech. Yeah, well, it's freedom of speech, freedom of press, and all this kind of stuff. And it's a very it's a fine line, right? And because it does have an overarching effect, when you start to regulate certain things. And I'm a big constitutionalist, but there's also things that I sit there and say, no, you're an asshole, right? Problem is though, you're allowed to be an asshole in this country.
Yeah, you can be an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, we have a lot of them.
Yeah. And we have a lot of selfish, narcissistic assholes that don't care about anybody else's feelings, don't care to be like a decent human being to people. And hopefully what happens is they'll cross the line. They'll trespass or, interrupt or get too close to the cops, and the cops back up your impeding investigation, and they get arrested. Right?
I hope so.
But then again, they'll turn around and use it for, whatever clicks and views they can get. But it's never going to change. It's never going to stop. And so it's an ongoing effort. And that's why I'm glad there's so many people out here willing to call this out.
Yeah, there is a lot of people that are standing up and saying stuff. And, the ones that have personal interest in it, of course, are going to stick with their guns and write it out as long as they can. But the ones standing up and saying enough is enough, we need to be the change we want to see. It's nice, but it takes a lot, and it does get disheartening, I think, because you see that the people like that. And this is how it always happens. People like that get escalated on bigger platforms. You know, they continue to grow because at the end of the day, the more clicks they get, the more views they get, the more shock value that gets more people over there. And then they recycle their following. As soon as they lose parts of those followers because people catch on, they recycle and they get new people in. And by us needing or like wanting to expose it, of course we are giving them clicks and views. So it's a double-edged sword too.
Well, I mean, but you kind of have to, because if you
Yep.
don't expose it, you can't expose it by making it anonymous, right? Some
Yeah,
rando is doing this, right? You can't do that. You have to put them out there. And maybe it will, but the thing is that the hope is that eventually, throughout time, what they gained is less than what they lose.
Yep. It's got to make, and I think we're getting there. I think we're in a spot where, you know, if we can continue to hit with the facts of what is being done, it puts them in a corner of, you know, because you can't change the facts. So as long as we continue to stick to facts and just keep nailing on those, they have nowhere to spin it. So they have to spin these different angles, and they can continue to spin those angles all they want. It has no impact on the facts. So hopefully the more that we do that and they see that we're not going away, we're not shutting up. We don't need them to shut up. We just need them to tell the truth for once.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Well, and the problem is truth ain't their game, right? That is not their goal. The goal is not the truth or resolution or anything. It's actually to keep it going as long as it can, because that's where they get their viewers from. And so I love the aspect of, like, we were talking earlier about how Justice for Jake, like someone reached out to the family and warned them about Molly, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to start seeing that happen more and more, and I hope it does.
Yep.
And that will take away their power. They won't have these connections. They won't have this ability to talk to the family or bring them on a live stream or whatever. And then when they do, you start looking at things like, so one thing I didn't know about Letitia prior to her coming on Molly and this becoming a thing was that she had gone to Facebook groups.
Yep.
Asking for money, right?
Absolutely. That's where it started, was Facebook.
And when I heard that, I was like, oh, okay. No, she's not, like, because there was this idea like kind of floating around that maybe Molly had engineered this and Letitia was just like a pawn, right? And then when I had heard that she had gone to these Facebook groups ahead of time, and that's what got her connected to YouTube, I was like, oh, no. Neither one of them are innocent, in my opinion.
Yep. Well, she actually started fundraising on her own private page first. Then she linked up. Well, she was already in connection and the groups were already formed on Facebook and she was already a member. So she had already connected with them. But she started the fundraising on her personal profile. Then they posted it in the groups and used the groups as a way of amplifying that and fundraising. Then they were reaching out to everybody and anybody, content creator, makeup artist. They really stuck to a lot of the makeup community because that's Dre's community. Mm-hmm. So the people that are jealous and envious of Dre, because that always spawns a lot of hate, that jealousy, that envious, you know, anybody that's in competition with the paparazzi or makeup stuff, that was easy to garner, but that wasn't big enough. So then they took it to another level and they finally got the attention of people like Molly, Katie, Justin, you know, people on YouTube. And then it was like the perfect storm though. So you have, and this just happened to line up. Like these people didn't go in knowing that this was going to be the outcome. This was very opportunistic. Everybody had a certain gain to get.
Didn't Molly call Summer Wells a cash cow?
I've heard that. Times. Yeah, I've heard that too. I've never seen that myself or seen a clip of it. I've heard other people say it. Again, I haven't seen proof. I'm assuming somebody will tell us, yes, she did, and this is where you can see it. They usually do that, but that's what I've heard she said. Well, this one too, she said some things that are pretty bothersome, but
oh God.
There's a lot that she says. There's an absolute hell of a lot that she says. Yeah, she did a birthday party for Summer Wells. Something about that. She talked about that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, there was something recently, and then she was so pissed off because she wasn't appreciated or something. It didn't turn out to be what she wanted it to be, or her attention wasn't what she wanted it. I don't know. there's so much, and there's so many, like they've been talking about all of these other cases that have happened like this previous, and that's why I just scratched my head, and I know a couple of them are still in court, so hopefully things will turn out like the Shanann Watts case. We read the brothers' information yesterday about that. And hopefully they will be able to shut some of this down from what was done to their family, but it just feels like there's nothing
Which
good.
case is that? I'm not a big follower of the truth crime community, so I'm
Shanann
not sure.
Watts. The Shanann Watts case.
Yes.
Frankie Rusek Jr. I don't know for sure if I'm saying that right. That's the brother, though. He's got a YouTube channel, and he posted some updates, and I guess they have lawyers and stuff because of what was done to them on YouTube by creators like
wow.
this. Yeah, I'll send you that stuff on Twitter.
Okay.
What I was sent, because you'll find it interesting in it. What's up, Nanya?
Hey.
What you doing?
So I had, well, I'm off work now. So I had a question for Navy because he's much more well-versed with YouTube than I am, for sure. So in your history on YouTube so far, Navy, have you found or have you seen anyone violate the terms of service and actually be like permanently banned? Like they can't even start a backup channel or anything like that?
No. Nope.
Yeah. So my experience with YouTube thus far, which is only about 3 to 4 months now, has been that YouTube is about definitely making money. I don't think that they are as monitored as like a Facebook is. And so I believe they allow way more than any other social media platform. I also believe that's why specific people have found their home on YouTube, because it is so much like it's not as monitored as people make it seem.
Well, I think what happens is like it's about them being able to keep up with it, right? Because I mean, it's really easy to make another channel, and I'm not excusing YouTube at all because supposedly they have this crack team of people and these algorithms and stuff that are going to catch all the bad things that happen. The biggest ones I've seen them go after, you have to get into like the whole aspect of like, is it a big enough channel for them to worry about? I think is what happens, because you've seen them go after like big people, right? 500,000 million subs, and they say something that sounds incorrect and they get like slammed. But you have these smaller channels like Molly and others that, they do like absolutely breaking TOS, and, they don't catch it at all. I don't know.
I'm curious. I mean, I don't think that she's obviously she has subs, but she's not like this million, sub page. So I'm curious if maybe because YouTube sees her as a smaller channel, she's in this small corner of YouTube, and that's why the type of stuff that like her and Katie may, conduct on their pages at times, those types of content creators aren't caught as much or regarded as much because they just don't have the following that it may seem like they have.
And they're also not going to piss off the advertisers as much, right?
I also think that like they are very specific, like you said, in a little corner of YouTube. Granted, to us, like to me, they're huge channels because I'm not even at 2,000 subs. But so they're huge channels to me, but to YouTube, they're tiny little blips, and their content is so much whatever. Like there's so many train wrecks on here that have huge channels. So I also think it's because there's so many of them that get reported for the same types of things that they have a hard time weeding through some of it, maybe too. Because there seems to be a lot of them.
I had mentioned earlier that the problem is even if you get rid of Amali, right? So let's say you end up getting her permanently banned. Great, amazing, wow, good for you, right? The thing is that there's always another Molly there waiting in the shadows to come out and do the same
Yep.
exact sensationalism. And so to me, getting rid of Molly is not a solution. it may, and I know a couple of people in the comments earlier were like, yeah, but it sends a message. And I'm like, I don't think that message would be received by those who would do the same exact thing as her or that do the same exact thing as her. I think you actually have to change the laws and change the actual terms of service, or, make it a law. And when the law gets broken, now YouTube is in trouble and now they monitor it way more.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something, and it's probably going to sound cheesy, but those I stand with videos where they get a train of creators who all stand together and band together from every avenue, walk of life, everything on different things when they do stuff like that. Have you guys seen that before? Or you guys are
Yeah,
both?
I have.
I think we should maybe start with something like that and just show, because it does become kind of a numbers game. So maybe doing something where, and trying to get it into multiple different communities, because again, for me, it's not about silencing them. I don't think that that's something that's going to happen. So trying to warn people in advance. If we can get a video that and I'll start it off, I'll make a post right when I'm done with this. And anybody that wants to participate, whether you're a creator, just a watcher, anything, it doesn't matter. But just a short clip, you don't even have to show your face, of I stand with no more exploitation of victims and their families, no more victimizing of victims and their families. And then we just keep it going and try to repost it into all these communities. And then I think we also need to make some sort of video that we repost, like you mentioned yesterday, that we repost with the facts of, to get these out to the families and stuff of, this is things that have happened before and what to be aware of, maybe.
I think that's a great idea. I think there's also part of what I know the Cash Garner channel is doing. It's similar to that. It's stopping that exploitation of the families who are victims of these crimes. I think that's, so I think they already have a lot of people who would probably be on board with that. I think you'd have to get it to be able to go viral.
Yeah, that's what.
So you'd have to have a lot of people. But if you could get it to go viral, then now you have a whole new spectrum of people seeing it that now are made aware, and awareness is really the key to it.
Yeah, if you guys want to participate, send me like a 10-second clip of you saying, I stand with stopping the exploitation. Send it to my Facebook inbox and keep it under 30 seconds, please. And then I will put the ones I get in a video, and we'll start there. And anybody that wants to participate, granted, I don't know if we'll get it to go viral, guys. I don't even know what I'm doing, but it's something. We got to try, right? Something.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I think there's enough people in the trauma community that are sick of the exploitation, because even what's happening with the Michelle stuff is hurting the victims and their families, in my opinion.
Yeah. Riri, to answer your question, I believe so. I believe I've heard, and again, this is just hearing, not specific people, I can tell you. So Riri asked if she's taken down, can she start another one? I'm assuming a channel. And I would say yes, because all you need is a new email, and you can have 32 YouTubes, if you wanted to. So yeah, I definitely do think that she could easily start another channel.
So we've seen this before with other people in other communities that have been, their channels have been kicked, the channels have been banned, and they 100% do ban evasion and come back with another channel until it gets reported again, then it gets taken down, they come back with another channel. Like it's a constant cycle. And so I've seen it in a separate community. It happened with people all the time. So yes, they can definitely come back with another channel, just like someone can come back with another Twitter, right? A Twitter account, and the Twitter account gets banned, and then they come back with another one, it gets banned again, and sometimes the IP ban, which means they can't, make another account from that device, but then they have another device that they make an account on. So that's one of the problems with social media and the aspect of the internet, is that as long as you have a different IP address, you can make a new account. And the thing is just for people to report it as soon as it pops up.
I think somebody in the comments just said it's the monetization that grabs YouTube's attention. So once that page is well enough known to where it gets back the option to monetize, if that creator then monetizes, now what you have involved in that is the advertisers. It
Right.
is those companies that are now associated with that person, and that's what ends up grabbing attention at that point.
That's
And
also why you notice, though, certain creators don't do brand deals and other creators do. Molly doesn't do, to my knowledge, I've never seen her do any brand deals or promotions in
Yep.
any of her stuff. Right? Does she do that stuff? Has anybody?
No, I don't. I've never
haven't
seen
seen
her, specifically. I mean, like, her juice fast that she was having, she was telling people where she bought it off Amazon, but nothing where like use code Molly for this
Yeah.
percentage off. No actual affiliation codes. No, I don't. I've never seen her have an affiliation code for anybody.
A lot of the other true crime community or creators do. They have, this video has been sponsored by or whatever. So she also might stay out of some shit by not doing that too.
Yeah. Look at Riri all up in the comments with all the questions. I love it. I'm here for it. She said one more. Sorry. Does YouTube see the doxing? And if it is public record, is that okay? So here's my thing with the doxing. Everybody who you may hear people name that they have been doxed, I do not agree that they have actually been doxed.
Yeah.
There are a few that have, but the actual definition is obtaining public information and sharing it with malicious intent. So,
Yep.
for example, when when you show somebody's picture, right? And you say, look at this person, they did blah, 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 blah. And all you're showing is their Facebook profile picture so that your subs go to send them terrible messages. Well, again, most Facebook pages are public, so that's not doxing. There's no private information that put that person. Now, are they getting messages? Yes. My personal opinion on that is messages from people who aren't your friends should go into a like read request section in your DMs. And so you can easily ignore them. You don't have to entertain them or give those any energy. Same thing goes like on Letitia's end too. You don't have to go in and give them that energy. So that's just my own personal soapbox there. Anywho, but that is not doxing because giving out somebody's Facebook name does not put them in danger. Also, most of the people who were like even Rayanne, was it right for her to do it? Like you're talking about moral as opposed to legal, which there is a difference. Even Rayanne's situation, she leaves out of she sees, MGL act a fool in Tia's live. She goes on to Tia's live and she's talking about just some of the things that she's seen, how she bought in. She's seen Molly as a different person. Now she's seeing her as a different person now and seeing the true colors coming through, whatever. The next day, the picture, the thumbnail of her home on Google Earth is showing up. Even that, in my opinion, is not doxing. She did not give out the address. Now, maybe she did in her Patreon. If she did in her Patreon, I believe that's against Patreon's rules and YouTube's rules. That's different. But just making that picture the thumbnail, is it immoral? Are you just trying to bully someone? Abso-freaking-lutely. But is it illegal and doxing? No, it is not.
Yeah.
So I think
One,
that's where like the hard part like comes into play. Dre absolutely was doxxed. Her address was given out online. Her phone number was given out online. She has had a loss of income due to the defamation and slander that has been done against her. She has had people going to her home physically in real life. She has had people at her sister's home. That's not just Facebook messages that you can ignore. That is people physically at your home. That is when there is now a danger. That is doxing.
And that's on that. She said, but she's no. This is why I love Nunya coming up, because Nunya reads the comments and like answers all the questions that I cannot function and keep a conversation at the same time.
well, and Nanya, to go back and talk about your original point when you came in about the legal aspect is that, and I'm only going to talk about this for a moment, but there's an aspect of the platform publisher aspect when it comes to things like social media, the telephone companies, and all this kind of stuff. And if you want to go look it up, because a lot of social media have this ability to kind of like skate the line in between both platform and publisher, and they both have certain legal ramifications based on what you're considered to be. And that's been one of the big issues that's been talked about with things like Twitter and YouTube and Facebook and all this kind of stuff that they have certain abilities to do things, but they don't suffer certain consequences in the same aspect. And that's been a big argument within the government for a while about social media. So,
Well, and just for example, like when I was doxxed previously, I was doxxed, but then why it made it doxing was because it was used for malicious intent and I received death threats, legit death threats directly linked from that doxing. That,
Yep.
you know, there was malicious intent and it was easily proven for them. Granted, because of certain state laws, they don't really care about stuff like that. And being across the internet, I mean, they do care, but you have to travel. There's a lot of stuff that does come into play with all of that too. So people don't push it a lot of times too.
well, and
Somebody also asked, oh, go ahead, Amy.
just right fast, like the laws are always going to be 10 to 15 years behind the internet. So trying to explain to these lawmakers, most of them who are elderly people, right, who don't use the internet, don't understand YouTube, why doxing is a bad thing and all this kind of stuff is going to be very hard. And so getting the laws changed is going to be, it's a grueling fucking process for them to actually understand like this is an issue that hasn't existed before in the way it exists now, right?
Who's going? There she goes. Nani, you gonna go? You gonna talk now?
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
So somebody said, what about the call flooding? So call flooding is not the doxing part of it, but call flooding, you can be found to impede, impeding an investigation. I could definitely see that, or stopping, I don't know the exact wording of it because it's slipping my mind right now, but like when you, not even tampering with evidence, but I'm sure there's something that like you have stopped our ability to do a thorough investigation by law.
Interfered. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So like I call flooding for sure with the police department, with 911 calls, with adult protective services, with CPS, all of those. On top of that, the hard part for that again is unless you have somebody on video saying, I need you all to go call, let's just say 1-800-123-4567 and report, John Smith that he has done da 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 to his kids, then you can't really prove that all these people have called. Logically, you can put it together, yes, but again, we're talking about proving it in court. Did this person actually instruct these people to go and do something? Or, again, same thing with like in
Did she cut out?
Yes. Okay. I thought it was just me.
I thought it was just me
call
for a minute
on
too.
the person who's live that they were watching on YouTube that's streaming somebody else's live. Like they're a go-between. They chose to then watch that live. So that's their choice to make that phone call. Nobody instructed them to go make that phone call. So I think that's where the call flooding is just, it's just, again, is it wrong? 100% agreed. I would never do it. It's not my style. I don't get down like that. But is it illegal? Can you prove it in court that person has done it? That's why, in my opinion, people that, content creators who are problematic, that's why they get away with their behaviors. They have learned it's semantics, right? They know exactly what to say to fire up their audience so that their audience picks it up and runs with it to go set the fire from there.
Well, have y'all ever seen the First Amendment auditors?
Say that again.
First Amendment auditors.
No.
I think I've heard of them, but
So these are people that go into like different, like, quote unquote public spaces, and they basically, in my opinion, they harass the workers there, and they film everybody, and they go into like post offices and all this kind of stuff. They've been arrested before because they go into like a police station and be like, "Don't call this police station," and they've been arrested because even saying "don't do this," and like, I'm telling you, don't call this specific police station is being
Mm-hmm.
interpreted as call flooding, right? Because they know that they're inspiring their people to do this. And this is where the First Amendment comes into changing from being freedom of speech into a call to action, right?
That's so true. A call to action. Yeah. Can
'Cause
it?
most people, yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead. Finish what you're going to say.
I was like, most people don't understand what that means. Like they use the phrase, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. Well, you can if there's a fire in a crowded theater, right? But you can't yell it if it's not true, right?
Right.
Then it
That
becomes a call to action. You can be held liable for causing a catastrophe to happen, right?
can they be charged with abuse of a public resource though, like interfering, tying up police resources, things like that with
Yes.
flooding? Okay. So there is that. And then also if it's to a business, like a private business, which Dre runs a business, and they were blowing up her call, or such as the location that he was at, where Marvon was at, and they kept calling that place. Couldn't those businesses, because it's interfering with their course of business, their daily activities, couldn't they also potentially press charges? I'm not sure on the laws of this because I'm, again, not an attorney, but I think there is certain things if you interfere with a private business and or with government resources.
Well, it's the aspect of interrupting a business's basic ability to work, right? So what you're doing is causing them to not be able to function like they normally would. As far as I know, and granted, I'm not a lawyer either, so I'm not quoting law here, but as far as I know, that is something that you can call the cops out for and have them stop doing. But the problem is when it comes to the internet, people can keep calling. You can arrest somebody all day long, but if people keep calling in, it's going to keep flooding in. And so how do you stop that, right?
And that's why the power in numbers of multiple people making multiple phone calls, so it's not the same repetitive person. Yeah. And it does come down to semantics, like she says, because they're really good at engaging their audience without directing them specifically. We all know that they're doing it, but they come really close to that edge, but they don't cross it quite.
And they use specific language. Like if I was like, nobody do it, but I'm just saying, oh, Navy, are you okay? You don't sound okay. Navy, does everybody hear Navy? He doesn't sound okay. Navy, do we need to check on you? Are you good?
Do you know how many volunteers we have
Yep.
right now for going to check on Navy?
Well, I'm sure, but everybody loves Navy. Navy, I am curious only because the ladies love Navy and stuff. Are you single?
There is a love interest in my life, yes.
Wonderful. Okay. All right. So there is a Miss Navy.
Back
Okay.
off the Navy. He is
Yeah.
taken. We can only auction him off as a pair. And ladies, don't you dare go seek her out to try and run her off the internet and get her away from Navy either. There's plenty of other guys that sound like this.
Right.
Well,
yeah, Christy, exactly. Legal versus ethical is different, and that's where I think people.
And the law is
don't
black and
understand
white.
it.
Like the law, I mean, granted, there's gray areas and they find new stuff and it changes, but for this stuff, it's pretty black and white, and people really try to go to the gray and the white on this. Sorry.
Oh, you know what I also wanted to ask you, Navy?
Yeah.
Because we always get to talk in the chat, but I don't ever really catch you on a panel, so I'm going to get all my questions for Navy out right now. Can you kind of explain striking to me? Number one, why do people strike? And number two, what does a strike actually mean when a channel is struck?
Yes.
So don't quote me on this because I'm not a content creator. I've just been around and heard about this. It depends on the type of strike that they do. Because you have like copyright strikes, okay, which are like, say for example, I was on my channel and I decided to play a Guns N' Roses song and I got copyright struck for a Guns N' Roses song. And then there's content strikes. So content strikes can be in the aspect of where this is where like fair use comes in. So if, for example, Nonsense decided to look at one of Uni's videos, right? And in doing so, just like let the entire video play without saying a word or making it transitive and all this kind of stuff, he can do a content strike, which means that you're using my content without giving me proper, or you're not giving me proper acknowledgement, or you're not making it into what they call a transitive video. transitive just means that you play the video and then you talk during it, like you stop and say, okay, well, this is my opinion on this, which makes it transitive, which allows for,
Hence
fair
the reason why
use.
they do commentary over so many videos and
Correct.
you can't watch it.
Right. But
That
a
makes sense.
copyright strike, which can get you struck like really hard, is when you do things like, I don't know, play videos of like, the Housewives of Atlanta. You just basically what you're doing is you're just restreaming the entire episode, right, without saying anything.
Mm.
Then you get copyright struck because you're basically infringing upon the copyright of whatever production company has, labeled that television show, and those can get you struck down even harder than the content strikes. But you can get enough content strikes and still get banned for a week and banned for 30 days or whatever. But copyright strikes can actually get your channel taken down.
Okay. All right. Good night to all the UK people. Apparently it's bedtime in the UK now. So all the UK people are going to bed. Conrad says that's why Uni does a 4-hour stream over 30 minutes of content.
Oh my God.
And to be
Don't get
honest,
started.
that's one of the most frustrating things. I'm like, let the video play. I want to watch it. But now it makes more sense to me why he can't do that, because he has to let it play so he doesn't get struck. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and you had to you let it play, and then you can stop and comment, and like I said, it makes it transitive or educational. You adding commentary to someone else's content, which falls under the fair use doctrine on YouTube and things like that. So, but like a copyright strike is 100%. So they started doing this with some of the First Amendment auditors, where they would see these guys live streaming, and the cops would walk up playing like a copyrighted song on their phone, right? Because it'll get the channel, it'll get the stream taken down. Because YouTube will pick up on it because they have an algorithm to pick up on things like I don't know, like U2 or
So if I go on a panel, if I want to shut a panel down, I'm asking for a friend, not me specifically.
Right.
So if I go on a panel and I play, what did you say, Guns N' Roses, whatever. If I play a song from them,
right,
that I know is like a copyrighted song,
Yeah.
there's a potential, if that person doesn't take it off fast enough, that the whole
Right.
live could get shut down.
Yeah, the live could get shut down, and then you get a copyright strike. Yeah.
Interesting. Comer said that, and Uni can't help himself. I know.
That's also true. He loves to talk.
Sorry, y'all. I'm still here. I just had a phone call.
No worries.
That's fine.
I was like, yeah, they're on there. They can talk all they want.
So when somebody gets struck, they know that they've been struck. Like YouTube sends them an email, like, "Hey, by the way,
Yeah.
you've been struck." It's almost like getting whooped, I guess.
Like Uni knows the moment he gets demonetized when he's on a live stream, because he's watching his creator page or whatever that shows how the stream's doing. And so he'll know automatically when he's been demonetized. Now, normally with the strikes, they happen after you're done, and the algorithm will pick it up, and you'll come back the next day and find out you've been struck, either content or copyright. And so, but then you have at least with the content, you have the ability to. I think with both of them, you have the ability to appeal, but the copyright strikes are a heavier strike. So if you get 3 copyright strikes, I think your channel's gone.
Okay.
They will shut it down. Right?
Nonsense. Just so you know. Sorry. Your disclaimer word in the banner is
I spelled it wrong.
I just happened to see it as I was listening to Navy.
You guys.
So all these people just let you go for hours and didn't even tell you.
It was like this yesterday too, because I did this yesterday and nobody told me. Oh my goodness, I'm such a dork.
Well, I mean, this is the first time I've been up here, and I didn't really want to say nothing.
No, I'm the one you can call out on anything. I don't get cared. I laugh about everything. Wow, I'm a.
So is it? I'm sorry if I already said this, but so is it 3 strikes and you're out?
For copyright, yeah. As far as I know, as far as I remember, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure it's 3 and you're out for copyright strikes. So, but your copyright strikes, like I said, you have to literally be if you restreamed National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation and didn't say nothing but just restreamed it, they can copyright strike you.
Okay. Comrade said he's been I've been wanting to point that out all stream. And you
No.
didn't, Conrad. What kind of friend are you?
What are you guys doing? You're letting me just up here act like a fool for 2 days, and none of you told me shit. Well,
And you
maybe-
had it on there yesterday too?
Yes, I used the same exact one. But
Yeah, I'm gonna
again,
blame the folk from yesterday because I wasn't here yesterday. So
I haven't even looked at it since I put it up there. Like, I really don't even pay attention, look at the screen really, unless I'm hitting you. I literally, that's hysterical though. You guys are so polite. Yeah, you guys were being polite, but this is the stuff you got to help me out. Come on. Like, you can't let me up here looking just complete foolish. Calling other-
Amethyst said she has a local YouTuber that follows around the police, and the police will play Disney music so he cannot use the audio.
yeah, he's a First Amendment auditor. Yeah.
Oh, did you guys grow up with, and maybe this is just me, but my grandfather and my grandma had a police scanner by their, by the couch that ran 24/7 my entire childhood. Like, you'd walk in the house, the police scanner was just always going, and it was police and fire. But did anybody else grow up with that kind of stuff? I just got a
No.
question about that because, again, maybe it's just weird. He was also a fire chief.
Yeah, my uncle was a fire chief, and so like I heard it when I came up to his house, but not my house. No.
See, I think there's some of us that grew up in that generation too of like ambulance chasers, police chasers. Like, a lot of people used to listen to scanner apps and really love it. And I feel like YouTube's kind of replacing that in a little bit of a way, because you can always find somebody with a police chief or like a police chase. There's local YouTubers going after their police, following their police around. There's some guys out of, I think it's Sacramento or something, that go out nightly and follow them around and like go to all the different calls. But I think YouTube is kind of fulfilling that same persona in a way as the old
Oh
scanner.
God, I'd be so I can't even I'm a scaredy cat. Like, I don't want to watch it. I can't even watch the news, follow the high-speed chases in Southern California. Like, I'm like, oh God, are they gonna crash? Is somebody gonna get hurt? Like, I can't even handle that. How do you guys sit there and watch and to listen to the police radio? Because I won't know all the codes, which I guess that would educate me. But then I'd be so afraid, like, oh my gosh, there's a 5150. Oh my, I'd be running around my house, locking all the doors. I'm just not about that life. I'm about a bunch of other lives, but just not that one.
I love that. See, I there goes the cat. I love that. I think it's, I don't know, I guess I don't like the gory stuff or like the tragic stuff. Of course, that always is like, "Bleh," and makes me cry. But some of it, it's like, oh, how did that happen? Like, how did that car end up there on that pole way up in the, I always look at the other stuff around it. So I love that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm weird. Okay.
To answer Conrad's question, I didn't notice it until Navy was talking. I was looking at his profile pic while he was talking and just like absorbing his words. And my eyes, I guess, because my eyes weren't paying attention to the banner, it actually caught the thing. So no, I haven't. And I was working earlier while I was commenting, so I'm gonna give myself that pass.
So I'll put this out there for everyone asking. I know Julie's in the live chat, Julie Virgo. The picture is done because Mama Virgo thinks I look like Robert Redford, which I do not. But because of the fact that I love Mama Virgo, I made my profile pic.
Wait, have you showed your face on live stream before?
Interesting.
No, I haven't.
Oh, so it's only in the inner circle that know what you look like.
There are some out there in the Uni fam that know what I look like. Yes.
That's the way it is out here too. There's actually quite a few people that do know who I am and know exactly what I look like, my life story. Like, there's a lot of people out here that know that. So it's not weird to them that I'm no face, because they know exactly what it is. But I guess to other people, like, when you really don't, like, to me, I haven't associated what you look like yet in my head. Have you none yet? Do you have a picture of what you think Navy looks like in your head?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
What about you ladies in the chat? I don't even want to know what you guys have him pictured as. Let's be honest. Poor Navy.
No worries.
Just a little awkward, Navy. Don't worry.
It's
we're
okay.
We're good.
poor Navy's like one of the only normal men on social media, so
Right.
he gets victimized by us.
Ellen G said, I'm just saying Disney and Metallica are very copyright protected, so they go after everyone. Just so your friend knows, Nunya.
What are you? What, do they think you have to babysit me? Did they just give you a new title? So keep me in my place at all times.
Maybe. Navy is basically the Phantom of the Opera, basically. I
Yeah.
don't need to see faces.
Yeah.
I've seen enough of Molly. I know that's right.
Nope. Just want him to read me to sleep. See, I love that. Everybody over here, though, like, honestly, the chat,
Yes,
I
Christy.
cannot. The chat over here is amazing at all times. I don't know if it's just that we're super blessed and lucky, because most of the people that come over here have always been amazing. I mean, we get one or two that will pop in occasionally and say something a little bit off, but usually it's confusion or just something silly.
You
But-
know what my second favorite chat is, other than this one? It's the people who are in the chat before Uni, like when Uni makes us wait his, an hour and a half after his start time to start.
His uni
Those
time.
people in that chat are freaking hilarious, and they're like roasting him respectfully, of course, but like that is the most hilarious chat ever.
We did that for like 40. I got in on that the other day, and you were right. They are the best. Like, Uni has a great group of mods and people in his chat. I love his chat. I hate going in it because I feel bad when everybody's like, hey, nonsense. And I'm like, oh, sorry, Uni. I didn't mean to interrupt. Like, I always feel like that.
Like, I'll share your channel. That's what we do.
I know
Like,
you guys are great about it. And you guys are why I got my channel built up. Like, honestly, Uni had full responsibility in getting me to 1,000. He sat there and was like, you guys go follow. And I will never, like, I am so grateful for that because you guys helped get so much.
Oh, Julie Virgo is a content creator. I did not know that. I'm sorry if you are a content creator in here. I don't ever know.
I don't either.
But somebody says, I always think that Julie Virgo's chat is like a sitcom with her mom in the background. I love Mama Virgo.
Oh, if you haven't gone to Julie Virgo's channel, you need to.
I haven't. I'm going to as soon as this is over.
Her mother yells things from like the side room.
What's her chat or what's her page?
Julie
I'll go
Virgo.
drop the link right now.
Julie Virgo.
It just Virgo, under her name? Okay.
Yeah. If she's here, maybe she can drop her own link and people can go.
I don't think she can let you use a mod. Only mods can drop links.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that either. That's why a lot of people have a lot of mods too, right? Because then they can help drop links and stuff. I gotcha. Well, you guys will just have to bear with us because we've got another mod.
So Julie Virgo is from Scotland, and her accent is awesome. Yes.
Oh, really?
I love that. Okay, just subbed. Ah, Julie, she's cute. She's a cutie.
Michael Ray Overby says, Cuntessa, a big fan of yours, says, good afternoon from sunny Northern California to you.
Hi, sunny California. Northern California is, I love the redwoods. Absolutely love the redwoods.
Sleepyhead, my name is Nunya, meaning none your business. That's actually my YouTube name. I'm not telling you that it's not your business. I'm just saying that's my YouTube name.
Or she goes by Fucktessa.
I am not a content creator, nor am I trying to be a content creator, nor do I want to be a content creator. I am, as Nonsense pointed out earlier, apparently I'm a panel hopper. So that's just me.
I wasn't even talking about you. Oh, those are fighting words. Now I'm sending you who exactly I'm talking about. You're going to die when you see who I'm actually talking about. Because I know you'll know. You might have caught this one on a certain live that I know we've both watched, and you're going to laugh if you do recognize. But you'll know later on. You'll recognize.
But I've never seen the person.
Nunya is, you guys, it's so funny because everybody, like when Nunya popped in the other day and left, I got a message and said, are you and Nunya okay? I've noticed she hasn't been around a lot recently. And I'm like, oh my gosh, she's got a life. Like, it was great that they were checking on her, but they instantly think there's probably drama, it's so common, unfortunately, that people pick up on that stuff and they do become concerned because they do become invested and care, and I get that, but I just had to laugh because I was like, oh no, I'm so used to them being in and out because I don't even tell them usually like, hey, I'm going live or when I'm doing it. Because I never want them to feel like they have to be here either. So they don't even know a lot of times when I'm on here. And then Nunya gets blamed for stuff I do.
Yeah, I become a mob boss if I'm not around apparently, but no, and I tried to warn, like I tried to tell everybody like I was going to be gone for about 5 days for my sister's wedding, but nobody wanted to listen, so they just thought instead that there was drama, but nah, we're good over here. Thanks anyways though.
Oh, I feel you because I told Uni like I'm at work, bro. And I was like,
Do
I work
people do
until
that with
this
you
time.
guys? Do they do it between the guys as much, or is it different between the men and the women? I am interested to know.
Uni hits me up all the time because I come on his channel all the time, right? He's like, hey, Navy, you want to stream tonight? I do not have access to Discord at work. So I have friends that I talk to on like Google Chat and all this kind of stuff. They're like, Uni's asking for you. And I'm like, I'm at work. I told him I'm at work. I can't come. I'm at work.
I can't play right now.
Yeah, exactly. I have like real things to do. So, it's fucking funny. It's so funny. He's like, I remember one time he's like, you still want to stream? And I was like, yeah, bro, I still want to stream, but I'm at work.
I like your guys' interaction and how you guys, I like when the two of you are together. I think you guys have a good like bounce off each other. And I like when you guys don't agree on everything at the same time too. I think that's, Nunya, when she gets up here too, like everybody loves it when Nunya comes on a panel because she just flat out lays out the facts. It's no bullshit. And
yeah, but
really,
you know what Daphne taught me yesterday? I don't know if she's in the chat, but Daphne, so Cash, when they come on panel, like they're very passionate and they've taught me to really speak a little bit like I have to do like a whisper voice on live because when I get passionate about something, I just get louder and louder and louder. Like it's the Hispanic in me.
Oh, yeah.
And Daphne was like, I'm so triggered at the yelling. And I'm like, well, it's not really yelling. Like, they're just talking very passionately. And she's like, I know, but I'm triggered. So I'm going to go. And I felt so bad for her. But it just, like, it helps you learn about yourself because I know when I come up here, I've seen people say, like, dang, she's like loud, or like Katie, being so terrified of me because I'm so loud. But it's really like, okay, well, I want to be, mindful of other people who are interacting and are here to hang out, so. Anyways, and yes, Julie, fuck Tessa, it is.
that's why everybody loves it though, because, and same with Navy. This, a lot of these panels that you watch, 3+ people, 2 people, they cannot let the other person talk. They do not value or respect each other's opinions or can be adults at all. So you have a lot of like over talking or trying to grasp control of a conversation or, their input's better than, and I think all of us, everybody that I've ever had on panel over here has been so respectful and so kind. I don't know if it's, again, just luck of the draw or who it is that's over here, but we've never had that problem. But people always mention that they love to listen to us talk about anything because it's just such normal conversation.
Yeah. Crispy Treat says, I'm going to love Julie's chat. I can't wait to get there. I'm definitely going to go back and have to watch some
when's she going to
videos.
stream?
I don't know. I'm going to go back and watch some old ones so that I can get caught up.
So I think she streams about like, I'm trying to remember. It's like 4 or 5. So 4 Central Time, 5 Eastern Time.
So like in
what she does. So it's like 10 GMT because she's in Scotland. So because I did a stream with her the other night and we had to figure out like, when we're going to do it on Saturday to make sure that, it wasn't too late for her. Right.
Is she still in here?
Is Crispy saying that somebody else is none your business too? Is that what he's saying?
Do you remember I sent you that one account? That account's been all over the place, and now there's another Nanya account too. I've got screenshots for you. I'll send them to you.
Well, there's only one me, and trust me, you'll know my writing when it's my writing. So
you can totally tell it's not your account because it's not even close to being written like yours. I think the other one has an O in it, but there is one that is prevalent in a lot of the places that we have been lately. I've been seeing it comment more and more.
okay.
But I'll show you what. It's very obvious it's not you.
I'll definitely keep my eye out.
So
I mean, they probably had it before me. I've only had this account like 2 or 3 months, so I'm totally fine with it. I can't.
So one of the things about Julie's chats, every now and then she'll do a karaoke stream.
That's what somebody was just saying, that I have to go watch those. That's
Spackle,
their
yeah.
favorites. And somebody
And
else told me
Spackle
I
gets on
also
there and
need to watch
sings.
one that you were on with Julie.
We just did a recent AMA. Yeah. So
Oh, yeah, we gotta watch these.
What's the AMA?
Ask me anything.
Oh God.
Oh.
Oh yes. We're gonna have to watch that. You know, I love asking questions and getting more and more information.
I'm an open book.
Uh-oh, that's scary. Don't be saying that around here with all the ladies in here.
Well, I mean, there are things I won't answer, but I will answer questions. Yes.
I'm the same way. Even though like I'm anonymous for the most part in ways, I'm still a very open book. Like you can ask me a lot of stuff and I'll still tell you. Like you can still be anonymous and still be honest, I think.
Of course, 100%. And there's nothing that compels you to reveal everything about yourself. So,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Huh.
Well,
now that we don't encourage fundraisers, Conrad. Mm-mm.
ooh.
I'm sure it's an inside joke for her professional streaming setup for Tuesday.
Well, it's because she's trying to get a new laptop, and she's got to wait till November to get a new laptop.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Oh.
That's what they're doing for her over there. That makes sense.
Well,
Okay.
so what she's been doing recently is that there's one of her members, Pickle, is going through some medical issues, and so she's been doing some karaoke streams to get some support for Pickle. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, that's
amazing.
cute.
See, that kind of shit I can get behind and support. And there's so many things that you can do with good intent.
There really is, and that's what's fun about the karaoke streams, because people get up there and everybody sings, right? Or they send in a video where they sing a song or whatnot, and so I may or may not be singing on the next karaoke stream. So,
No, you sing?
Wow.
I wouldn't say. Oh yeah, kinda.
Contessa only sings with a voice changer.
Well, I told Julie like a while back, she tried to get me to come up and sing on a previous karaoke, and I said, well, next time I'll sing, which, I got to stop saying stuff like that.
Michael's taken Katie today. Okay, please peep this. I and Katie Joy have something in common. What might that be? I won't leave you hanging. We both have been unlawfully penetrated.
Oh my God.
Oh.
This is why I'm
wow.
not reading it.
That's why I'm glad I'm not a mod.
I some of these comments I start reading and I'm like, what? Where? All you can do is laugh at a point in time.
I don't know about that one.
Huh?
Sleepyhead said something earlier. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I like Down the Rabbit Hole News too. But I do like Cece Suarez. I actually subscribe to her, but I like her. Like I turn on her videos when like I want to clean. I don't know why, they just motivate me to clean. I don't need to watch her or see like what she's putting up on the screen. Like I can listen to her words and just go. Love it.
I like Cece too. Cece is one that I knew of before all of this and followed for her content. She has got a very amazing niche at exposing the MLM stuff. Like knows what she's talking about. She's spot on with all of that. So I give her major props on her content with that. But some of it gets a little, I don't understand some of it with some of them because, yeah. So there's a disclaimer too.
Crispy said, I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny. So I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you, Crispy. She says, I'm using text to talk because I have a broken arm and a detached retina. So please use your context clues. LOL.
Oh my goodness. See? A torn retina and a broken arm.
Yeah. She says she hates when there's 10 people on a panel. It drives her absolutely nuts. I don't mind there being so many people up there. The thing I have about it is like I don't like the talking over each other.
Right.
See, this is where I said there's always that
It's more like a
disclaimer.
podcast sometimes.
Well, and the thing is this, is that it's called this thing called mute. When you're not talking, mute.
Cece lies on her content?
That's a I've heard that on certain topics or certain ones that people have claimed that it's not their truth or the facts from their perspective. But again, I haven't heard anybody's rebuttal to some of this stuff. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm newer to her. Like I said, I've only been on YouTube a couple of months. I just started watching maybe like a month ago, but I just watch her live videos, but I haven't really gone back. So I guess I will not. If her content is not, I'm not a fan of misinformation at all. So if it's not on the up and up, I'll take that back for sure.
Who is CC? Like, I don't listen.
Cece Suarez, and the comments are probably going to have to fill in the gaps a little bit, because even though I followed her before, I still didn't. I maybe watched one video every 8 months, and that was because she was exposing something that I knew about. I came in looking for one specific thing that she had covered, and then just liked some of her stuff from that point. So I think she basically focuses on the pyramid schemes, MLMs, and the Hun, like, I don't know, what do they call them? They call
The
them the Hun.
MLMs?
I don't even think it's influencers that it's like the top 1% of the MLMs is basically kind of what she focuses on, if I'm correct.
All right.
I don't think she does like, I think she only, from what I've seen, it's more of the upper levels of the MLMs that she talks about. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's just what I've seen. And
that now I'm thinking I know what we're talking about. Okay.
That's what I'm wondering too.
I didn't see that. I'll go back and do some more
Wait a
research.
second. I do know exactly. It just clicked. Yeah, I'll message you because she did make, I know exactly what we're talking about now. She did make a video that included an entire team. I forgot about that. Completely forgot about that.
Okay. Yeah, Melissa, I did get the message that apparently while I was out, Nonsense made me a mob boss one day. I didn't know, but I'm still researching on what it takes to be a mob boss. So I'll let you know when I'm ready to fulfill those duties.
That wasn't even just my fault, though. It was a clip that we were watching, and she's like, what? They sound like a mafia or something, or a mob or something, because I don't even remember who all she was talking about. Probably Uni again. And all of us that were just calling out the facts. And so we started talking about it in the comments, and I was like, yeah, Nunya's the mob boss. And they were all like, yeah, because it was right after people thought you were yelling just from being passionate. So it just
God. And Katie got scared.
Yeah.
Poor Katie. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't even know what a mob does or a mafia does, really.
I'll answer anything as well. What you see is what you get. I think the harder you try to hide yourself, the harder people look. Yes. And then they try and dox you, in my opinion. I would agree with that.
Amethyst, is that...
Oh, Lord. Navy.
I've wondered.
Uni found you. Run.
How? You're in trouble now.
Oh, I told him where I was. He like tagged me, and I was like, I'm over on Nonsense channel. Come over.
Uni. We were calling in Rachel earlier because we started a rumor that you and Navy were the same person.
Yeah. Just one of you uses a voice changer. We think it's Navy.
Well, Rachel was making that joke the other day in Julie's stream when we did the AMA that how many people know this is not your real accent? And I was like, just you, right?
Is it really like? Is that really not your real accent?
No,
like,
this is my actual accent. Yes, this is. Yes.
Oh,
I was gonna say,
like,
there's
wait
no
a second.
way.
What? Like, how do you keep that up this whole time?
Yeah, and
No,
it's
this is
never
not
filtered.
I get made fun of all the time because of the way I pronounce certain words. So
I'm taking it that you are Southern to the core in ways. Is that right?
well, I mean, it depends on what you're talking about, but yeah, I'm from Texas.
Oh, okay, so you are from Texas. I wasn't
I'm
sure.
from Texas.
The name. That's what I assumed, but I wasn't positive. You just never know. I hate assuming, but I figured Texas was.
Yeah. No,
That-
born and bred Texan, back in Texas now. Getting ready to retire from the military. So,
Oh, right on. Good for you.
thank you.
That's amazing. Oh, they're gonna hold you to your singing, Navy.
I know. I heard. I see that.
So I'm curious, Navy. All of these people, I haven't seen them before. A couple of them I've seen before, but a lot of them I haven't seen before. So I'm curious. You must have posted in Discord for all these people to know where you were?
A couple
Do
people
they
asked
just
me like
follow
what I
you
was
around
doing.
YouTube to wait to see what panel you're on today?
No, and I honestly feel bad because I forgot to actually put this out on Twitter that Nonsense was having another stream because I love your streams, and so, but Uni hit me up in Discord. He's like, "Hey Navy, what are you doing?" I was like, "I'm over here, talking to Nonsense and none of your business," and all of a sudden he pops up.
And we've been sitting here for a long time. There has been a lot
We
of
gang stalk Navy. I love that.
Fucking Menace.
That's great. Oh, Menace is a creator too, right? You mentioned
Menace is a creator. If you haven't had a chance to go see some of his videos on the McCringy fish, then go do it.
On the what?
That's another name. Oh goodness.
I got so many names for that cringy. Oh God, no.
I really, really appreciate all of you guys coming over here and hanging out with us and stuff. I just have to
Roseanne.
say that it's great. You
He
guys
should write a book about gang stalking.
No, so okay, so
there's a story.
Silverfish, the guy
Hashtag
Silverfish that we're talking about, Steve McRae, right?
Okay.
Who has been harassing KJ for like 2 years, right? Said on a live stream the other night he was going to write a book about gang stalking because he was being gang stalked by the Uni fam.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting. I didn't
And-
even know that Uni had a gang.
Yeah. No, shocking. Yeah, no, we don't.
All right. I need to know what the gang signs are. Like, is there hand signals? How do you guys get in the gang? Is there initiation? I need to
y'all
know.
So
jump people
it's
in?
super hard. The gang signs are join the Discord. It's so difficult. I mean, and then when you join the Discord, so one thing about the Discord we do ask is that you attach like a YouTube channel or your Twitter, just to make sure that you're not like someone crazy that we haven't seen before, to an extent. But other than that, that's really it. And then you get to come and chat in VC, and you can see all the general stuff. You can see everything that's going on. Like it's literally just an open book.
So
Everybody-
can I just tell you, I joined the Discord probably maybe like 3 weeks ago, and I still haven't even figured out where the Discord is.
So tag me.
Like
and
I
will
need
show you how
on the very first homepage, I need there to be a tutorial of how to work Discord for those of us
I
who
have
don't
a
know how to
YouTube
work.
video for you. Yeah. Well, I'll show you. Like, have you been verified already?
Don't even know what that means, so I'm gonna go with I have no clue.
All right. So go into the verify room and tag me, and I'll make sure that you have your roles and stuff, and then I'll show you how to get in. Yeah.
I can
I'll
send you
get
a
right on going into that room.
Nunya, send him a picture of your left foot.
Uh-huh.
And then
And
when
he'll
you
let
join
me in?
Discord, yeah, and then because I'll send him a picture, it's already posted so he can verify it. We can just verify by random body parts. We
Right.
can get into this gang.
I mean, mine would probably be more likely like a middle
There
finger.
are
That's
no
a little
body
bit more
parts. I don't
true
know
to
what you are
self.
talking about. There are no body parts. No.
That now poor Navy's gonna end up getting a bunch of pictures of random body parts. Can I join the gang? Do you guys have like a name for this group?
It's called the
Are they-
Unicord.
The Unicord?
The Unicord. Oh
Yeah.
wow. Is there lots of
Goodness.
rainbows and cupcakes there?
No, it's because so a while back, fucking old Silverfish and his group started calling us unitards, I think. And so Uni found the clip from The Simpsons where the little kid, I don't remember what his name is, like takes a ice cream cone and fucking sticks it on his head and calls himself a unicorn, right? And so we went from that to unicorn and all this kind of stuff. And so you're now they call it shit lords. So you're now part of the shit lords and the unicorn. So yeah.
Oh goodness.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did
that's fucking
Uni get his
crazy.
name? Can you
Well,
answer
I
that?
tell you
Uni can
what.
come up, I guess. Uni,
Yeah,
you can
right.
come up too if you want. We're
Uni,
asking
jump
Nate
on
all the
the-
questions.
I enjoy it when he tells a story because it's not a story from anything like, YouTube related. So,
I mean, at
but
least
it
I
is
could tell you
YouTube.
how
It is
Uni
YouTube
Rach got her name.
related. Right.
You and I rock.
Yep.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't even know that.
You're good. Anytime, Uni, you're welcome here. Anytime, you know that.
Well, I'm gonna have to ask because at this point I have determined that Uni doesn't actually eat tacos on Taco Tuesday. So is today Taco Monday for you?
I love poor Uni. We just troll him nonstop in his own
know.
chat before he's
And he
live.
loves it. He loves it all the time.
Poor guy. He's the only one that could really take our shit though and doesn't get pissed off and offended and stays away from us.
Right. Well, that's one of the things. So when I think it was like, did you do a reaction nonsense to Uni's interaction with Molly? Right.
Yes, I did. Yep.
And so did Down the Rabbit Hole. And I came over to both y'all's channels because I wanted to see the reactions, and I promoted them both.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
Because we're not little scared bitches.
No, I think Uni even reacted a little bit to my reaction of that. And I think he knew exactly what I was talking about because it was he was walked right into that. It was so intentional.
And Uni says this all the time. He goes on stream, he says, hey, if you dislike something I'm saying or you disagree with me or whatever, make a video. I'll react to it, right? And
I love
both
that.
you and Rabbit did. And I was like, I went and found him, I saw him, right? And I was like, I love these videos. Bring him back over and, he'll react to them. And so I think he reacted to yours. I don't know if he ever reacted to Rabbit's, but yeah.
I think it's great because it shows he's open to, communication and talk. Like that is amazing. I think him doing that and being open to that, like I'm the same way. Granted, I won't give people the time of day who have been breaking down my content because that's what they want. But anybody like that, I would absolutely, yes, please do.
Well, once again, we were talking about this before, right? The difference between criticism and hate, right?
Right.
Some people are going to criticize what you do, but it leaves the open option for you to come back and respond and say, well, I see your criticism and I disagree or I agree or whatever. But when people are just out there hating you, that's, there's no reason to respond to that, period.
Conrad, I will have to do that because I don't know anything about demon identity at all. That's the other thing too. I love the fact that there's so many people, that help explain, because they know these creators and know how they operate and know how they work. So even if the creator isn't here, there's somebody that will stand up and explain, oh, just wait, ask them about this, or something that they really connect to. And I love that. I love this community. I always say that's weird when creators say that, but I really do love the community of people that come over here and interact because they're all wonderful adults, mostly. Hey, you in the back that are just lurking, screen recording. Are you getting paid enough for this? It's been 4 hours.
Has it been? Oh my God.
Come on.
I think that Uni should actually make a story. Obviously you guys need to help him script it, but actually draw out that stage, the stages of the story kind of a thing. I think that would be great to have as a video. If you're new to the page, please go watch this video because I think there wouldn't have been as much outrage had they understood it was part of his process. Now they get it. Now they understand it. But at that point in time, they didn't get it. So I think if they could do that, I think, that would be that could potentially help his own audience to not, bounce out on him for goodness gracious sake.
Yeah, I get that. And that's what we try to explain to people, like in the live chats and things like that. Like, you're new to uni and uni's new to you, right? But he is established in the way he does things. He's established in the fact that he's been doing this for a while. And you guys don't know because there were things that, the biggest problem that the uni had was YouTube, and the fact that the things that he did that he could have shown and the videos that could have been out there for you guys to see what he does had to be taken down because of, after the ad apocalypse and the whole like crackdown on like conspiracy debunking and all this kind of stuff. He had to take a bunch of his stuff down, which was sad because it was fucking amazing, right?
Mm.
Like I said, like, I'll say this 1,000 times. He went after QAnon and debunked QAnon, right? That was like, one of the bigger things that he did. And
I gotta go back and watch that.
yeah. And so the thing is that, not knowing how he like slow rolled into them and all this kind of stuff, does put people who are new at a disadvantage. And I hope to just kind of listen to like the mods and the admins when they come in and say, listen, so like, give him a chance. This is what he does. We've been here. We've seen him do it before. And, give him a chance. And this one of the things when it came to the whole Molly stuff was that, nonsense you and I were talking about this before is that y'all been dealing with this for years, right? And you were looking for somebody to come out and just like attack dog. And I understand that, but the way he does things is that he rolls it into it and he lets them kind of like trap themselves and then is able to go out and say, okay, well, here's the video. Like they said this and this and this, and this is a lie. Or they promised to give me this information and didn't, right? And that is what traps them. They are like the one thing I think y'all can see from all these people that we look at is that they are literally their own worst enemy.
Exactly.
So let them talk.
They back themselves into corners the more they speak. And that's why, even though like for me, Molly is new to me, but I've been dealing with the exposure world and people like her. Molly was new to me, but it was still the same thing. Like if he would have gone in guns blazing, granted, I still think, well, I don't know. The setup on some of this stuff always throws me for a little bit. So they instantly made it personal. They instantly take it to a personal level. Well, you said you don't like me, or I heard that's where Justin took the first opportunity. And when you go on that level, you're not getting out of there because instantly it's a personal attack. And then I think what they would have done if he would have gone that route is make it see how this man treats another woman or talks to another woman, because they spin narratives like that on everything.
Yes.
So I think the hard part for me is I think, and again, it's everybody's different definition, right? So did I want him to like come in here? Thank you, Amethyst. I'll go. Oh, thank you. Nonsense. Can you look at your messages if you haven't already? So I think for me, like, I didn't want him to be like, you did this and you did that. Like, I didn't want it to be an attack at all, right? But I definitely wanted there to just be, some of the tougher questions, like, okay, you had no right to, no legal rights to do this. So why did you continue to push this? You lied in the actual creation of the GoFundMe. It states blah, 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 but there's been no facts or proofs put out of that. So why, like, didn't you see that as a lie? Why did you, as a content creator, why did you choose to follow through with that, whatever, right? And so the fact that like and again, this is just my opinion, there's no actual like there's no actual like questions fully asked. That's where to me it was like, man, I really wish that, I wish that there was a way to, to ask those tough questions. I think that's what people wanted to see and they didn't. So and I'm only speaking for myself. I didn't want to see him attack them. I know that it's, like a chess match, right? And I want to see him win the chess match for sure, but I felt like he gave up the queen. And I was like, no, protect the queen,
I can see that. That's what a lot of people felt.
And, I get that and I understand that. But the thing is, though, is that when you, kind of slow roll us in to let people think that, yeah, we see things on the same level, they're going to be more willing to open up and say things that are going to get them caught later on when you come back and say, well, 2 weeks ago when I talked to you, you said this, but now this is not true. Like, how does this work, right? And then they can get mad all they want, but the content is already there. The live stream is already there where they said these things. And so when in the future they try to come back and say, well, I never said this, like, here's our conversation together. Bam.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. I wish that it wouldn't have happened so soon. I wish that Uni had a little bit more time to prepare for that conversation, because I think it would have gone so much. Take what he knows of the situation now with the timeline and all this other information that he's gathered so far, right? But if you took what he knows now and put him in front of them, I believe the conversation would have gone way differently.
I think so too. And he did, like, I go back to, I don't think they didn't have any intent of doing anything from the get-go in that conversation. I don't think the outcome would have changed whatsoever.
Well, and truly, that's why Goose did all the talking. Let's just keep it real. She did all the talking because they weren't there to really answer questions. They were just there for the look of things. So really, no matter what he asked, Goose would have been answering all the questions with all of her infinite knowledge. So
do you guys want to listen to a 4-minute clip?
Oh, you have it.
Well, I don't know if this is the one or not. It says, remember how you never helped? And it was posted 16 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's the one that they're talking about. I didn't know, but it appears. Yeah, I'm here for it.
You guys want to listen to this?
Yeah.
I guess it might be a little bit of a response.
It's supposed to be about you. So let's see.
Okay.
Oh, wow. About you.
I got one finally. Hold on. I gotta let the ad play. Okay.
So what is the context around this?
Real quick. So there's a certain channel that I just put a strike on who is going around saying that they're going to go around to victims' families and tell them not to work with Molly Golightly so that I can't make videos about the families anymore. Actually, you're helping me out because, number one, I actually made a decision that I don't want to get involved with fundraising with any more families ever again after the very unfortunate events that have happened with Letitia Bias and Marvon Sr. I'm grateful. What's going on? I'm very grateful that my Patreons, my subs, and my members were able to collect a lot of funds for Marvon to help with travel expenses for Ms. Bias and Mr. Marvon Sr., and help with attorneys for Ms. Bias, but it's ended up being more of a pain in the butt, and it caused Miss Letitia
From right now, Conrad.
So I'm not going to be doing that anymore. But as far as I can actually talk about any story that I want. No one can actually reach out to me and say, I don't want you talking about my sister or my brother or my son.
Just so everybody knows, that's not my dog panting. That's her panting. She's really that out of breath.
That never actually happens. There are families that have reached out and actually begged me, Justin, Tiffy, Andra, Jonathan. We get requests every single day. And of course, we can't do all of them. So what you think that you're doing by hurting my channel will never work. That is one of the most stupidest ideas ever. But go ahead and knock yourself out. That will never, ever happen. I've done nothing but help these families in every way possible. So you're doing the families an injustice, because there have been several families that we have helped. And just remember who got that little boy trending. Nobody knew who he was until me and Tiffany made his name trend. Remember that? And just remember that this woman claims that I was oh so mean to her until I proved the other night that it wasn't mean. I was anything but mean to her. So there goes your argument. And she only started complaining when we had to change the subject because there were no updates. Oh, and guess what? What did you do for her? What did you do for him? Nothing. I rest my case. Thanks.
Ooh, hoo-hoo. First of all, I don't think she's talking about me because I don't know anything about a Tiffany.
No. Tiffany is the girl who she worked with on the Cash Gurner case.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So she's pissed because Cash, did she strike my channel? Let me go check my email.
Check your
She
email.
struck Cash's channel.
I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but if you just got struck, like, I feel like we need to have a striking party, because I mean, if she struck you, she won't even barely mention your name on any of her videos. She'll mention the rabbit, she'll mention Uniball, like she'll mention everybody else for you. But if you got struck, like, we're about to have an entire freaking party.
Nothing. I got 2 emails from people, but there is not a single thing. Sorry.
She struck Cash's grandma.
She didn't strike me. Oh, you know what? That just makes me even more excited. We will get it to trend with people making videos and say, I stand with stopping exploitation of children. You guys get me your videos and we're going to make that trend. That if we're getting a reaction like this off of talking about this stuff, yeah.
I mean, the crazy part is literally, I want her. I mean, I just have so many questions. I don't think I could handle myself because I don't deal well with liars without me. Like, I can restrain myself to an extent, but I think being on a panel with her, I would absolutely lose it. So I wouldn't even do that to myself, because it'd be a whole different Tessa you would see. I probably would be the mob boss at that point. But I just wonder, like, she really believes that she has helped these families.
Yes.
And when you ask, or when people have asked in her chat before, like, show me how you helped him, I got his name trending. What the fuck did that do? Did it put away anybody in jail? Did it help, like, pay for his funeral expenses, or the trauma, or the mental health services that he, that his family may have needed after what you have caused? Like, what did you actually do to help a family? Just one family. Just name it. Like, actually, like, list. I want her to list out, for this family, this is how I helped. And then I don't want to just, because we all know if Adrian doesn't say it, it's not the truth. So I don't want anybody in that household that lives in Hershey, Pennsylvania to say it. I want the families to come forward and say, Marissa has helped me in A, B, C, D, E, F, G way.
Yeah.
There's all these families that she's helped, right?
Because I hear this all the time. Like, people come into like Uni's lives and stuff. Like, well, Molly's just helped so many people. Like, well, name them.
Right. Just name one. Right, Uni Ray. She's proving she's abusing the system by striking channels, not because they broke TOS, but because she's mad at them.
Yeah.
I'm confused though by this anyways. If she's not bothered, right? She's not bothered. It's not doing anything.
Unbothered, because I'm already not talking about any other families. This whole Letitia thing, it's not me, it's Letitia thing. But this whole Letitia thing has shown me that I'm so over helping all these families. I've helped, and now I'm out of breath because I've helped so freaking much that I just can't help anymore. And Justin and I and Adrian, we're all moving on from all of this. My husband said we're going to move on from this.
And she's not bothered. She's not bothered. She's just never fundraising for anybody else, right? And she didn't make a video out of breath the entire time panting because she's so unbothered.
I mean, I hope that she was running from the car into a building in this video, because
No.
if she's just sitting still in her chair, I'm going to be very concerned. They need to call 911 for her health and safety.
She's
sitting in her, or she's pacing in her kitchen. That's what she's doing. She's pacing in her kitchen is what she's doing.
Is that the same kitchen she decided to do a flash fucking Michelle in? That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Where she had it already set up, so it was right at that angle. All of it was planned out too.
No, 100%.
Oh, she must have. I wonder if she struck some. I wonder if there's other panels going on that she struck. She definitely has heard my last 2 lives.
To be honest with you, though, I would almost guarantee, because she has to continue this narrative that you are monetized and making money when you've never helped. I wonder if it's possible that. No, I'm talking, Clemson girl. I'm not chatting. I wonder if she's just saying that she struck a channel because they know that she always does it.
Could be,
or
maybe
that narrative.
Maybe she's hoping she'll scare me and I'll take down some content or something. I don't know. She might not even be referring to me.
But
I mean, I just want to know who is actually scared of her. Like, in what? I mean, maybe that's how it is in New Jersey. I'm not really from New Jersey, but like from where I'm from, the hood that I grew up in, I can guarantee you that, like, I don't look at her and get like real gangster vibes. Like, oh God, I need to back down from her. Like, who? Why? When? Where? How? Like, no, ma'am.
Well, and she did the same thing with Uni, right? Like, she claimed that she was going to sue him, and then comes back on the next stream, and I'm not going to do that. And then comes back to another stream and says, I want to do it. No one's scared of you, Molly. No one's scared of you. Like, when you rant and rave, I mean, maybe the aspect of threatening doxing people who donated, I can get that. But this whole, like, I'm going to sue you, no.
I've been kicked in the face by actual cows before. I ain't as scared of an internet. Let's be honest.
Right.
Like I didn't grow up in a hood. I ain't gonna act no hood, but this doesn't faze me because, again, it's the truth. The truth is the truth is the truth. She can yell all she wants, scream, holler, make any videos, threaten anything. The facts are the facts are the facts. And
well, I mean,
Tamara said, I'm in Canada. She scares me.
Well, I told you there's only one hood that Molly's from, right?
Which one?
Victimhood.
Which one?
Victimhood.
Shit, that you ain't ever lied.
Isn't that a good one? Victimhood. That is so good.
It's the only hood she rails from is Victimhood.
I come from the barn hood. That's where I come from. The barn hood.
Man, I tell you what, here's the thing. I'm more scared of Southern women than I would ever be scared of Molly. Hands down.
Oh, I love Southern women's accents and stuff. I am definitely not Southern. I am not no Southern belle. That is nope.
Well, the thing is, like, if Molly ever come walking up and doing some stuff, and they come and say, I got this. This is what they say. And you want to get a throwdown, and like, she has no idea what it's like to be,
she needs to be mollywopped. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Wait, she threatened to body slam somebody? Please
Are you
tell me
serious?
that's a joke.
Somebody says she threatens to body slam. Now that is scary.
Like, just like fall on them drunk? Is that what it is?
Did you guys hear?
Right?
Did you guys hear what I was explaining yesterday on what I feel like we just walked into?
What?
Did you guys hear me explaining the boxing match that we're going to in April?
No, I didn't. I was out of there by then.
Okay, so I gotta explain this because you guys will get a kick out of this. I was explaining that walking into this social media like arena, it feels like, so there's a group that my other half is big into. It's a Jason Ellis he has like a scooter club and then a wolf knife group, and there's a lot of Canadians involved, but they do a ton of stuff and events for charity. He actually has a podcast and it's funny. He's funny as hell. But they do this big, huge charity event and annual get together in Vegas. So they get a boxing ring and you have to pay to do it. And it's all for charity, but they put dog collars on the people and then they blindfold them. But the dog collars are shock collars. And so they send them in to the middle of the ring and there's like 5 or 6 of them in there blindfolded with shock collars on. And these people literally just walk around swinging at nothing. And then they connect and somebody will shock them and they hit the ground and then they get back up and start swinging again. But this is what it's like fighting with a shock collar on and a blindfold out here with some of these people. That's what they're just aimlessly going. That's exactly what it is.
I've never seen somebody like, again, if you were already done talking about families and working with families, why do you need to make a video to say that somebody said they were going to stop you from talking to families, but I've already decided to stop talking about families?
Right.
Like, it just everything she does is so. Again, I can guarantee you there's some type of distraction coming, I'm sure, because obviously somebody talked enough to get information over to her.
Well, apparently
Stop
she
being
pays people.
problematic. There's the thing. There's an idea. Stop collecting money that goes nowhere and is questionable at the least.
Shocker.
Nerd, I'm sure it is. You can actually look up, there's videos on it. It's called Ellis Mania, and there's all sorts of different ones. They do all sorts of boxing matches and stuff. Sorry, just to give them context of where it's at. I would never get in a boxing ring like that, but that's what it is like out here. It is really. And I always say I need a zapper for uni anyways. Shock collar. Uni Rach, are you still in here?
Well, you're already supposed to send one to Uni Rach to
I
zap
know
him every time.
I need them to put it on his Amazon wish list so I can send it over to him because that would be hysterical.
What we need to do is get Unirage to click on the damn StreamYard's link and come in.
Oh yeah, she could do that too. I don't know. If she's done touching fundraisers, amazing. Mission accomplished. But do you guys really think that's something she's capable of doing?
No.
Right? Missing puzzle pieces? Right.
Right.
No, and I'm just using that as an analogy. Like, this is stuff, it's real.
More of the gang's here. There's CJ. I know she's part of the gang.
She is part of the Uni fam, correct.
Yep.
Their mods have found them. Missing puzzle pieces. Were you here when we just played that video of what Molly just said? That's what I don't understand too, because what about Dre? Like, she's talking about helping the family. Why not talk to the family and find out how much this has helped Dre?
Missing puzzle pieces is. I wonder what happened to the Goose lady. So somebody asked that earlier and I did answer in the chat. So although Goose is not going on Molly's channel right now, they talk about Goose all the time, but Moose. Goose can be found in there's about 3 people on MGL's payroll that do videos helping to push her narrative. And those 3 people, you can find, there's one main one and a second one that she ends up on, but you can find Goose commenting on their videos still. So she is active to ensure that, those on payroll are still in alignment.
I think she uses alt account on Molly's channel currently too.
Oh, why?
Because
I would guess so, because she knows people are watching there more so. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, that's possible. I didn't think about it.
gotten.
We'll go with Moose. No, because doesn't some, well, I don't know. I think I got it mixed up because I was trying to say Molly and Goose at the same time. So
I'm so confused by all of this.
do we ask who is on the payroll? If you know, you know. I'm not trying to get anybody else any more views. So
It
I
wasn't
only know because like I try and go to those pages to share truth and facts.
so
Right.
far. It wasn't me that got struck. I don't know who she did strike, but it wasn't me. I don't have any emails. I think it would come to my email, right?
It was the I know she struck for a fact because I think she had talked about it. The
Well, we know she struck
again,
Cash. They told us yesterday,
Cash, yeah.
but I don't know if she struck them again.
She struck them a while ago because hold on, I'm looking at, would it show up in my YouTube studio or in my email?
You gotta ask these creators. I don't even know.
I'm assuming it shows up in your YouTube studio, but I'm not a creator, so I don't know. But
You'd get a notification on your YouTube, on your creator dashboard.
she got real mad at Cash because Cash called her out. The Cash account called her out for being a just a trying to use this to make money. So
I'm looking. Sorry, I'm just muted because my kids are talking. So
It didn't go to junk mail, did it? You'd get a notification on your creator dashboard 100%.
yeah, there's nothing.
Tragedy pimp. There we go. Tamara wanted me to say tragedy pimp. So yeah.
Right. How pathetic. What more can you do to Cash's family? Gross.
Well, and the thing is, like, Cash's family has an entire network. Like, you ain't gonna take them down.
Wait, Julie says she's waddling around her kitchen yelling, "Strike them! Off with their heads!"
The Queen of Hearts.
Like
yep.
Lord Farquaad. That's what it reminds me of.
It reminds me of what is it? The Queen of Hearts from
yes, from Alice in Wonderland. Yes.
She's the evil queen.
Off with their heads.
Okay, I'm looking, you guys, and I am seeing my channel analytics, the views. Hold on, I'm real-time audience content. There is nothing here.
Can we play it again to listen? I don't know if you're willing to or not, but
yeah. Give me just 1 second. I'm looking.
I don't need to hear the whole thing. I just want to hear what she mentions about the movement they're going to start.
Oh, no, it says right here.
Or if there's a transcript.
It absolutely says no community guideline strikes. Only active community guideline strikes prevent you from applying. Warnings, expired community guideline strikes or copyright strikes do not impact your eligibility. But I have no community guideline strikes whatsoever. And I think that would say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would tell you.
I haven't applied for the monetization program though. So I don't know.
By the panel.
You can still get struck. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm going to play it again. I'm just sharing the audio, you guys. She's just pacing in her kitchen. You're not missing much. Hold on, let me find her again. I don't follow her.
As long as she doesn't flash anybody again, Jesus.
Okay. 2 seconds, there's an ad. Man, why do all of them have her short ones have a bunch of ads? Somebody asked her in her comments, so why strike the channel?
Okay, real quick. So there's a certain channel that I just put a strike on who is going around saying that they're going to go around to victims' families and tell them not to work with Molly Golightly, so that I can't make videos about the families anymore. Actually, you're helping me out because number one, I actually made a decision that I don't want to get involved with fundraising with any more families ever again after the very unfortunate events that have happened with Letitia Bias and Marvon Sr. I'm grateful. What's going on? I'm very grateful that my Patreons, my subs, and my members were able to collect a lot of funds for Marvon to help with travel expenses for Ms. Bias and Mr. Marvon Sr.
Wait 1 second. Can you pause it?
attorneys.
Go ahead.
So it was her subs and her Patreons. They are the ones who helped collect funds.
Uh-oh, Navy got.
Right.
Oh, there he is.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
That's who got all. That's where all the money came out. Like, why can't I just one time? Like, I feel like maybe she would like bite her tongue off if she told the truth. It wasn't her. I mean, maybe her subs and her Patreons may have kicked into it. Yes, but that's not the truth. Letitia had how much money before she even linked with Molly?
15 grand. Well, right in the beginning, like 10.
Wow, really? 15 grand?
Yeah,
she
10.
had well, and I was going to say a solid 8 to 10. So,
Yep.
I mean, you have a better memory of the screenshots than I do, but she had majority of the money that she raised. She had it before she even linked with Molly. How is it your subs and your Patreons that got her travel? Come on now.
She needed $500 more for her retainer on the 8th or the 9th. And then the next day she gave an update and it was like 6,000. By the time Molly and those guys actually started fundraising, she definitely had upwards of 8 to 10. By the 15th, we know she had 14 grand. That's 9 days into them fundraising. And they continued for 2.5 months solid after that point. Just a numbers game. And they're saying she's after Science Girl right now. So I wasn't sure. I didn't think so. She is triggered. She's been watching my content though, because of specific things we've been talking about here.
One of the questions
she'll
I have
address
is
the
that,
content, but she will not say the channel.
one of the questions I have though is that according to what you just said, right? She'll never enter into another fundraising aspect because of what happened with Letitia. Is she admitting that there is some fuckiness going on with the whole fundraising with Letitia?
She's getting ready to, I think she's getting ready to toss some people under the bus pretty soon.
Because
I think that's the reason why Letitia has now found it necessary to
advantageous.
speak up and advocate for herself. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I agree, because I've heard other people do this before. There have been other people who have participated in fraud raisers that all of a sudden come out and say, I'm never going to hold another fundraiser on my channel again because of the things that have happened that I was completely implicit in. Oh,
It's a lot. She has, just so you guys know, I think she struck Kool-Aid previously. Somebody struck Kool-Aid previously. I don't know who it was.
It was her.
She did strike Cash Gernon. We do know that. Cash was on panel yesterday and we talked about stuff. Molly is addressing things that we specifically have talked about in yesterday's stream over here and today. So she absolutely is getting, because we talked about, how to go about potentially in the future, and talking about making videos too. And here's the crazy thing. She took that as specifically towards her. I think I created or said about the victimization of victims' families. I didn't even just direct it at her because she's not the only one that does this. There's a whole group of them. I mean, we've talked about her specifically, but there's a lot of them that fit into that category too. But it's interesting that she is really offended by this.
Guilty conscience, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, let's finish it. And then, because there's still 3 minutes of her huffing and puffing.
for Miss Bias, but it's ended up being more of a pain in the butt, and it caused.
Wait, did she just refer to Miss Letitia Bias in the fundraising more of a pain in the butt?
Yes.
Mhm.
Isn't that disrespectful as fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Miss Letitia.
Unless it
health
wasn't
problems.
real.
So I'm not going to be
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on.
doing that anymore
What did she just say?
for Miss Bias, but it's ended up being more of a pain in the butt, and it caused Miss Letitia health problems.
It caused Miss Letitia health problems.
I
I'm just
think
gonna say
I
this.
don't like.
sorry.
So I guess the thing that confuses me at times, and I don't think anybody's health is something to play with at all. But if I'm understanding it correctly, her son that she's estranged from, that she believes in her mind something has happened to, doesn't really know all the details. That doesn't cause her enough stress to cause her health issues. But people asking questions about where she spent the money, that now has caused issues with her health. Like, that's very peculiar to me.
Needy, did you want to say something else?
Yeah, just like bullshit. Sorry. I have allergies. I'm sorry. It happens.
We're not even 2 minutes in yet.
So I'm not going to be doing that anymore. But as far as I can actually talk about any story that I want. No one can actually reach out to me and say, I don't want you talking about my sister or my brother or my son. That's up to me. I can talk about. That's never actually happened.
Kate, why wouldn't you have respect as a creator, though, if a family reached out and said, hey, I would prefer you not to talk about this? Wouldn't you? I mean,
let's keep it real. She took a poll from her Patreons. They didn't want her to talk about or engage with Michelle anymore, so she wasn't going to do it anymore. Then lo and behold, a couple days later, she's back on live about Michelle. Then I think it was last week, I was kind of in and out, but I think last week she said her and Walter told her in a very stern voice, and she knows when he means business, that he was not to engage with Michelle anymore. But here we are 3 hours after Walter told her, she's back to talking about Michelle again and engaging in it. Like, I don't believe it for a second that she's going to leave it alone.
yeah, I don't think she can.
I mean, to be honest with you, she has no content outside of that. Short of going back to the BBC calls, that she has no content. If you even like glimpse over her page when she has just her let's chat, let's hang out, she's got half of the crowd in there for the views that she has when she's doing some type of drama.
This is crazy.
So she has no content. She needs that type of stuff to be able to have a page. Missing puzzle pieces said fundraising requires transparency. That's a pain in the butt, and she wants no parts of that. Right?
There are families that have reached out and actually begged me,
Name one.
Justin,
Bullshit.
Tiffy, Andra, Jonathan. We get requests every single day. And of course,
what about Justin, Andra, Jonathan? Are they all as close as she likes to play it off? Who knows?
Well, I don't know, because somebody was saying that whoever Vinny is, I guess Vinny is on Court TV, but whoever he is, they were saying that they reached out to him about something that she did using his name, and he was like, not like he doesn't know her, but like I like I'm not associated with her like that.
Oh, the guy from okay.
Something like that. Again, don't quote me. I don't have no screenshots to, to prove it. But I just like, to me, it makes me feel like the same thing. Like, is Jonathan the same way? Bullhorn Betty, are they the same way? Like, is it just somebody you knew at one point in time and you went out on a lawn together one time and now y'all are just besties in the protest game? I don't know.
Okay.
Can't do all of them. So
Somebody said, "Bless you, Navy."
you think that you're doing
Oh,
by
hold on.
hurt.
What?
These fucking allergies. I'm sorry.
Those
I'm so
allergies
sorry.
are the worst.
So bad. So bad.
Hold on, let me remind you. You guys have to give a review on this just so you can see the facial expressions, though. They're hysterical.
Jonathan, we get requests every single day. And of course, we can't do all of them. So what you think that you're doing by hurting my channel will never work. That is one of the most stupidest ideas ever. But go ahead and knock yourself out. That will never, ever happen. I've done nothing but help these families in every way possible. So you're doing the families an injustice because there have been several families that we have helped. And just remember who got that little boy trending.
Is she talking about Cash when she says the little boy trending?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I think.
I'm
she's
pretty
referring
sure.
to.
But I mean, then again, she says, according to her, she gets everybody trending. I've never seen not one hashtag trend for her that she created or that she's the creator of. But, she makes everybody go trending.
Trending. Okay.
Nobody knew who he was.
I feel like somebody should tell her that trending doesn't necessarily mean just a hashtag. Maybe she should find out that like videos can also be trending.
Hey, Molly, do you want to participate in our video about creators and followers that want to take a stand against exploitation against victims? If you want to, please send me a 20-second clip, under 20 seconds, of you stating, "I stand against the exploitation of victims and the victims' families," and I'll compile it in, and then maybe you can help me get that to trend. Okay, thanks. Love you long time.
And so me and Tiffany made his name trend. Remember that. And just remember that this woman claims.
Is he about to cry?
I'm
Like,
so
her
mean
and
to
cry
her.
already. Jesus.
She's literally moved 10 feet and she is about to fall over.
Till I proved the other night that it wasn't mean. I was anything but mean to her. So there goes her argument. And she only started complaining that we had to change the subject because there were no updates. Oh, and guess what? What did you do for her? What did you do for him? Nothing. I rest my case. Thanks.
Yeah, you know what we didn't do? You know what we didn't do is help her fucking steal money from people.
Yeah. We didn't exploit.
Well, you know what else we didn't do?
Right.
We also didn't take pictures at the baby's funeral and post them behind our Patreon wall for people to pay to see them.
I also haven't peed on the property of a missing child either.
I also have not mocked anyone that has a disability.
I've never wished death on somebody. I don't think publicly.
I've never threatened to dox somebody for asking for a refund.
True.
Or I got mad at my gay friend because he told me that I shouldn't be eating fatty fucking foods.
I would never let my brother say homophobic slurs and laugh about it on live.
I would never let my friend judge somebody by their looks and say that they could potentially have medical conditions.
I would never have my followers message nonsense and tell her that she's only hiding behind a screen because she's fat and ugly. Because, girl, I'm saving you embarrassment by keeping my face behind the screen. Because, honey, let me just say, it's not going to be the day you want.
And speaking, in the woman sense, I've never gone on someone else's channel and flashed my boobs. I'm saying.
I've never sent revenge porn.
I've never
I've
allowed
never
a bunch of
paid
guys to
anybody
call
to
in on a
go and
sex
run a
channel.
background check on people.
Both of you.
I've allowed a bunch of guys to call me at the house while I'm married and make sexual innuendos on on stream before.
I don't threaten to sue someone every other day.
I'll pretend my husband is like some amazing dude who's not. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean,
you do.
it's like a plethora. There's a plethora of shit.
That's all I can think of at any time. I know it's two different complete, but the oomted, but
But come on.
We could do this all day. Yeah, exactly.
The list could go on and on
This is
and
a
on.
total another stream.
You know what? That's what we're gonna do sometime. We're gonna
Oh.
have a panel and invite like 6 people up and all take turns, but we're gonna have a list of I've never done and just go through. Can you imagine the things that will come out? Oh my goodness.
Angelina, I've never stole money from a stripper. I mean,
Never have I ever MGL edition. Yes, missing puzzle pieces.
Oh my God.
Yes. We got to do this. We'll schedule that because
Never have I ever been pulled over by the cops and told them I was trying to get on fucking reality television before. Ever.
Never have I ever been on a show that's claiming that I'm a working girl.
Never have I ever offered my children in exchange for getting out of jail.
Yes.
Never have I ever.
Oh, Melissa, you had the same one as me.
Never called myself Dumpy Dump.
I mean, never have I ever assumed that my son's friends would sleep with me. Ever.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Ouch. Ugh.
Never have I ever made a friend, included them in my business, and kicked them out before we could even get business started.
Never have I ever went and knocked on my own window and then called the cops and reported that I was afraid.
Never have I ever been afraid of anybody on the internet.
Never have I ever yelled at a screen for 9 hours until I about popped every vein in my forehead and then called it Botox when in reality it's just stress.
Never have I ever gone on a live stream and smacked my mouth while eating food in my entire life.
And then made an excuse for smacking your gum.
Gum, whatever she fucking eats is like nom, 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 all the time. Like, Jesus Christ.
Never have I ever listed all of the charities I've ever given money to so that people think I'm an amazing person.
I've never been called Tamale Molly.
Oh, please don't ruin tamales. Like, I love tamales, and I'm not going to let her ruin them.
Oh,
for me,
Christmas
ever.
is coming. You already know. She could never ruin that for me.
I know, right?
Oh my goodness. This is great.
Never have I ever taken my son's note that was given to him by a shot girl and read it live on YouTube.
I've never swatted other YouTubers. Farts and blames the pug.
Oh, never have I ever had a birthday party for a deceased child. Oh.
So true. So fucking true.
I've never done that either, Miss Leah.
Never have I ever doxed anyone and posted a picture of someone else's house.
Never have I ever asked my homosexual friend if he sticks celery up his doo-doo and if he eats
I
it
heard
afterwards.
about that. Is that true?
What in the world?
Yep, there was a whole live like that.
Oh my gosh. Never have I ever belched on live.
Never have I ever put my hand in my cleavage and then swiped it and smelt it and said it smelled like bologna. Is that right?
Oh my God.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I want to die. Is that true?
Oh God, that's terrible.
Smells like bologna?
Oh
man.
God.
Holy fuck balls.
Yep, I heard that one the other day and I about died.
Never have I ever described a woman's hoo-ha online. I can't. Yeah, definitely we need to make this a series for sure.
It
Yeah.
has to be.
Never have
We're
I
gonna
ever.
do this.
Oh my God, Leah, I love you. Never have I ever eaten 1 million calories in one live stream.
Never have I ever had cottage cheese snatched out of my hand.
True.
Never have I ever chewed my food like a black Angus cow.
So I've seen those like clips of her like eating live. I'm like,
Oh my God.
why? Why would you do
Where's
this?
the Kool-Aid? I need the Kool-Aid to do like a what do you call them when you take a bunch of clips and put them together in like a whole
Collage.
plethora?
They need to do a slideshow of these. Oh my gosh, you guys even made me snort laugh. I hate that. Ugh.
Never have I ever bought $300 worth of juices and not put them in the freezer because I'm a dumbass and demanded a refund from a small business for my fuck up.
Are you fucking man? I'm never had my crush described as a moose knuckle.
Oh God.
I'm just reading the chat now. This is fucking
I
crazy.
know. They're
Oh,
hilarious.
Riri, I've done that. I can't say that one. They're gonna have to say that because I've done that a few times. Actually, I don't know if I've told everybody to shut the fuck up. I've told everybody to fuck off.
Miss McCullough Priestess says, OMG, this has to be a thing. I'm freaking crying right now. We have to do
We're
a
doing
panel
this.
with this.
Yeah, we're doing this. We're gonna schedule it, and whoever wants to join us, and then we'll like have a list, and we'll just go. Oh my gosh, we are definitely doing this though. So we'll get together and make it work.
Never
so
have I ever told a cop he wants to F me with no lube.
Riri,
Oh my God.
Never
Come on.
have I ever done called a sex line back on a live stream.
Never
That
have
was
I ever
fucking gross. God.
Never have I ever put myself on a sex line and blamed other people.
Bruh.
She didn't dox the attorney. What did she do? She just exposed him or recorded him on live stream or whatever after. I can't
Never
remember.
have I ever had $18,000 worth of plastic surgery done to my body.
That's $13,000? Are you serious?
No, that's
18.
18.
That's what they said is 18.
$18,000.
I've never had upside down Nike switches tattooed on my forehead.
Never have I ever fake cried because someone was talking to me. Never have I ever pretended someone put my number on a BBC line when I've actually been on the Sugar Baby site for 10 years. Oh,
I mean, I actually
God.
had the episode downloaded from Amazon of her little extent on her.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Yeah, no, it's not good. It's not good.
Oh, I have never fallen drunk on the strip club floor and asked to leave by strip club manager. Timber. If you guys have not watched Savage's video when she says that, you got to go watch that. That's hysterical. I about fell over when Savage was saying that.
Sounds good.
Never have I ever started a fraud raiser and pocketed money. Never have I ever pretended to be a life coach.
Oh my gosh, yep.
Right?
Never have I ever bought my son a car with stolen donations. Allegedly. We'll put that out there. I don't believe that happened, but allegedly, just in case.
Crispy,
To be fair, it took $18,000 worth of chicken to undo the surgery. Just saying. How dare you, Gabriel says.
Never have I ever lost 5 best friends in less than a year.
Oh, how about less than a month?
Yeah, true.
Literally, if you look at who was on her lives and her friends just a month ago, all those people are gone.
Mercedes, I about fell over with that. I legit was laughing so hard. Savage, when she gets going on a roll, I cannot help but die at some of the stuff she says. She is so quick and witty. She is funny. Crispy, I can be monetized. I have had the option of being monetized for, I don't know, quite some time now, and I just opt not to. I don't know what the future will hold or what's going to happen, but right now in this situation, it's just not. There's too many people that have made money off of Marvan's story, and that's not my intention. That I don't want to do that. But I hope you understand what I'm saying. Like, if there was a way of doing it that I could do something good with all of it that was coming from that and everything, you know.
Never have I ever eaten something DoorDash to my house by a stranger.
Yeah.
Never have I ever asked Walter if I'm right. Never have I ever been tricked out of house properties and a stranger online knows more than me. Shit, for that case, never have I ever had my husband refinance a house and take my name off of it without me knowing.
Amethyst just said the same thing I did. Never have I ever claimed I was in fear because someone tapping at my window so I could jump on a live. I told myself to
ignore.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, it's been 5 hours. I have been on here for 5 freaking hours, but
Okay.
I'm gonna hop down. Do you want to still go? I can leave it up if you guys still want to talk, but
no, I'm good. I gotta go cook dinner.
I gotta get kids situated.
Never have I ever used my husband as a threat to people on the internet. That was a shout out to Merc.
We're gonna do this, you guys. We're gonna do all of this. We're gonna make this a thing and do a panel when everybody's available. Navy, I'm gonna message you. I gotta send you a couple links anyways. But I'll message you and see when you're available. I would love to have Uni up here. A part of that would be hysterical. Uni or Uni Rach. Anybody else that wants to join would be great, and we could all go through and take turns and have fun with it. I think that would be a blast.
Yeah.
We'll do it because I think everybody else needs some laughter too. Missing Bits and Pieces, if you want to join in with us, that would be great too. So, but with that said, you guys, it has been 5 hours and you guys have hung out with me for 5 freaking hours. 5 hours. But we will get together. Yeah, Navy, I want you to be there for that. Thank you so much for keeping me company today. I enjoyed you coming up and I love hearing about all of the different stuff. You have taught us a ton. So I would absolutely love that. You guys come back. Anybody wants to join in. I hope you guys always leave here. Somebody made a comment the other day and said that I leave your chats feeling better than I come into them. And as long as that's what we are accomplishing, then I feel secure in continuing to do this because I never want you guys to feel worse leaving here. Granted, some are just going to say that because they're Molly supporters, but I hope that you guys all find some laughter, something you can connect to, people in the comments. I appreciate you guys for being so kind to one another and understanding. And we really don't have any problems over here whatsoever, really. And it'll grow and people will get nasty, but we'll handle it as we always do. And I appreciate you all so much. I cannot thank you all enough for everything you guys do, being here. You guys do as much for me and my mental health as we all, do for each other. Like I'm getting just as much out of this. You guys pour into me than I do with you guys. So thank you once again for always having my back, being here and going through all this crazy with us. I appreciate you all so much. Amethyst and Nanya, thank you once again. You guys are stuck with my wrenches. My wrenches. Actually, Nanya, what do you want? She wants a crowbar. So you can have a different one too. But we got to make sure how we can add them into your name so you guys don't have wrenches. You guys get like a crowbar and a jackhammer or something. But with that said, thank you guys all once again for everything you guys do and being here. And also I'll make a post about the under 30-second clip. I really do want to do something like that. It's not just about her. It's about all of it. We've got to stop the exploitation and we got to start somewhere. So I'll work on that too and get graphics and stuff made for that. Okay. A crowbar and a hoodie. Can I have a bullhorn? Yes. Yes. And the Tessas are going to get together and do part 2 of the timeline when the other Tessas are available. So we will get with that too. Okay. With that, Cuntessa, over and out.